you know?
Hmm.
I'm gonna pause my Cypress Hill CD to question NASA's next mission. You know what I mean? Like back in my younger days, like no.
Oh, I just downloaded that 22 book, and um, Antonio Flamenco, that mathematician. He's rewriting the timeline, the chronology, history chronology. But when I started playing or reading it, it started glitching out. I don't know what the hell. Maybe I had a virus or something. I had to hurry and delete it, get rid of it. I hope it didn't leave something on my computer.
Use McAfee. It's an antivirus as well as malware, anti-malware. Run the free version, and it should be perfectly fine.
Right. It's just annoying though when you download something, then it starts glitching out, not working right or whatever. It just always makes you kind of worry a little bit or wonder. At least it does me. I have had a problem or two in my lifetime, but that's about it. One or two times I've had a little bit of a virus problem, but or malware or some shit. I used to have malware.
Imagine.
That was a good program, Malware Bytes. When it first came out years ago, that was a good one.
Yeah, no, Malwarebytes is the one I was just saying. Yeah, you need that one. I install it, run it, and then uninstall it because you don't need to have it running all the time. But it is an antivirus as well as an anti-malware.
Right.
It runs live scans on things. Like if you click a link, it'll read the link before you go, and it will stop you. If it's a bad link, it'll go to the link before you do. Yeah, they've gotten really good.
Yeah, I even bought the high end version of it one time, and first time I ran it, it found all kinds of shit that the other pro had. Just the stupid one that comes with Windows 10, whatever it is, and it said that I ran a scan and it said, oh, everything's fine, no problems found or whatever it said, and then I put that malware bytes on it, and I paid for a version, and it found like about 100 things it needed to remove.
Yeah, always remove it.
I hadn't had anything scanning my computer for a minute, and I got some shit that was building up on it. Malware Bytes took care of it, though. Did a good job. Ah, shit, man. Were you on earlier when that one, I can't remember what his name was, came on and said he had irrefutable proof of the globe? And then I can't remember who was pressuring him and telling him it was. I think Chocolate was involved in it, but it's telling him, well, "What do you got? What do you got? Show us. What do you got?" And after about 10 minutes of just asking him for anything, something, he said, "All right, all right," and he brings up Sticks and Shadows. Oh, everybody just kind of went, "Oh my goodness, that's all you got is some 1,000-year-old Sticks and Shadows from somebody that we don't even know if he's real or not, or what are you talking about, dude? In this day and age, in 2021, you're going to bring out Sticks and Shadows from who knows when?" It was funny. He said he'd come back when he got irrefutable proof. So he's going to come back. So I can't wait. Hmm. So what happened to you? Where the hell did you go?
Who?
You? Anybody?
I'm here. I'm doing a lot of things.
You're what?
I'm typing in another different server, as well as I'm
Oh,
skipping all over the place.
I see. I see. You see. We all see. You're not here. Hmm. Ah,
Just went out for a quick drive with a buddy. Lots of road pirates out there looking for someone to harass and steal money from.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You live in the city, do you?
Oh yeah. Capital of Canada.
I've never had that sort of a issue or problem. I've never had the. Of course, I live in Utah, Mormonville.
I had a contract. It was so nice. There was like rush hour was like 6, 7 cars at the most. Such a nice contract. Little town up in the mountain, you know.
Where in Utah?
No, up here in Canada, a couple hours
Oh,
away from.
I see.
I'm just saying it's nice places like that, you know.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Either no horse or one horse towns, you know. They're like nice, quiet, peaceful. Nobody's throwing anybody the finger or being rude. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
different. Everyone's waving at each other when they drive by, and it's a different vibe. It's odd, and country folk will refer to city people as cityots, and
Mm.
there there's a weird stereotype between the two different, um, you know, locations to live. You know.
Idiots. I've never heard that one before. That's good.
So yeah, and and the average city individual, comes to a country person or a farmer, they have this country bumpkin type paradigm in their head, right? Like where the reality is there's plenty of country folk that know more than city folk and plenty of city folk that know more than country folk, like can't really pick on either one, really, I don't think. Plenty of idiots in both places too, though.
Oh yeah.
More of them in the city, I would agree with that. But
Right.
the living I've done, the places I've been, things I've seen, you got situational awareness and you know how to carry and handle yourself. It's a nice world. But it's difficult. You can't really let your guard down. I've had situations where people around me I didn't think they would want to cause me harm, and all of a sudden I got to defend myself. And then situations where it was a complete strangers or people I didn't know, like doing a delivery, and I got to defend myself. Like it can happen anywhere at any time, right? So
Yeah, I suppose. I've never had it happen, but
it's kind of sad when you're around people you think you're safe with, and then all of a sudden you're not. It's different when you're making a delivery and you're working or something. Like I've cashiered night shifts, I've done different things where the one place I cashiered, guy came in bleeding all over the place. I'm like, you want me to call the cops or the ambulance? No, no. Taking a bunch of napkins, leaving right next to this really bad part of the city that I live in. Like now they gutted all those buildings. There was 4 buildings next to the Beckers where I worked. They were low rent, like the worst of the worst, and or the poorest of the poor, and you could get anything there from like you name it. If you got the money, you could get it at that location. They were referred to as the Four Winds. They gutted it all out, redid every unit, and now only rich college kids live in there because it's right across the street from the college. All the poor people were kicked out.
ah,
And so when I was there was when Buddy came in bleeding. That's when it was all the 4 holes and stuff, like way back. Now it's called a Max or a Circle K. I think everything went fucking Circle K.
wow. I haven't seen a Circle K in a lot of years. We used to have them around here, but not anymore. Everything's
It,
Mavericks.
it's so bizarre up here in Canada. We had all kinds of different like Winks, Beckers, Max, just independent convenience stores. Now it seems at some sort of point in the timeline, everywhere and everything went Circle K. Even if it was a gas station, Max Milk, it had to go Circle K.
Huh.
And now it's rare to see anything else. And I'm like, is this the onstart of like, you know, communism? Like this is fucked, man.
Yeah, we got everything's all Mavericks around here now. I mean, there's always the little, uh, little convenience stores that are owned by a private individual or whatever, but just they're sporadic, far and few between. But these Maverick stores they're building are freaking crazy. They're like 20 gas pumps, nice big convenience store, and
But we're running out of oil though.
yeah, right.
I have a favor to ask,
Sure.
and it's a weird question, I know, but you have to understand that sometimes it's not so much lazy. It's just maybe it is laziness, right? I don't want to go through all the servers. I have like over 100 servers, and I never go into QE's server, even though I'm a member of it. So I was wondering if unless he's kicked me out or something, I don't think that he has, but I need the link to the server. So if someone can post a link to his server, and then I can click on it, and then I can grab a link, and because someone's asking for it. I could have just said, "Hey, can someone give me a link to QE server?" That would have been the short route, but that would.
I might be able to, but I'm not very tech savvy. Give me a second.
I used to have it. Is it still under Betty's name or whatever?
See, which one is it? Is it okay? Because I don't go into either one, but there's like debate flat Earth and more. Wait, debate flat Earth and more, and then there's science versus pseudoscience, and I think his is science versus pseudoscience. So am I right?
Well, he does have a show called that. That's for sure. I thought his server was run by Eddie or somebody, but Van Nelson or whatever.
It's been over years since I've been in there. I can't remember which.
It's been
It'd
a
be
while
hard.
since I've been in there too, but
It'd be hard for me to find it. I mean, I've got like over 100. I need to get rid of a lot of these servers. I mean,
I was muted and I was talking to you. Now that I know what you're talking about, I think I can find it faster. Hold on.
you going over to CQE for a minute or something, or is he going to go on his channel and do something?
no. Well, I mean, I might go over there from time to time or whatever, if I can remember which one it is, and weed it out from all the other ones. But no, I wasn't going over there. Someone was asking for it and
I see.
asking for a link to his server.
I don't know.
It should be somewhere on this. You should be able to find it on this server somewhere, can't you? Isn't it like posted here somewhere?
I'm not for sure what it's called. Like, I'd hate to grab a link thinking it's his and actually be sending someone to Jim Pandas.
Yeah.
I think I found it. Main chat.
Cool. That would be
How can
awesome.
I send it to you now? If I share this, will that be good? Let me try that.
We're networking, so for both servers.
I don't know. This might. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, tell me if that will help you.
It's a
I
channel.
took that.
Okay, well, wait. Yep, that sent me there, so I can just grab a link and. Cool. Thanks.
You're welcome, my lady.
Appreciate it. Sorry, Godrock, please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, you're fine.
I tried to wait.
Oh
but,
hell, no. You're all good. Don't
yeah.
even trip on that kind of stuff. You know better than that. You're all good. You can interrupt anytime you want.
Yeah, I don't like to though. Unless it's a Glover making a bunch of fallacies or being dishonest, then I don't care. I don't mind.
We were just jibber jabbing anyway about nothing. So
Yeah, and flat Earth gentlemen love to hear a lady's voice once in a while.
this is true.
But Damsel's in here too. She's not been talking a lot lately. What's up, Damsel? You've got quiet on us. She may be busy.
She must be damsel in distress.
Now, she's the medic that tends to others that are in distress.
Yeah, she's a very strong woman, in my opinion. Very, probably independent as well, would have to be.
You sent me a link for a server, Truth, and I clicked on it, but I went over there. What? There was nobody there, but what is it I joined?
Oh, you mean there's nobody there? There's like a room full of flat earthers over there right now. It's like there's a big discussion going on. Yeah, because okay, so the admins are flat earthers. There's a lot of flat earthers in there, but it's centered around like the different beliefs, like polytheism, deitism, and atheism, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Right. So if you're Hindu or Buddhist or whatever, like you're entitled, like you can have whatever belief, and you can have the discussion about your belief, and they're just like searching for truth. They were a VIP member. They were like a VIP member of this server before. It's the same name for the server, but it's a different server. So clicking that link, that's why I sent links out, because we're trying to get an event going for Saturday night for a 2v2 or 2v4 Black versus Globe or whatever discussion. But it's kind of like, since we went in there and we were talking about it, it turned into a discussion tonight, but it's just not being broadcast, but anyway, so it's a pretty good server. It's just like anyone who goes over there, though, they don't allow add-ons. They don't allow personal attacks, and they don't allow cussing. So it's like they won't ban you if you slip up and do it, but just try to discipline yourself with those things,
I read all that. Yeah, I read all that stuff, the rules and all that, and it was pretty adamant about that. I remember reading that. To not swear and not be rude, no interruptions, all that kind of stuff. Be polite. Yeah, I remember reading it. So, and that's all good. I mean, it should be like that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking to someone in real life, I mean, that's how I see it. However,
right,
it's like to me, I think if a person is online talking to someone and they don't talk to them as if they would if they're in real life, then they're kind of not even being honest with themselves, and it's,
yeah.
Anyway,
I agree with that.
Like, I don't want to read too much into it, but
no, you're right though.
But in real life, though, with certain, like when you get to a certain point in a conversation, it's like you're most likely to just walk away from it than just to continue to engage. And it's like it's a different environment, because this environment is set up for the continuation of that engagement, regardless of whether you agree with them or not. So it's like a unique dynamic. This is actually the first online community that I've ever been a part of. So the entire journey has caused me to learn more about myself than anything.
I know. That sounds interesting for sure.
And I can appreciate it. I'm glad to learn these things about myself. Some of it's been painful. Some of it's,
Oh, now come on, you're a nice lady. I don't believe that. Couldn't have been too painful.
Well, no. What I mean is, like, things about yourself that you have no awareness of, and then like once you gain an awareness of it, it's like you're not always happy with some of the things that you learn about yourself. So if you're going to be true to yourself and be honest about it, then you have to have an awareness of those and address those things. So not all of it has been pleasant.
Now you got me worried that I'm going to go over there and someone's going to rear my ugly head, and I'm going to go, "Oh no, look at me."
That they're going to do what?
Nothing. I just
just
saying I'll go over there and one of my ugly heads will rear up, and I'll see myself like, "Oh no."
Talk about looking for glowers, though, man. There's some. It's like it's so funny because you go back to the, I want to call them the green ones, who are just fresh into it and not aware of a lot of the things regarding the topic, and you listen to them explaining like what they believe, why they believe it, and how they believe that it's fact, and then you start digging into it. It's like going through that whole process over and over and over again, but it's cool. I mean, I enjoy it. It's kind of like I have to step away from it every now and then, though, which is why I came back here. It's like I had to go. I told him, I said, I got to go back home for a bit.
That's actually the part I don't really enjoy all that much anymore, is the over and over and over stuff, That's why in the live stream, like, you don't see me participate too much, because I just feel like there's so many people there that are fully qualified. It's not like my presence is not needed for any real reason. You know, there's plenty of people there that don't mind doing that over and over and going back and repeating themselves with the same thing over and over. And for me, that's just, I mean, I've just kind of had enough of it for a minute. Maybe I'll get some patience for it again here soon or something. But
Well, you know, that's kind of like a little bit how I used to look at it, because that's why I didn't engage a lot, because I'm like, well, there's plenty of people engaging. They don't need me. Like, if I need to feel like my presence is needed to make a presence, right? But then I started realizing that not all people can be reached the same way, and sometimes it takes a different approach or a different perspective, and some people may receive people different too. So it's like how they're putting themselves out there can be received different by someone, and their understanding and their perception of how they're perceiving this person could allow them to reach them in a different way. So I think it takes all of us.
I'll tell you what though, me and Truth Prevails were in there together talking to those guys, and this one dude jumped in and was doing his best to trigger us, and
Yeah,
we were doing well. That's why I left too, because I mean, this guy was doing his best to trigger us, and so I mean, it's just like that dude, like Saturday when we do our show there, that dude should not be involved.
right. That's why I left, because I know, like, I'm very
It's like I was doing
aware that I
okay,
can
and
be
there's like
triggered.
no cursing. It was just like, no, I can't do it with this
Yeah.
guy.
Well, I mean, I know I'm very aware that I can be triggered. Like, I'm easily triggered. There's certain things that trigger me though, but when someone, like, I just knew, it's like, no, I just need to step away for a bit.
Yeah, and
You
he's still doing it right now, and other people are trying again. And it was like, no, he's doing it on purpose. I mean, he's
Yeah,
freaking
it's
totally
obvious.
trolling, you know. So
It's not even interested in the information. That's why I gave them the laser tests. They weren't even aware
hey,
that
but
laser
the
tests had been
admins,
done.
we're good with the admins and stuff. And when we do our show on Saturday, what was that guy's name? Let me check.
Slave of Christ and
No, Slave of Christ. Yeah, Slave of Christ and Josiah. Those are the admins. We're good with those. Who's the guy that was being a?
oh wait, I don't think Josiah is he? Is Josiah an admin?
No, yeah, he's an admin. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, he's a server booster. He's not an
Yeah.
admin. Slave of Christ and the other one was Flat
Well,
Man.
either way, I've been talking
Yeah.
to both of them, so they're cool. But there was this guy. What's his name?
You talking about Brody, Bartham Brody,
Yeah, the Bartham guy.
the one that tries
His
to
name was Dumbass.
Such a prick. But anyway, so yeah, that won't happen. That dude, you know, I don't want him to be on the main talk when we do our show on Saturday. So anyway, we're gonna do a show on Saturday from that server, but I don't want that guy to be involved.
What time, Helio?
Probably about 7 or 8 Central Time, Saturday night. And I was planning on doing it from my Helio Skeptic channel, but we can do it from both if we need to. I can stream it on both. But it'd be like two on 4, 2 flat earthers on 4 globies, but I don't want that guy to be one of them because he's just going to be a waste of time. Well, I mean, somebody like that, we don't want him to be involved.
Yeah, they're kind of green to it though. It's like when you realize that they haven't seen the information, like that's where you kind of have to stop at. You kind of have to give them the information, and then back away and give them time to look at it, and then let them come back later after they've seen it, because they weren't even aware that they'd even been a single laser test, actual direct measurement.
Well, we already talked to Josiah and the other guy's name. the admin. We already talked
That
to
man
them
is
and
something over there, and
yeah, we said we're going to talk to him tomorrow night, and we're going to try to recruit the the right people to come in, talk for a couple hours, and with some decent globies or whatever, and then we'll allow questions or whatever, and then afterwards we'll have a free for all, and I don't know.
I mean, it seems like a pretty cool place to hang out and have discussions about other things, even outside of flat Earth, of getting to the truth of things. But just like we expect them to, respect the rules of this server, like when we go over there, just kind of.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of religious stuff, and it was pretty open.
A couple hours, right?
Yeah, it was good. Good stuff. But yeah, like Saturday we're going to talk about flat Earth, man, and so
it's gonna be all flat Earth. Like I was surprised that it went into flat Earth like as heavy as it did tonight. When
I told you there were some flat Earthers over there. They're like, yeah,
yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
let's do this.
Yeah, the owner of the server is a flat Earther, so yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah, that always helps, doesn't it?
It kind of does, don't it? But he's also really open to a lot of ideas too, so that's really cool.
But I think it's cool though to get a different perspective, like when people to talk to people, to go back to those that are green and haven't seen the information, and and kind of gives you an awareness of where, because I mean we do this all the time. We've been doing it for years. We've been seeing the information and hearing the information for years.
Well,
so we expect.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say we expect them to have like a lot of this information, like already know about it when they don't. They've never seen it. They weren't even aware that a measurement had been done.
Sure, and that's why I think it's fun. It's a good thing that hey, someone like me and Crit and a lot of people go to different servers and say, hey, do you want to talk about this? And we can do specials like from once a week or whatever. We can do specials from different servers. Say, hey, you guys want to talk about flat Earth? Boom. Have a few people talk about flat Earth. Have a lot of questions and everything. That's really cool.
Hello, Rihanna. I don't think I've talked to you.
Hello.
How long have you been in the server?
About 9-10 days.
Oh yeah. So, okay. So just tell me what you think so far. Instead of just asking a bunch of questions, I'm just going to ask you. So what do you think so far, and where do you stand in the topic? What's your understanding?
Well, before I was positive that the Earth is a globe, but then I heard people, I saw people sending videos, and when I asked them questions, they clarified my doubts. So now I'm just confused about which one to pick.
Well, I mean, and that's understandable, right? So if the good thing is though is that you're not like digging your feet into something that you were taught, and that's just a belief that you're willing to, question it, and you're willing to look at the material. So as long as you're doing that and you're searching for truth, then then you'll arrive at it. So do you have any questions?
No, not really.
Hey, but check this out. I mean, one thing I want to say. I mean, what do you see when you go outside? I don't know if you're near the coast or if you're, if you're like landlocked, like kind of I am in the central United States. But when you see the sun move across the sky, is it the sun moving or are you moving?
The sun moving?
No, you see the sun move across the sky. You can figure this out for yourself. I mean, is the sun moving or are you moving? When you see the sun rise and set, is it because the earth is moving and you're standing on earth, or is it because the sun is moving over your head and moving toward you and away from you?
I feel like that's a really complicated way to present it. No offense.
Why is that complicated?
Well, because I lost interest in like the first like 7 seconds you were talking, and if you're trying to figure shit out, I feel like maybe like something more presentable, like that is less lengthy.
I was just talking about what we all experience on Earth every day.
No, I understand that. I meant no offense. I just meant for her.
Okay. I thought that was pretty simple. It's just like one or the other. It's like, I thought it was pretty simple. Once I figured it out, it was pretty freaking simple to me.
Well, yeah, maybe once you figured it out. I just say, look at it this way. Water doesn't bend.
And I do it like this. There's no drone on Mars. See, we all got our own way.
True that, baby.
Uh,
I think we're all confusing everyone.
If it's longer than 25 seconds, it's confusing. How about that?
well, they have like programmed everybody to lose interest after 8 seconds. What was 8? Now it's 6 seconds. So.
Well, that works out perfectly. No, I meant no offense, sir. I just meant like, I don't know. She sounds like she's new and I'm new too, but like, I don't know. I'm kind of like, I don't have that much
Well, the heliocentric model is confusing.
That's one of the things that really, I'm just saying, one of the things that really hit me when I started looking into this was sunrise, sunset. I'm just saying, hey, the reason they say you see the sunrise and sunset is because you're standing on the earth and the earth is spinning. And when you see the sunrise, you're standing on earth and you're moving toward it. And then when you see the sunset, you're rolling backward away from it. You're moving. The sun's not moving, but you're moving. But when you're standing on earth, when you see it, you see the sun moving. That's all I'm saying. It looks like the sun's moving.
Sounds like an acid trip to me.
Well, I'm just saying. Well,
I'm teasing.
It might as well be because everybody on Earth sees the sun moving.
Sunrise, sunset. Sunrise.
They see the sun moving, but
she's that person standing behind you in line, Helio, and she tickles one ear and it moves to the other side. And
I'm like, Lord, what is going on?
It's like, I don't see what's so hard about that. It's like one or the other.
I guess I'm, from that time we can't get it through our noodle, but I was just speaking up for the young girl who is new that was being questioned.
Sure, I get that. I get it.
But yeah, once you started talking for a really long time, I lost a little bit of interest. I'm not going to lie. It's hard to pay attention.
Can I say something?
It costs. See, I've always said a lot of people won't grasp this because it's an intellectual cost. You know what intellect is?
Well, yeah, I know what an intellectual was.
All right, so you have to spend intellectual money to actually go in deep into this topic. It really costs you intellectually to go deep into this. So
that's
you're
really
gonna have to spend intellectual. It costs you intellectually to go.
I've spent some very big intellectual dough on getting my intellectual degree on. No, it's your business.
That's what's
If
up.
you
That's
will,
what I'm talking
if you will,
about.
if you
right?
will, and I won't. So, yeah. So I think I'm not a fucking artard here, but yeah, no,
No,
I
I
have
didn't say that about you. I mean,
no,
I
I
can
know
tell
you're
you. I
not,
can
but
tell
it's
you
really
already.
funny. I'm just being humble. I don't know what the fuck sometimes what's going
Yeah,
on.
me too. It's
But
like
I fucking trust me. Would you know? Education is astronomically overpriced, as we all fucking know.
yeah,
And
but
I know I'm at a high,
intellect. That's
but
what I'm
that's
saying
why I'm
about
here. I'm here
intellect.
to learn from other people. It doesn't mean that you have all law degrees or PhDs or.
No, it's intellect and logic, and that's what we're using. We're
Well,
spending.
I'm a logical. According
Yep.
to my degree, I'm a logic machine.
That's what I'm saying. We're spending intellectual coins and logic coins here, man. Because
Well,
I mean, if you go
point is I
through
spent.
colleges, you're not necessarily gonna. I'm not saying that you can't benefit from going to college, but you might lose some intellectual points.
Thinking is a
by-
painful process when you've never done it for yourself, and people like have trained you to let them think for you, right? So when you start doing it for yourself,
It's
Yeah.
like if you can do it together, like you have that higher level thinking, and I don't mean undergraduate school. I kind of mean like maybe if you went to law school and you like kind of have that like, and you kind of question that fucked up bullshit. Like you have that like upper level thinking, and you question for yourself. That's when you have those tools. Undergraduate school, I mean, shit. I used to fucking make pottery in undergraduate school. What the fuck, upper level thinking and questioning that? I mean, besides making great pottery, but yeah. I'm just saying, like, you have to like fucking bring yourself up
I
in
feel
that
you.
way, and then also go and do your own research and say like, hey, I'm not gonna fucking trust this. This is what they want us to think, but like, this doesn't make any sense. Like what? Like here's an example. Remember when they were like, oh, coronavirus, we don't have enough coronavirus tests, but they were like swabbed a fucking tiger in the New York Zoo? Like, who fucking noticed the tiger was under the weather? Like, first of all. Second of all, how are you gonna swab like a tiger's nose? Like, how the shape of a fucking wildcat's nose is not like a human. Like, it made no sense. It was a big fucking laughable joke on us. Like, you just have to like observe around like for yourself. Like, doesn't mean you have to go to law school or do any kind of shit like that. It just means like be observant. Like,
Hey, you know how I avoided that? You know how I avoided all that? I didn't watch the news.
oh, I did. It was a fucking hilarious show.
Yeah,
Mic check.
I didn't watch them, and I didn't.
You're good.
When I saw some of it on social media, I just ignored it. I was like, "You guys are dumb."
Oh, I don't have social media.
What's up, Helio? How you doing?
I
bro?
have shitloads of social media, and every time I see somebody,
Helio, where your baby go?
what
Anyone
up?
ever,
Who
did
was
anyone
that?
ever say that to you?
Who shouted it? Who
That
said
was Enoch. I was like, "How
Enoch.
you doing,
Hey,
Helio?"
what's up? How you doing, Helio?
Helio,
I
where your
mean,
baby
Enoch. What the shit? I said my own name. God damn.
Yeah, I was like, "What is he on?"
How's it going, Enoch? Man, how you doing, brother?
What's up, man? How you doing, bro?
I don't know.
Chilling out.
Yo, I'm fucking new. What up?
I'm still freaking out from that asshole that was that I just got off the other server with. He was freaking me out, man, because he was just trying to really troll this shit up. Anyway, and
Are you talking about earlier
no,
today?
No, he wasn't on here. It was another server. Me and Truth Prevails were on like 15 minutes ago. It was just like, ugh. It was like this guy.
Was it the global?
We were there for like 2 hours having a good time, and then this guy jumped in and he just totally shit on the whole freaking
Ugh, God, what a weird. People like that are fucking weird to me. Like, fucking just don't be there. How about that?
It's just like they're just like, oh, you're a flat earther. I'm gonna say this and just.
But like, why would you not
shit on the whole?
If you have a problem with the flat Earth, then why are you in the flat Earth chat?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It
Anyway.
makes zero actual sense to me.
Oh,
But
they loved it.
Well, in all fairness, it wasn't. It's not a flat earth server, but it was a flat earth conversation. But anytime you're having a conversation, if you can't stick to the information and you want to start, like, it was just purposefully to trigger people, and we knew it. That's why we left.
well, if you're gonna be blatantly ugly, then you shouldn't be up. Well, that's what the internet's for. Weirdo people who want to just be ugly, like because they can't
expose themselves.
They don't have the fucking kahunas to fucking live their own fucking life in the real world. So this is like where they fucking get their little damn glory. Their little like haha, like I'm a fucking troll.
Calm down. You've said the F word about 4 times in 30 seconds. Calm down a little bit.
What did I say?
You said the F word about 5 times in less than 30 seconds.
I mean, sorry, does that bother you? Sorry.
No, I'm just telling that it's a lot. I think you should calm down.
Not probably fucking halal, huh?
We got a sailor's mouth here.
Oh,
Pardon.
They already.
I apologize. How you doing?
Nobody says anything else, so whatever.
What's up, Eno?
No, I get it. To be honest, I mean, as far as like in the server, I wouldn't say that we shouldn't speak our mind, and I frequently use the F word, everything, but a lot of people use it a lot more than I do, so I think if there's any, if it's like every other word is the F word, I think you should try. I think you should try to not do it. I'm just saying. I mean, because I often do it.
I'm trying to do what I want to do.
It's all things in moderation.
I'm just saying. I mean, because to be honest,
too much of it can kill you, right?
Just all things in moderation.
Too much of anything can kill you.
I know. I mean, I heard. I was going to shout somebody out, but or say something about somebody that came on yesterday, and it was just like, I was like, wait a minute, man. You said the F word every 3 words. It was the F word. Come on, man. I mean, can you? And this is on live stream, and I'm like, jeez, man.
I mean, there are other words to use,
It's okay to, just use it in part of a sentence, but
we can move past this, can't we? Like,
we're gonna move past it, but I'm just asking.
I mean, silver away.
Isn't that Hi-yo, silver? Oh, what is that? What's that from?
That was from Tonto and what?
Is it Long not Long John Silver, Long John Silver.
Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger. There you go.
Hi-yo, silver.
I was trying. I had the name in my head, but I couldn't.
Yeah,
I had a brain
Lone
fart.
Ranger.
Said it.
You guys have watched Brave Stars? You ever heard of it?
Not heard of it.
No, I haven't heard of it.
That's honestly surprising.
Have you heard of Flipper?
Nope.
That
Flipper,
movie,
that's the dolphin. That's the dolphin show, right?
Yep. What about I Love Lucy?
With the dolphin.
Or Lassie.
Dude, I
There
love
you go,
Lucy.
dude.
Or
Lily's
Gilligan's
Island.
Island.
Showing my age, right? Hey, if you don't know about vitamin and vegemin, then you gotta check it out.
Or how about Charlie Chaplin?
Of course. Who doesn't
Buster
know Charlie
Keaton.
Chaplin?
Buster Keaton.
Red
Nope,
Skeleton.
no idea. Nope.
Did you say skeleton?
Red Skeleton.
Skeleton. I thought you said skeleton. I was like, nah.
How sweet it is, Jackie Gleason.
Bang! Zoom!
What was one of the first talkies that was created? Oh shit! I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure not a lot of people know what talkies are.
I know what talkies are. It's just that I've never had one.
Not the chips. Not the chips talkies.
Then which one?
Talkies.
Walkie talkies.
Green Acres.
No, not walkie talkie.
Walkie talkies.
I don't know then.
Yeah, but when films were made, the silent film before the silent films were out of they weren't really being viewed, the shows were actually called talkies, and it's where they had sound in them.
Virgo Greg knew.
That's confusing.
Was it like early like sound porn, kind of like, hey, I got here's what I got, instead of silent video.
Bootlegged movie
I don't
because
know
it's got
about that.
sound
The
in
silent
it.
films only had music, but the
video.
talkies had music and the talking in it.
Ooh, that must have been hot.
Why, Bong? Why are you so quiet? It's not like you, man.
John,
You
It is
okay?
actually not him, like him.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I was
he said yes, he's okay.
It was a very solemn yes, too.
I was cooking, yes, and
He's cooking. What are you cooking, Bone?
Ain't good looking. What
What
you
is
got
what is
cooking?
those videos where
Yeah,
you
what
make
you
sound
got
when you're talking and you're like in the sexy voice and they're like everybody's like listening to it? It's like ear porn.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, why do they speak like that?
Who are you talking about?
You,
Me or-
Helio, that's what we're talking about.
I'm doing it on. Well, I do it on purpose, but also I do it on.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean,
I'm not trying to sell sex. How you doing?
What exactly are you talking about?
It's just
I
the
have
way
no
I
idea.
sound.
You, my sexy
It's
voice.
just how I talk everywhere I go.
It's just the way I talk. I mean, isn't it lovely? Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful?
Thank you, Helio. You know, Helio, how many times have I asked you to sing in this Discord channel? Thank you.
Anyway, what's up, Branch?
He has a wonderful voice.
What's up, man?
I think Branch got banned like 7 times yesterday when I was.
Were you guys like picking on him or something? Like,
yeah. Well,
Hey, gotta give it to him though. He calls Ranty out and tells Ranty when he's full of shit. Like I did listen to that from the last Friday night.
well,
Lights
you got to
Ranty.
give it to him, and he comes back. I mean, he loves us, man. That's why he's always back. I mean, Branch, yeah.
I mean, you know what? It's like a shit show. I just gotta watch.
See, it's so making each problem.
Why is it a shit show? I mean, it's just like all we're trying to do is show people that they're
Except for
wrong about
when
this
you're-
dumbass globe.
Except for when you're in the middle of stirring it, right?
so is Platypus not coming back either?
No, Platypus will be back. I don't know what happened to Platypus. I don't listen 24 hours a day. So did something happen to Platypus?
No, I thought he got like banned a couple times and then he came back and then
No. I was the first person to blame Platypus back in the day. I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah, he's around.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's like silver something or another, right?
Yeah, he's good. He's good. Platypus is good.
I think Brash needs to be silver, dude. He's been there way too long to not be silver.
Yeah, Platypus is fine. Anyway, so you guys want me to do some ASMR? I'm just playing.
Yes.
So welcome, Rihanna.
that's what it's called,
and
ASMR.
welcome, Joan of Arc. Both of you seem pretty honest. Welcome to the room. Welcome to the server. It's the first time I've
Yeah, I
spoken
wasn't
to any
trying
of
to
you. So.
avoid saying hi to you, Joan of Arc. I was just trying to say hi to everybody else that was in here before the new people.
The book of speaks.
I hope I didn't hurt your guys' feelings.
Wait, that's impossible. That's impossible. We don't get our feelings hurt.
Okay, good. That's good.
Let me
That's
get
good
my
to know.
tissue. Let me get my tissue, and I'll get back with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, good luck finding the tissues at Walmart. And people are buying that shit up like hotcakes.
Again?
This not now, but they
But
will.
the toilet paper or the tissue paper?
Either
Any.
one.
Any.
I wouldn't use tissue paper for my butt.
Oh,
What do they call?
it's softer. I mean,
Well,
if
you
you
would.
had
Oh
to, you
yeah, it's
would.
softer, but it goes right through the yeah. Your hand goes
Wait,
right
wait, wait.
through
Okay,
it.
so why is tissue paper
TMI.
called tissue paper?
Right.
Ooh, oh, that's a really good question.
It should have been called Kleenex.
Kleenex is a brand name.
Right. I was thinking of that after I said it.
We need a globe. Branch,
I ain't
why
gonna
is the
lie.
Earth? Why is your Earth a globe?
Yeah, no.
I don't know, but I
Don't
kind of
ask him
think
that.
like
Don't ask
tissue
him that.
sounds very close to the noise you make when you sneeze, right?
Achoo?
Yeah, but when you think of Tish,
Oh
It's
God.
It's the way it's made.
Mariona.
So why is your Earth a globe?
You can take
Maya,
photographs from space. That's big. That's
Maya,
Branch's
you're
big
asking
hang
me
up.
like
I want
my
to
Earth is
know.
different to your Earth.
Yeah, okay, Branch.
because water can
Why
bend.
why is Branch? Why is your or let me? Here's a better question.
I don't really care if the
Branch,
earth is flat or if it's
I
a
don't think
globe.
he gives a shit.
I'm
But
living. I'm
Branch,
going to do.
why is
Yeah.
your Earth globe or flat? I mean, do you have a shape of your Earth, or is there a shape involved, or you just love hanging out with globers and flatties talking about this shit? I mean, you really don't really care, do you, Branch?
I don't care. It doesn't affect me.
I was talking about Branch, but
Yeah,
Oh,
I
sorry,
guess
sorry.
you know what, I'll go with that too. I don't care. Really don't care.
you don't
Although,
because you love hanging out with flatties and
Yeah.
globies, right?
I just enjoy the show.
Welcome
Can we
to
not
the
talk to
show.
Branch? Can we just talk to someone else?
What is wrong?
Yeah, who was the girl that was talking a second ago? Shit.
Someone else speak up.
Hey guys, I have to go. I'll try coming back in half an hour.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Be safe. Bye bye.
No, you check it out.
No, she says she'll be back in like half an hour. She's probably gotta go to sun.
Yeah, I have a friend coming home, so I'll be back in like half an hour.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Good. We'll be here. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
24/7. Does that mean we have to talk to Branch?
Let's hope not.
No, dude. I'm actually not
Just
fucking.
kidding.
I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm just not sleepy. So
Under no circumstances do we ever have to talk.
We're
Under
never
no
required to talk to Branch.
hey, you know what? If I wanted to talk, you guys would love to talk to me. All right.
Yes, we love to talk to Branch. It's
You
so
will.
amazing every time.
It is. You know you love it, especially
You're a
Helio.
mirror. Branch is
Especially
the miracle.
Helio. Helio loves every conversation we've ever had. He loves it.
You know why I love every conversation we have? Because you make me look good. I ain't gonna lie.
Every conversation we have, Helio, yeah, you look real good.
Yeah, I know.
He's a good. You're a good wingman. Right? yeah.
I mean, it's all about perspective, right? It's all about perspective, isn't it?
Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess it's everyone else's perspective. We'll see. And you know, I always I have a bad reputation, so I can't. I'm trying to figure out if you have a worse reputation reputation than I have, so we'll see.
Much worse.
Come on, Branch. You gotta work your way up to my bad reputation. Come on, man.
Yeah, if I gave a fuck, I would.
Hey,
Well,
I'll steal her answer. All right.
Oh shit, I do kind of give a fuck. So I guess
That's
you're
her answer, not your answer. Yeah. So just
not. Who's in here?
Yeah, who's her?
get your own answer.
Wait, who's her?
The girl that was just here, the woman that was just
Yeah,
here.
The,
well,
the Indian one or the other one?
to go.
The Indian woman.
Did we run her off?
No.
No.
All right, cool. So
He
who's
did.
next?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Hey,
I actually wonder how that one's gonna turn out. Like, I wonder if you guys can turn her into a flat earther.
Nobody
She won't
here.
get no
Hey,
call.
Branch. In case you're, if you, I really hate when people say you're going to convert someone into a flat earther. Nobody here, and after this much time, nobody here is trying to convert anyone into a flat earther.
Turn her. Turn like what? Turn her.
Nobody here inside this server, out of the thousands of flat earthers, nobody's trying to convert someone to flat earth. We're bringing information that you might not have heard before, and you're like, "Wow, that's."
It just means it's a belief system. What when you say something like that, turn her.
Yeah, dude.
You just say belief system. You know.
Branch. It makes me want to kick your ass when you say some bitch.
Turn her.
Nobody here. And I'll tell you what,
exactly
all of
what-
us say the same thing. Every single person, moderators, gold, silver, every flat earther, when they come in and say, "Hey, nobody here is trying to convert you to flat earth. We're just helping you to open your eyes."
Another big thing too is like when you got these people who say, "I used to be flat Earth." I'm like, bullshit.
Yeah,
Right?
there ain't no such thing.
Yeah. And number one, even if it was true, someone says, "Well, they did change their mind." Flat Earth is not an airport or a train station. No departures or arrivals are necessary to announce. You know?
Yeah. Exactly, bro.
I'd be curious.
I feel curious.
That's pretty funny. Yeah.
Hey, there is a such thing as that. I'm flat Earth curious, right? Dude, we should freaking advertise.
That should be a role.
No.
Yeah, I'm
I don't-
flat Earth curious. Yeah, that
Oh,
should
man,
be
that-
instead of
that-
on the fence. It should be flat Earth curious.
Hey, that was pretty good, but don't make it sound gay, man.
I know, but it might as well be. It's just like what you're on the fence. Why?
That is fucking great, though. I'm gonna say
Yeah,
that.
well,
Man. It's way better than on the fence.
Well, hang on. Chaos is asking for a row, and look, I'm not trying to get you row. I just want to know, like, so what? You know the Earth is flat? How do you know that the Earth is flat?
He's gonna say like what?
No,
Does he have a voice? Oh, there you go. I'm
just
sorry.
had
Go
to,
ahead.
yeah, I just had to get things squared away. I'm kind of like on and off because I got a dog that will bark at anything.
Yeah, I did kind of call you out, but
Hey, we like dogs.
So do I. So anyways, yeah, by my own personal observation, so I've been in construction for 35 years until I was hit by a dump truck back in 2019, and now I got a little bit of brain damage.
Oh,
So
sorry.
I worked a lot of jobs and a lot of different trades, and some of the trades that I did a lot of concrete, so much concrete. And I mean, I've done road sections, parking lots. I've used a lot of the tools that they use to measure things with. And I never normally put two and two together, but all the lies over the past decade or so that, you just pick up on, you just know, or are false, and yet they try to spin their narrative to it. And I'm just like, okay, well, I just don't trust anything that they say. So the only way to figure it out is me. You know, I'm the only one that can look out. You know, I live in Florida. I can look out in the Gulf of Mexico. I ain't seen nothing drop.
So you've done concrete surveying, asphalt, and everything, and you use surveying tools, and never had to consider the curvature, and then you're near the goal.
Never. I went to ITT Technical Institute, learned computer-aided drafting and design. At no point in time ever was the curvature of the Earth ever taken into consideration.
Is this your first time to the server here?
I've been here for a couple of days.
All right, cool. So have you talked to Meme? He's a concrete man, and there's a couple of admins here and moderators that have been. I mean, they've been doing concrete and asphalt for freaking decades.
Yeah, check back with us in about a week or two. You need to be here for at least a week or two before.
No,
you
I
get
mean,
Flat
let's
Earth
hear,
Road.
let's hear the rest of your
Would
story,
you-
bro.
would you
Man,
say-
But yeah, I
sounds
mean, I
like-
want to
sounds
hear
like
it.
you're
I
right
was,
here, bro.
he was asking for a road, though. I wanted to explain to him, you know, that if you don't get it, it's not because, like, you have to be here for a couple of weeks. So,
Would you say
but,
you're
but yeah,
actually curious?
but yeah, share with us, like, okay, so you said you've done that work, and you've never had to take curvature into consideration, and then so you know that they're lying. And so outside of that, what else is there? Like, what kind of observations and what kind of experiences have you had? What kind of observations have you done?
10,000 feet out of an airplane, skydiving. I
Oh,
actually
that's
have the video, which is pretty crazy because I paid for the video when I did the jump. It was a tandem jump, and I saw zero curvature. But it's so funny because in the video you can see it, and there's just no way that was there when I was coming out of that plane.
Oh, so it was a fisheye lens camera.
Right.
They recorded you. Oh, yeah. That's so wicked, you know, because you paid to have something real recorded, your own experience, and they faked it. You know?
Exactly.
Fake curvature.
Yeah.
I mean, like when you use a fisheye lens, it's not faking curvature. It's just giving you your closest experience, right? And because it's not like they don't design fisheye lenses to fake your experience. It's just to make it look more real as it's, you know, right in front of your face. So, I mean, when you jump out of an airplane at 10,000 feet, that's not, they're not saying, here's the curvature of the Earth. It's really just to give you your best experience. Here's what it looks like. I mean, it's obviously a fisheye lens. I mean, here, and they'll give you the video after you. It's like, yes, this is badass. And, you know, obviously, you're not going to see the curvature from 10,000 feet. But anyway, I just want to point that out.
Well, I mean, it's just for me, it's like I didn't visually see any curve, me personally. But then,
yeah.
As soon as I look at that video, I'm just like, that is not where I was. That is not what I saw.
Well, let me ask you. When you did this, when you did, what was it, skydiving? You jumped out of a plane. When you did this,
Yeah.
and you remember what you saw, like at the time that you did it, were you already aware of the flat Earth? Were you looking into it? Were you already questioning it, or were you reflecting back on an experience you had before you came to the knowledge of flat Earth?
No, actually, I was. I mean, I had thought about flat Earth, and I had, as far as my religious beliefs, led me always to believe in a flat Earth. But then, of course, I was taught differently, and I tried to rationalize it, through the Bible as to how that could be. If it wasn't what creation says it is, then what is going on? And I've always had those questions. And
So but that incident and your recollection of what you saw when you jumped, like the time that when you jumped out of the plane, was that before you started questioning, or was it after? I'm asking for a reason, because there's a psychological effect. Like, if you expect to see something, you'll see it even if it's not there. And I'm just wondering if you were already questioning it when you jumped out of the plane, or if you were like recalling an experience that you had before you started questioning.
No, I definitely was not questioning, and to be honest, I'm not really interested in the answer. I'm more interested in them just coming clean one way or the freaking other,
I'm
and then
thinking.
how the people take that and go with it.
I'm thinking he heard it before, like in your spirit, you heard it before. I mean, like I did when I was a young man. I heard the call. I mean, it wasn't flat, but when they started teaching me evolution and stuff, I heard that calling. It's like, this is not how creation came
Right.
about.
The only reason I was asking him was, like, I was just trying to get some more circumstantial, I guess you could say, evidence to support the psychological effect that can be, like, so if he was already questioning it, and he was already, like, had came to the knowledge of flat Earth when he jumped, and he didn't see it, like that, because some people, like, there is that effect where people that look out, like, they think they're seeing something that's not there, just because psychologically and subconsciously they're expecting to see it, even if it's not there. So yeah, I was just kind of like prodding to see if
Right, and I get where you're going, and to be perfectly honest, I watched the video many times prior to my, what you would call, my enlightenment of flat Earth, or just in general the lies that have been put out there. This is just another one. I mean, this is, to me, the most insignificant, although it could be the precursor to all the rest. But I looked at that video many times, and at no time was I looking for flat or curve or anything. But it wasn't until after I'm in this flat Earth realm that I'm like, okay, let me go back and look at that video, because I know what I saw in the video. And at the park at the time, I have zero fear. I've worked on skyscrapers, stuff like that, so I have like zero fear.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
So I was telling dude, let's get crazy on the way down as fast as we can. And he was like, okay, we'll do spins. So he starts spinning us in friggin' place, and it's just horizon as I'm spinning in friggin' place, and I'm just like, And,
so you
and I
you
know
just
that.
noticed that what you experienced and what you saw in real life didn't
I
match
was
what the video
soaking that.
revealed.
Yeah, I was
Right.
soaking that in.
Hey,
Soaking
y'all.
it in.
Cool.
Hello.
Hey, Jose.
Oh,
I
I
see
went,
Jose jumped in.
I went to the other place where you said they're definitely having a good discussion about, gas pressure. These guys acting so retarded, but anybody want to have a good conversation, I could definitely go to where Truthville sent me.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. It's like they're it's just the only thing that I ask is, like I've said before, I don't know if there's any new people that's jumped into the chat, like, just like we expect people to respect the rules here, like, just kind of respect their rules when you go over there.
Or are you talking about where we were earlier tonight?
Yeah, they seem to be on the same journey. Like, even though it's not centered around flat Earth, a lot of the admins and a lot of the people in there are flat Earthers, and they're on a search for truth. Like, but they're more in the realm, like the server's built in more in the realm of all the different belief systems. Like, so you can take whatever belief system that you want to, as far as, whether it's religion or whatever philosophy. But it's, whether you're into Hinduism, Buddhism, atheism, or whatever, like all of that. But it is pretty cool place.
We're gonna do a flat Earth talk on that server on Saturday night. So we want to pick two of the best, and they're gonna pick and we're gonna help them pick four of the worst, I guess, globies. And we're gonna pick two of the best flat Earth, and then 4 of the worst, I guess, because there's no 4 best globe side. And we'll do a show Saturday night. This
Which
Saturday.
server is this? Which server?
The server is unfiltered theological. Hold on, unfiltered theological discourse V2. I'll post the link, or somebody else should probably do it. But anyway, but yeah, I was actually like 2v2, and they were like, I went in there, and the admins are freaking flat earthers, and they're like, how about 2v4? And I was like, all right, cool. Let's set up a 2v4 Saturday night. And so,
Hey, I gotta say though, you know who's been killing it on the flat Earth scene is Crit.
yeah, Crit's doing great. So, but
Dude,
I mean,
like,
hold
last
on,
time-
but
last time I checked, he had like 400 people listening to him, just talking about flat Earth and shit.
Crit's
Oh
killing
yeah.
it, bro. Yeah, Crit's freaking badass. I mean, he's all over the place, bro. But anyway, so Saturday night we're gonna have a special, and it's gonna be at the beginning, 2 flat earthers. I don't know if they're gonna find 4 globe earthers that would be worth a shit. But anyway, we'll get a couple in there, and they're going to be talking to us in. I won't be one of the flat earthers. I'm just going to live stream it. So we have 3 days to work it out. And we're gonna work all this stuff out.
Do we have any globe tards that we can use?
If you could find any
Hold
that's
on. Globe tars that we can use. We don't want to use globe tars. We want honest.
it's like they have a purpose, right?
Look, they have a purpose. This is like,
Purpose.
well,
They
it's
get
like
defeated and
who
moved.
was this asshole that was just in here, just trying to take advantage of the entire stream right now? It's like I couldn't give a shit whether the Earth is flat or not. I know it's a globe because fucking NASA is.
Who are you talking about?
obviously- I don't know. All the assholes that believe this. Anyway, no, there was someone just anyway.
No, we'll find some. They're out there. We'll find some.
Doesn't matter. I mean, we only need 2 flat tards versus 4 globe tards. I mean, that's the format we agreed upon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. 2 flat tards versus 4 globe tards. That's the format that we're gonna do Saturday night.
But we want like a Glover that actually has already seen, like that has seen it and knows, like knows a little bit about it or whatever. We don't. It doesn't need to, like not like the one that was over there just a little while ago, right? Because he had
It's like
never even seen the
all of
information.
the flat tards know everything, so it's like we need 2 good globe tards because most of the flat tards already know all the shit, right? So we just need 2 good globe tards to run their ass in there, and then we can pick. I mean, 2 good flat tards for globe tards, right? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what it is.
Is Leo gonna be able to do it?
I'm not sure. I haven't contacted him yet. Yeah, and I'll be there listening and monitoring, but I won't be one of them unless I have to, which I don't want to. So it'd be like 2 flat tards, 4 globe tards. Boom, shalak lot.
Win.
All right, so that's going to be Saturday on
8
what's the name of the
Eastern
server?
Standard Time. Unfiltered Theological Discourse.
Unfiltered Theological Discourse
Yeah, I dropped a link in
server.
the live stream voice text.
All right, so we're gonna have to do some work.
Oh, and
Wait,
by
do
the
you
way, Chaos wasn't asking for a flat Earth row. He just informed me that he was, like when he said Effie Curious, he was wondering if there could be a row called Effie Curious, and if there could be a row like that, he wanted it. So that's what he was saying.
That's
Wait,
Just to
Helio, would
clarify.
you like me?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not comfortable with giving a role like that. I ain't
Well, I
gonna
mean,
lie.
that's cool. I just wanted to
I don't think we should.
I just wanted to relay the
Saying.
message and
Hey,
clarify.
Helio.
Well,
Would you like me to give
it could be
the
introduced as a joke, but if it becomes too popular, I don't think it should be introduced. But yeah, what's up?
would you like me to give the partner ad for unfiltered? Like what partner?
Well, you guys okay, so like he told you before, it'd be up to the admins would have to
Yeah,
like you'd have to wait
add
give
it. I
time
can't
to
add it.
talk to the
That's what I'm
admin.
saying. I'm not
but
an admin, so I can't add it.
Right, but since you guys were already under the same name, like you guys were already a VIP
Yeah, you said
partner, and
one of the
that
other
Discord server is no longer valid, and this is the new one, I'm sure there wouldn't be any problem with it, right? But I can't make that decision, so you just have to wait until they can,
Yeah, you're gonna
talk
have
to one of the admins.
Yeah, you're gonna have to talk to one of the admins, mainly Indio.
And they can just replace it with your new one.
Yeah. If you talk to Indio
Right.
before, he might recognize you, and then you can.
Yeah, I have.
All right, cool. But if you haven't, then at least after this Saturday, then boom, we'll
If
you'll be
Indio's
right.
listening, it'd be cool if he could jump in and
He
chat about
might
it right
be.
now.
He's freaking late.
Maybe he's listening. Indio, if you're listening.
It's fucking 3:00 in the morning.
Indio days.
3:30 in the morning for him.
Remember the
He's
Indio
probably
days.
sleeping. But anyway, but yeah, we'll get you hooked up, and no big deal.
Okay, cool.
I already dropped a link to your server like 2 or 3 times.
I do remember the Indio
It'll be
days.
so fun. I think it'll be so fun. But I mean, I think with the with the flat Earth conversation, if it goes anything like it went tonight, like the first part of the conversation was awesome, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was good. It was good. And then
It was, and what I can appreciate about it is
freaking asshole jumped in, and it was just
yeah. Well, I mean, you get those, right? I mean, we get those here, they're everywhere. But what I can appreciate is they're on the in search for the same journey as we are, like looking for the truth, even though it's not centered around flat Earth. It's like they still. I mean, lying is against the rules there. So if they catch you in a lie, it's like boom, that's it.
Hey,
it's like I can appreciate that.
You know what was really cool about that? That gave me an idea about how this was going to happen this weekend. That was freaking awesome. And because, for this to happen, it's going to happen good. It's going to be good. It may last 2 or 3, 4 hours. And then it's going to be really good. And we'll promote each other's servers, get a lot of people involved.
Oh yeah,
have
this is
a
gonna
lot
be a
of
fun
fun
debate.
this weekend. It's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun. It just kind of gave me an idea of like who knows about this server, who's going to be involved. It's like a lot of people that know about the server on Wednesday night. It was like, oh, you guys are talking to flat earthers. When we hit it Saturday, boom, everybody is like, flat earth, what the fuck are you talking about? Ooh. Woo! It's gonna be freaking flat earth. It's gonna be flat earth extraordinaire. We're gonna have freaking we're gonna have a lot of people watch it. Crazy. So anyway, I've been doing this shit a while. I know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be fun.
It's not your first rodeo, is it, Helio?
And in my first rodeo, it's like, I mean, I know, he's like, don't curse on my radio. Don't
And then
curse on
Helio's
my
like,
channel.
he would start to say something. He's like,
I,
he just,
I
and
ain't
he goes,
gonna, I ain't
listen.
gonna
He's like, well,
curse.
he's like, he'll instead of saying the curse word, he'll go blank. So it's like he's saying he's saying something, and he's like, won't you just blank the? And I'm like, what did you fill in the blank, dude?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, that's why I was like, "Who do you want to be on here?" Because I don't want to be. I don't even want to be on there. I just want to host it.
Yeah, why don't you go blank off?
I'm gonna blank the fuck off. I'm gonna blank the fuck off of the
It's so
fucking
funny.
radio show. It's like,
That was hilarious because it's like, and no, it was so organic. Like when you said it, you should be there.
I don't know what to say. Dude, I vote for Crit. Let's get Crit up in there.
well, kind of see. It's like
Well,
the
everybody
way
can
we
join
kinda
in,
said-
right? But
I mean,
it's like,
hold on. Me and Troop of Veils are setting up who's going to be the flat earthers with these guys that are globers for about an hour, and then it's just like free for all, right?
I mean, they're not really Globers, though, right? They're just people. They're not like people that know about.
No, dude, the admins on this server are freaking globers. I mean, flat earthers. They're flat.
well,
No, I
bite
mean,
your
like,
tongue.
I'm talking about like the 4 people that they're gonna bring to debate you guys or talk to you guys. They're just 3 people in the room, right?
They're actually kind of naked. Don't even. I mean, it's just like this is a kind of a new thing to them. I don't know why I'm talking about this.
So this is how they said it's going to be. They have a room that's like it's an actual like debate room, like with a stage
I
center or
want to
whatever.
grow their
The
server. I
stage
want to
room.
grow their server because they're actually flat earthers.
Yeah, so they have like a stage room that you can go in, and only everybody's muted except for the ones that are engaging. And then once they finish, it's like it's going to be open for open discussion. But they're not going to during the debate. It's like they don't want it to be like so formal that it's boring. So they're going to allow like certain within certain parameters, some liberties there, right? So it can still be interesting. They don't want it to be all draggy and boring. And then after that, they're going to move it up into the other room where it's going to be open to where but if you want to jump in, like if you're in that room and you want to jump in, like there's some you can click on it and it will let them know that you want to jump in, and then so everybody can actually participate.
Here's what the format's going to be. It's going to be like a couple of globies debating with. This is kind of new to them, so we're going to have a couple of globers debating with a couple of the flat earthers on the newbie server, and they're going to talk to them for a while, and then we'll open their format and our format to the thing.
So,
I'm still working this out in my mind because it's kind of like, because after talking to them tonight, I didn't realize how many flat earthers were in their server because
so
I haven't
anyone
met that many people before.
anyone interested, just hit me and Helio up and let us know that way, because we're gonna go back and talk to him again tomorrow evening after Helio gets off work and then hash out like some of the details. So we're looking for the people, and anyone interested, like just hit us up so that we know. If you're a Glober, let us know you're going to defend the globe. If you're a flat earther, of course we know all the flat earthers, so we would know that you're defending the flat earth, right? So
you know what's really funny about this? Truth of Veils is like people are probably getting excited. It's like, hey, I want to go in there and fuck with them about their freaking live stream. But their live stream is gonna be our live stream and their stream.
And then sometime or another, like Josiah, you can get like the people of that server, like sometime or another, if we have an event, then you guys can all come over here for for that event. Or even if we're not, it's like if you wanted to have one over here, we could.
You know what's really cool about that is it's always been that way. It's Milky Way, the Milky Way galaxy.
Milky Way.
Am I on my live stream right now?
You're in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, if that's what you mean.
Yep. And
okay.
I when I said it's Milky Way galaxy and it rolled back around, I was right about that. And so yes, I intended that to happen. The Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah, I was just thinking of the candy bar when you said that. That's why I got tickled, because Milky Way, and then you think, well, they also have the Mars bar, But anyway. Brainwashing, mental programming.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Well, they gave that to me. I didn't invent that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'll tell you what, when we do it won't be a debate. It'll be a talk with ignorant people about this idea of space on Saturday. Then it'll be fun. It'll be like candy bars.
Yeah, you can choose. Which one do you want? You want the Milky Way or the Mars bar or the Payday?
Yeah, the Payday. Yeah.
Or the Zero bar.
Snickers. Get a zero. Because
anyway,
we all know space doesn't exist.
Well, now you know what the snacks in the back will be.
The bathrooms to the right, freaking snacks. All that shit.
We're having too much fun with this.
Well, it's like, hey, and it's like when I jump into a room like I did tonight, and it's like I talk to people, it's like, did you say this? I was like, yeah, I said that. And they're like so incredulous, and I'm like, wait, are you thinking that I don't know something about something? It's like, yes, I definitely do know what you're talking about, but why would you be so incredulous? Or your attitude is just like makes me want you to punch you in the mouth, which I won't do because that would send me to jail. But I can't do it virtually.
Okay, we have someone in here on the fence, Helio. If you mind if I ask? Okay, I thought they were in here for a while. I actually thought they were.
Ever interrupt me, please?
I thought they were a flat earther, and then I clicked on their name, and they're on the fence. So Sasha Ivanov. I don't even know how to say that. Sasha, what's got you on the fence? Or okay, so I want to ask you this instead. What actually caused you to question it and made you start questioning the heliocentric model to begin with?
Tell us your story.
And then we could get into what's on the fence. Well, he may not want to talk, so I don't want to seem pushy.
I don't necessarily want to talk, but I want to hear people's stories.
Yeah, it'd be cool. I like hearing them too.
You know what? People want the action film thing. Come on, tell us your story.
Who?
Well, he might be away from his keyboard. I don't know.
Somebody was trying to talk.
It was Josiah. So tell us your story, Josiah. How did you come to Flat Earth?
Well, I was.
And how long have you been into it?
I've been into it around, I'd say, let me think. Probably I got into it 2020 June. 2020 of June. Yeah. And I found it. I was seeking truth, of course. I was born Catholic, left Catholicism, became atheist for 2 years, and then got extremely depressed and went through a ton of stuff in my life. I'm like, I need to find truth. Started seeking truth. I started researching multiple religions, and I was starting to figure out stuff about Christianity, secret societies. I found it very interesting.
Oh, so that means you were never atheist, right?
Well, yeah.
Sorry,
And then,
yeah. But anyway,
Nah, he was never atheist.
yeah.
And then I was seeking truth, and then I came across Slave of Christ, which was Chris, last year. He taught me about the flat earth and way more other stuff with his website. Figured out was true. After that, I prayed about Jesus, had a dream about Jesus, and that's basically it.
So after you
That's not
after
it.
you
So
after
what
you
did
had after you had the dream and you said the prayer and you said like okay, so you saw the information that Slave of Christ shared with you. So to solidify it so that you would know and have your own experience, is there any observation that you did yourself?
Well, I went on an airplane, right? I saw sun dogs in the sky, right? And that can only happen with the sunlight reflecting off the firmament, right? I saw that. You know the moon experiment, the moon gets colder if it's in the
Yeah.
moonlight. I did that experiment. I thought that was very interesting. I did that like last, yeah. Also, it was like actually like 3 weeks after I was taught all this, because it was like, I would say 4 weeks after Slave of Christ told me the information, because I started looking into it on my own, researching into it on my own to see if it was actually true, because I'm just not gonna just trust whatever I see. And then, yeah, this, oh yeah, and also, just observation itself, seeing no curvature, and seeing how random it would be that the sun and the moon are the same size from our perspective, all of that.
Yeah. Earth itself doesn't display temperature.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to clear my throat in everyone's ear. I thought I was muted.
Yeah, it was pretty loud. I'm just messing.
Probably was.
It was.
It's my bad. Forgive me. But okay, so you saw the moonlight got colder, and then like is there any other observations that you did, or any other like in real life? Other than just like, okay, so I understand all that other stuff, and then the moonlight being cold, but just like, did you look over bodies of water, or
Yeah, I was
just
just about to say that. I went to the Oregon coast, look at the beach on the glass beach, and then no curvature at all. And also while doing that, there was like a big container ship that was going way far away. It started dipping down. I just got a camera, zoomed in on it, and went back into perspective, which just shows that it's just due to our perspective. I also did
cool, yeah.
What else? I mean,
Hey man, I
rainbows.
appreciate you sharing your story. I really do.
Yeah, a lot of people don't actually come in here and share details about these
Oh yeah, I'm open about it.
experiences. Yeah, cool, man. I appreciate you sharing that.
But that, and then rainbows, just looking at a rainbow basically proves we're in a dome. Also,
You know what did it for me? That the very first thing was the sun.
stars.
Like
Zooming
knowing
on
that
the
the sun was
star.
local. Yeah.
That's what I did. I zoomed on a star with my sister's camera, dude. That was weird. And it looked like the images like the wheels spinning within wheels, those lights. So weird. That was
The
crazy.
wheels in the sky keep on turning.
They definitely do.
Yo, I've actually never thought about that. How they say that in the song?
Yeah.
Wheels in the sky keep on turning.
Yeah, with the pictures you've taken, the images you've shown, think about that song and watch.
Whoa. I've
Yeah,
never
and then
thought about that.
think about this too. If you're able to take a camera and zoom in on something, is it like it's impossible for it to be trillions of light years away?
Oh yeah, that's it. There's no, even from our own eyes, there's no way we can see a star billions and billions and billions of light years away.
Wheels in
Was
the
it
sky
ELO
keep
or
on
Journey?
turning.
What was that, Chaos?
That's trippy. I've never even thought about that.
Was
The
that
song said that.
ELO or was it Journey?
Don't know
Or
what
No,
I'll be tomorrow.
it's ELO, isn't it?
I don't know. Here, I
think
thought it
it's
was Journey,
ELO.
wasn't it?
It is Journey.
Oh, it is Journey. My bad.
Yeah.
Journey. Yeah, it's freaking bro. You can pause that shit. It doesn't move. You turn it back on. You hit play. The wheels in the sky keep on turning. Now, people will come across this information and say, "Well, how does flat Earth compare to globe Earth? How can you explain the patterns of the heavens, with the globe Earth, flat Earth?" It's like you're looking at the same goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm.
So why are you saying that it only works on one model? What?
And they're probably trying to tell us Journey there, like their cover, the picture of their cover. Probably trying to. There's probably truth in that too. Probably,
Dude,
trying to tell us something. You think?
The flat earthers have
Oh, yeah,
tears
totally.
in their eyes while the globe earthers are just gloating, acting like they have the freaking fuck yeah, we got the globe and the sun centered universe is like, you ain't got shit. The wheels in the sky keep on turning. Same shit over and over. You ain't got shit. Take the tears out of your eyes, you freaking assholes. Pardon my French and continue, ladies and gentlemen.
Funny.
It's not funny. It's fucking sad.
Isn't
Yeah,
there a song
that is
called
pretty sad, actually.
"Tears of Jupiter" too, or something like that? Or maybe there's not.
Girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider. Boys go to Mars.
Jupiter. What the fuck is Jupiter?
Jupiter.
Well, don't even get me started on Jupiter because that's a different story.
It's stupider.
Yeah, I know, right? Ball, so it's just don't even get me started on Jupiter. Hey, did you agree with my story about or my explanation of the shit? Bong, did that make any sense, or am I just making an ass of myself?
No, makes sense. Yeah.
All right, cool. So it's like people just realize you can tell a story about the heavens, but no. I mean, just tell us. I mean, you could tell a story about fucking Santa Claus. What the fuck? It's like Earth is Earth. It always has been Earth. Sun, moon, and stars, Jupiter, freaking Saturn, Mars, Venus. All that shit is just moving around us. We don't. Earth has never had to move. Never will move. There's no reason for us to consider that would ever move. I mean, Saturn, all the stories of the heavens, they're stories for us. I mean, they're actually for us. The history of, the patterns of heavens, they're for us. Earth has never moved, ever.
Yeah,
Earth
you're
is
right.
stationary.
Wait, ever?
Ever. Earth has never, ever moved. Earth hasn't moved one iota.
Wait, are you trying to say that the Earth doesn't move?
Hey, I think I'm trying to say, and should I reiterate that I say that Earth itself never, ever in one iota moves. The stars, the sun, moon, and stars move above the heavens, and there are ceremonies practiced throughout centuries that notice that the sun, moon, and stars move, but the Earth never moves.
Okay, shield. We have a shield in the room. that's their name actually, shield. So shield, if you'd like to have a row, hop up into the VC check-in, and when I see you go, I'll follow you up there. We'll hook you up with a row. Well, they left. I thought they went up there. Django's up there though.
It's really interesting. There was someone in the chat earlier that had a question about.
Oh, check this video out too. It's hang on, let me grab it. I saw it posted in Brandon's server, and I just think it's really cool. It kind of like it's a good. Well, here I'll just
What?
post it.
After all this time,
Check it out, Helio. It's like I could think of a lot of demonstrations that maybe someone could try to do with a little demonstration like that. Like with I don't know. I just think it's cool. So I was just sharing it. I really don't know, like what it would. It doesn't really prove anything. It's just a cool demonstration to look at.
do you know what video that you're talking about yet? Can you DM it to me, because I don't know which one you're talking about.
Sure.
Oh shit! Now I'm looking in the wrong room. Is it in live stream voice text? Hold on.
I DM'd it to you.
Check.
Globers, come out wherever you are. Don't know. I'm gonna go find some. I'll be back in a bit.
You're gonna find some Globers?
Yeah. I'm gonna go find some Globers.
Where are you gonna go find them?
Globers. Go rustle them up. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I like that video. Holy shit! Where'd you find?
I shall return.
So, video playing on shit. I love that name. Levitating top. Levitating top in a smoke bubble. It's pretty freaking cool. It's pretty freaking cool. Who does that? It was a cool video. Still alive. Y'all motherfuckers must be desperate. Wednesday night. So, since we're here, if you have any low birth proofs, bring that on. You can show them to us right now. Just come on in the 24/7 Live Earth. Live Earth. 27 Live. Flat Earth. Discord Live. Bring that shit on it. Where's your low birth proofs? Bring it on down. Should we make this a game show where we can be like, hey, should it be like a flat Earth plinko like they used to have? It's like drop a little thing, be like plink 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 plink, boom flat, boom globe. It's like if the Earth was a globe, why are we still here? It's not because we're ignorant or dumb. You can call us disbelievers, but we could also just throw it right back on you and say, you're believers. So show us the evidence and then we will believe. So where are we going to find this evidence for the globe Earth? Show it to us.
I got one for you.
You got one? You got some globe Earth proof?
Well, this is what was just earlier presented.
Okay, go ahead.
Globe, no flat earther has any education and will never have a PhD.
Hold on, they have education. I wouldn't take that away from them.
So I said, I know on this server, flat earth PhD. And the guy said, no, I don't. I'm like, can you imagine me talking to somebody? I know I've talked to someone who has a PhD in biochemistry, who's a member of this server, and some dude telling me I haven't done that as his only proof of the globe. That's what the level of bullshit it takes. They have to completely rewrite.
You know
their
what? You know
version
what?
of reality.
The sad part is that they admit to that, and they don't really have any solid evidence. So that's, and the saddest part is that they won't submit to it. They think that we're the ones that are just resisting and we're lying and we don't believe what they believe, right? I mean, when it comes right down to what, am I wrong about this, Crit, or am I missing the point?
Yeah, because this is what it came down to. That he says he doesn't believe that I've talked to a flat earther PhD, and I'm like, I give zero fucks what you believe or don't believe. None, like less than the absolute zero. I could care less. What I think is funny is that you think I would believe you and then change my worldview and be like, oh, I must not have talked to anybody.
Yeah. Didn't I just do the same fucking rant just a minute ago? Yeah. To be honest, it's sad. I mean, I want to shed tears on this. It's fucking sad to me.
Hey, I'm a Glover. Tell me what I'm missing.
Should we tell you why you should cry over this?
I don't know. I'm here.
All right, so you're here, and you think the Earth is a globe because
now I'm just kidding.
No, sir. Well, I mean, all of us. I mean,
I'm just kidding, mate.
No, okay, my bad. Anyway, but you hear what me and Crit were just saying. I mean, we've talked to people that will come in here and defend the globe, with heartiness, right? They'll be like, "Hey, here's this," and then we'll expose the same things that they will bring up, with solidity. They will say, "Here's why they think the Earth is a globe." We'll say, "Boom, this is this," and it's like it's not like we didn't know. It's not like we didn't know.
And it might have a globe on the top. I think the Earth is flat, and it might have a globe on the top. Does that make me a glober?
This doesn't make you a glober. What I'm saying is we can show them that we all observe the same thing. We can say there's no globe, there's no flat. It's just Earth. If you believe this, I can show you why you think the Earth is a globe, but it's obviously not. And if you think, well, you think the Earth is flat because of this, I was like, I used to think the Earth is flat, and I can show you why you think the Earth is flat, but it's obviously not. So we're all thinking the same thing, but but that's Earth. You know, if when you go out into space, if you go out into space and think balls are
I think
spinning
the Earth
around the
is many
universe.
things. You know.
Well, Earth, no,
Yeah.
Earth is one thing. This is our realm. Now, see, this is where when you try to show me Earth as a planet, the third rock from the sun, and you try to show me, yeah, see, and then you try to show me, you know, that the universe expands and moon and everything are outside of Earth's realm, then we're talking about something else. So anyway, then we're going to get into some spiritual argument.
This is where we live.
Yeah.
It's nice and flat. It might have a dome on the top. I don't know. I don't know whether it was.
Yeah. See, this is why that's why I wanted to say Earth is this. It's like, you know, I mean, Earth with gravity. What's the? I mean, it's just like people. You have to really kind of baby steps, I guess, but because people want the Earth to be the third rock from the sun, which obviously it's not. You know,
I don't want it to be the third rock from the sun.
I know you don't want it to be, but
yeah,
a lot of
I
people
mean,
do. You know, it's going to take a long time for us to get out of this.
Whoever made this place made it nice for us, and
sure, but it's going to take a very long time for us to work through this paradigm. Now, you know, and I hope as many people, you know, that are part of, you know, this server and you know, the YouTube channel, everyone involved here and other people in different servers that are, you know, interacting with us here. We don't need them to tell us what Earth is. We already know. We experience Earth. We don't need them to tell us, you know, that we need to do anything with anything. We don't. But anyway, that's my opinion. I mean,
for me, it's kind of nice to know, you know, what.
Oh
where
yeah,
we
definitely
are.
be aware. Definitely be aware.
Yeah,
pay
I mean,
attention,
I would like to know how it was done.
Oh well, you're never going to figure that shit out. I promise you.
I know. Yeah, I mean, it's good. Yeah, I mean, it's like a nice feeling, like. I
mean, it's like, hey,
someone's made it for us.
Creation happened, and it's like, thank you, God, right? You know, but hey, there's some like creation is amazing, interesting, but what's happening now is very interesting, and I think there's something important that people that are aware should pay attention to. The history of it can give you clues.
Because they want to know how it was done.
Yeah, history of Earth can give you clues to how we can help humanity in the future, and yes, of course, we should all pay attention to all of that. Yeah, of course. Yep. Totally down with
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely amazing. You know, when I look at things and I just
Yes.
look around and it's just amazing.
I agree. Earth is amazing. It's a beautiful place. Every single day I see Earth, I just discover something more fantastic. It's so freaking.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with me is certain people that are here have tried to muck it up, and that makes me sad. You know.
Hey, but how are you going to? You can't destroy the creator, right? So it's just do the best you can to continue. Find your calling and just keep going. Earth is amazing.
Yeah, like sort of like some people, they're sort of like they've ruined it, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's like it still goes on, you know.
I agree with that. Be patience and perseverance.
All right, so here's this guy's response. He wants to know the full name of Flat Earth PhD so he can look up his dissertation and then read it. And I'm like, dude, there ain't nothing wrong with wanting, right? Like I'm gonna just randomly dox a member of a Discord server so you can pretend like you can't find something and then say it's not real.
Dude, I mean, everything that Flat Earth PhD has said, we're going to say the same thing, Like, why even? I mean, not to take anything away from him, but I learned so much from him when he was here, but there's almost nothing that he would say that we wouldn't say about.
Yeah, the only thing that they're saying is their full claim of the globe. There's not anybody with a PhD in flat Earth. Not one person. It doesn't
Dude,
exist.
he spent a lot of time here. He can go back on our freaking YouTube channel and freaking look him up, and he was here for a long time. You don't need his freaking docs. I mean, just go, if you want to hear what he had to say, go back and look it up. I mean, it's going to take a long time for you to find him, but he was here for freaking several weeks. Just listen to it. Why are people so dumb, Crit? Why are people so dumb?
The whole thing is somehow I predict he thinks he's shit testing me somehow. Like I claimed it, so I have to prove it. I go, no, you claimed it. You claim there's no father's PhD, and I know that's a lie. And you're gonna try to gaslight me into thinking that there's,
That's right. Just like why I dox myself, because I don't give people know I'm not dumb, so I just dox myself. I'm like, nigga, you think I'm dumb? Where's the dumb? Who's dumb? Where's the dumb? Dumb, dumb, dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Like, I ain't dumb. Anyway, nobody can dox me, man. I'm freaking open. So anyway, but Flat Earth PhD, he was out there for for a long time, and anything that he said, we're gonna back up. We already know. We learned a lot from him. I mean, I miss it, man. I actually miss a lot of his information, and so I learned a lot from him. So whenever you ask a dumb question, about chemistry, we're gonna freaking say the same thing that he would say. Like, where's Flat Earth PhD? Like, he's right here because he's gonna say the same fucking thing that we would say because he taught us. Yeah, I like Flat Earth PhD. I miss him. Shout out to Flat Earth PhD. If he's listening.
Yeah,
Hello.
you're in our hearts.
Hello.
It's like, people think that we need a PhD to answer some of their dumbass questions. No, we don't need a fucking PhD to answer your dumb questions. It's like, you think the earth is flat because you're too dumb to figure it out. No, I think the earth is flat because it looks flat and measures flat. That's pretty simple. I mean, where's this globe that you think exists? I don't need a PhD to show me the globe. Am I right?
No,
Shut
I
up.
only need the PhD to destroy their claim.
Yeah, I want
That's
a
it.
PhD. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's like I need a beach bum to say, "Hey man, look at the surf. Woo! Look at that surf today. Woo! That shit's flat. That's a flat Earth right there."
For me, as soon as the flat Earth was introduced to me, it took me 5 minutes. That's all. 5 minutes. And
Yeah, once you see it, once you go
Yeah.
flat, you can't go back. I mean, when you see it, you can't unsee it. That's
Yeah,
what I
it took me
mean. When
5
people
minutes.
say, I used to be a flat
That's all. I
earther, it's
didn't have
like there ain't no
to.
such thing. There ain't no such thing as
I
used to be.
didn't have to
I don't
do all
know.
these things to sort of like soul searching and stuff like that. It was you sort of like I saw it, and I said, "Yeah, of course it is." 5 minutes. That's all it took.
How about this PhD Tony? What's his spiel?
PhD Tony, that ain't it's probably a troll. It might be somebody trolling Anthony. Right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're right.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, Helio?
What's up? Who's this?
Josiah.
Oh, what's up, Josiah?
What's up, man?
Much, man. Yeah, we're working. We're working on getting a show with with Josiah on Saturday night. Flatter. I won't necessarily be debate, just a hot discussion. You know, with some people on the server. Me and Truth of Veils were hanging out there tonight. It got pretty crazy, but anyway, yeah, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be kind of chaotic.
Do you feel like that's gonna happen, or I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to make it not that way. You know.
I mean, we do partner with chaotic servers, so
Yeah, but you saw what happened tonight, so I'm trying to figure out how to not
wait, what
make that
happened
happen.
tonight? Because I went on a walk.
Oh, did you? You didn't hear the craziness?
What happened?
Somebody jumped in, fucking. Yeah, who was it that jumped in? Somebody jumped in and freaking messed the whole stuff up. But anyway, we'll get it. We'll get it going on. We're gonna talk again to tomorrow night, and we'll try to get the stuff worked out where it'll just be a couple of us talking. Which, I mean, I'll be able to talk, but I want some other people to talk. We're supposed to get some other recruit some globies and some flatties or whatever to talk, and then we'll open the floor. I don't know. Got kind of wild. You
I'll
didn't
jump
hear
in.
any of that stuff, man. It got pretty
Wait,
wild.
what happened? Some random guy jumped in, being chaotic.
Let me see who was in. Yeah, it got pretty crazy.
Well, that's why we're gonna have a stage discovery. Cause you know how the new stage discoveries work.
Yeah, well, yeah, you told me about it. So yeah, it was like in the discussion. Yeah, nobody's in there now. Yeah, there was one of the. It starts with a B. Truth Avails, remember his name is like Brent, what is it? Some guy was like a Brandon or some dude came in there and just made a shit show while I can't remember his freaking name.
You guys did you do the stage thing?
Well, we have it set up, but
What up, gangsters?
Is Truth Prevails here now? She'll remember his name. Yeah, he messed the whole shit up.
was he a globetard?
Yes. Yeah, but he wasn't even the good one. I mean, he was just making shit up. He was really so. Well, I'm not sure if he was. You know, I'm not in your server line, so I'm not sure if he was like a regular member. He totally lost his shit, and so
On you?
on everybody, man, bro. It was retarded. So,
Is his name Blake?
it starts with a B. I don't know if it was Blake. It was like something with BR.
Braden Draws.
Maybe something. Braden.
Do you know what profile picture he had? Because I see one person online with a BR. Braden Draws with an anime PFP.
I can't say for sure. I don't want to call him out if it wasn't him, but
Yeah.
sounds. Dude, it's like he was in there just like he was just arguing with everybody and just turned the whole conversation into shit.
Wasn't an atheist?
Yeah, has an atheist role. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he's an atheist role.
Okay. Yeah, I went on a really long walk, so I wasn't there.
I don't think it was Braden Ross. No, it wasn't him. It was somebody else. What was his name? Oh well. Over now.
Wish I could whip out the harmonica, but my parents are sleeping.
I don't play harmonica. I play guitar.
What songs do you know? Or like what type of what music do you listen to?
Mostly metal.
I listen to both types of music.
I listen to all kinds of shit, but mostly metal. Like some weird alternative shit. I don't know.
I like both types of music, country and western.
Oh, it's two. So there's only two kinds. It's either country or western.
Yeah, it's kind of a joke.
I know. That's why I was exaggerating the point.
I mean, just the way. I mean, I don't know. Maybe because the way growing up, it's always been country and stuff. I appreciate other music. I just don't have it. A collection. I mean, when you go to the gym, they got that. Kind of like pump you up, sort of hip hop. I got chocolate rolling. I said someday maybe I'll add hip and maybe some hop. he started. He was just like laughing so hard.
So Josiah, we're gonna plan a show for Saturday night. The few flatties, few globies. We're gonna, work on that in between now and then. And the reason I sound really slow and sad is because I'm a 9-to-5er and it's freaking 3:30 and I have to work in a couple hours.
You're just gonna do an all-nighter?
No, I'm actually going to go to sleep for a couple hours. So that's why I'm letting you know. I'm going to get back with you tomorrow and
Alright,
with
sounds
the other
good.
people we're talking to, and then we'll set that up and we'll get it going on this weekend. It's
For
gonna
sure.
be good. It's gonna be good stuff.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. Are we gonna make like a banner thing? Whatever.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I want to talk to you guys tomorrow night so we can get it. I need to get a hold of some people and see who's going to be talking and everything. We'll see if we can recruit the best of the best. There is, as far as on the globe side, there is no best because they suck. But I mean, we'll do the best we can on their side, but
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, I mean, I'd love to have. I mean, like, we'd like to have Indio or somebody better. But like, I mean, I'll do it if I have to.
Let's for sure
But
get Indio.
yeah. Oh, you don't think I can do it?
No, I said yeah,
I'm
you
just
can. Yeah.
fucking. I'm just fucking with you. That would be cool to have Indio or freaking Crypto or somebody. I really do.
I just
It'd be
never
good
seen Indio
stuff.
debate, and I want to see it.
Yeah, it'd be fun. But anyway, we'll see if we can get Indio or somebody or some other people. We have hundreds of people on here that could do it. So, but we also need to get some Globers on on both sides. Let's work on and getting it together, and then we'll talk tomorrow night, and we'll set it up for Saturday night and freaking rock it.
Do it.
Hey, it was good talking to you guys tonight. I'm checking out.
All right, God bless you.
Peace.
Well, it's got a bit quiet here.
Yeah.
Who's about still?
Just kind of vibing it.
What's happened to Helio? Has he gone?
Yep, he's off for the night.
How's the morning here anyway? You know, kind of, 9 o'clock or, coming up to 10 o'clock in the morning here. Sort of like UK time.
Back check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so everything went quiet. I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I got you.
So everybody been doing? How's everybody been doing?
I couldn't sleep, so I'm just up tinkering.
Doing good, just chilling.
Interesting. So I was looking for flights from Sydney to Santiago.
Yeah.
And a few earlier came out, 14-hour flight.
That you can actually get on? Like they're selling tickets?
Supposedly, but now I look for them again and they're gone. It's weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's funny because I go look at the flight radar and I don't see none traveling directly that direction. Always up. I was the reason why I was saying because I went to an unfiltered theological discourse, right? We were having a discussion earlier about flight, whatnot. Dude wants to have a model, and like we don't have a model. And the he's a flat earther, but he's like he wants to give some description or something. Yada yada yada. And the guy sent me this link. Let me show you. One of the a Glober from over there. Called Kawabanga.
Over it unfiltered, are you talking about?
Say it again.
You're talking about, didn't a bunch of people go over to unfiltered last?
Yeah. I got the link late. Oh, I was asleep. I woke up around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Board.
Yeah, so he gave a link for Qantas routes, but there's some kind of flight route block spot. It's not even actual. somebody that can just put a blog.
Yeah, just make up all kinds of flights.
Yeah.
But there's a flight going over South Pole too. It just you can't buy a ticket, and there's no plane number for it.
He's putting stuff out.
It's funny though that it would be easier to travel through the South Pole, right? I mean, from Australia to to South America.
Dangerous. Oh,
Right? It would be the fastest flight though, right? The reason why we go up to the north through Russia. I mean, from Russia to America, right? Because it's faster.
Yeah,
Just going through the top.
that particular cult. It's only a echo cult.
Yeah, crazy. It was for the 18th of July, and now I can't find that. I got it for the 5th.
Not an article tidbit from our
So the reason I want to look for it, so it's also 33 hours. The reason I'm looking for it because I want to go to FlightDar and actually search this flight and follow it. Yep, it's not there. Wow, that's crazy. It was funny because I was like, damn, there's 14-hour, 16-hour trips when we were talking about it. But as soon as I take it out, come back to it to look for another one, it's gone. Nonstop flight.
If I were the US president for one day, I would put all the NASA employees test the spacesuit in the vacuum chamber at 10 to the minus 6 torr pressure. And if they can't move that spacesuit in the vacuum, then they will have to spend 1 hour in the vacuum without a mic check.
So say it one more time.
Yeah, if they can't move in the vacuum chamber with the spacesuit, to pass the mobility test, then they will have to spend 1 hour in the vacuum chamber without a suit.
I just put them in the no suit.
Yeah, right away, no suit. they have like below 5 psi air pressure in those suits. But to be able to breathe a 5 psi air, that air must be uh, below minus 80 degrees Celsius cold, and almost 3 times the oxygen concentration. Otherwise, you can't breathe it. You'll die. And how long can a man withstand temperatures of minus 80 degrees Celsius?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, but I think someone could survive about 90 seconds in the vacuum. Yeah.
90 seconds in a vacuum?
Yeah, because they did a sort of like a vacuum test, and like they made a mistake, and this guy was in a vacuum, and yeah, he was there for about a minute, and he still lived.
Is that like Arnold Schwarzenegger from
Total Recall, yeah.
Total Recall? There.
No, I mean he like the story was like they made a mistake, and he said we put his tongue all like evaporating, like the liquid on his tongue was
Yeah, I heard about
was going all funny, and sort of like yeah, sort of like stuff like that.
Yeah. But that is questionable because they didn't reach a vacuum there. I mean, I doubt they reach even the 10 to the minus 6 torr, which is.
Well, it doesn't really matter how
It
much
does.
minus torr.
It does.
Because it's all practically the same. If you got 1% air, then that's practically a vacuum as far as
No,
you're.
1% air is very high pressure in comparison to 10 to the minus 6 torr.
Now,
the magnitude
not
of
really.
the differential magnitude is in the order of a million.
You're only talking of 1%, not a million. 1% is not a million.
No. 1% from the air we breathe is far away from 10 to the minus 6 torr.
It might be, but in actual sort of like circumstances of how you have to breathe, that little 1% is the same as the minus whatever torr. It makes no difference. That little 1%. It may be hard to get to, but as far as
you
your
have
body,
to understand it.
It's the same.
You are ignoring what the electric field our laws are telling us.
How so?
About the pressure. Because 1% air, the flies, for example, at about 2% of the atmosphere, they cannot sustain flight anymore, so they quit flying and at 1% air, they won't even try to fly, but they don't die. They still live in that atmosphere, in that air. The problem is when you still pull out the gas from inside, you have a very rarefied air. 1% is very rarefied air to breathe. It's impossible for us to breathe it. But that presence of 1% air, it actually fits what the electric field laws imply, the presence of matter. When you remove even below, if you continue to remove gases from that chamber, this differential increases exponentially. And the laws of physics dramatically change.
I don't think they do. What's the difference between 1% and 0%? It's just 1%. That's all it is.
No. 0% is actually impossible to achieve because that will be a full vacuum. It means you have no matter present. There are no electrons propagating because they have no convergence anywhere.
What has that got to do with anything about how you breathe?
Well, an electric field and magnetic field forces matter to occupy space.
Yeah, but we're talking about how your lungs work. If there's 1% atmosphere or there's close to 0, it's not going to be much sort of like difference as far as your lungs are concerned.
Have you seen water in a vacuum chamber?
I have, yeah, I have.
Yeah, what happens when you start lowering the pressure in the vacuum chamber?
The water rapidly evaporates.
Why? Why?
There's a faster action than sort of like normal pressure.
No, you see, I just told you that the natural laws dramatically change when you create the vacuum and you have water in that container. The vacuum, absence of air and or matter will cause the water to boil at very low energy.
I mean, I've used like vacuum changers.
And this happens because the water molecules are forced to occupy that volume.
I mean, I've seen vacuum chambers, and
yeah,
if you got like 1% air in there, and you got sort of like close to 0, the sort of like the difference between the two is extremely small. In fact, you probably will not be able to tell the difference between those two states.
I'm sorry, I didn't get what you said. Can you repeat?
Yeah, if you got a vacuum chamber and you
Yes.
got 1% air in there, and you got a
Yes.
second vacuum chamber which is close to zero, and
Yeah.
you put like a beaker of water in there, like the difference between those two chambers is very, very small.
No, if you create a vacuum chamber where you have 10 to the minus 6 torr, and let's say you manage to suddenly introduce a cup of water inside and expose it directly to that vacuum of 10 to the minus 6 torr.
Yeah, I mean,
What will happen is that
I
the
I
water
used to
will,
work in labs.
yeah,
I used to work in labs, and they had vacuum things, and
I want
I can tell
to
you
finish. I
100%,
want to tell you, I want to
like the
finish
difference
what I
between
was
1%
saying.
and zero is extremely small. The water will behave exactly the same. And now
No,
I have
no,
seen it.
no.
Hey, Astro K, brother. Hey, can you let
Uh,
can you let Get finish what he's saying?
yeah,
Thanks, bro.
thank you. So, when you put a cup of water in a vacuum, which is 10 to the minus 6 torr, the water will start instantly boiling and it will freeze. The temperature of the water will drop so rapidly that it will freeze, and this is not the whole process. What happens? That water ice will be dropping at a such low temperature that it becomes ice 12, which is ice heavier than the water. And below that point, that ice, um, when the temperature drop a little below that point, where water ice becomes ice 12, the water molecule breaks down. It separates into oxygen and hydrogen and releases a hydrogen and oxygen gas in that chamber. So if you create a spark in that vacuum, then it will ignite. Because when you have a HHO gas, it's burning. But in a vacuum chamber where you have only 1% air,
I don't see.
it
Yeah.
is a very low pressure, and when you put water, it will just boil and probably create a ice like a drop when that vacuum chamber filled itself with water vapor. Yeah.
You know, I've actually put water in like a vacuum chamber, and
Yeah.
I pulled the vacuum to 1%, and I've looked at it, and then I pulled the vacuum to sort of like close to zero, and it looks identical, sort of like as far as I can see.
You must
Well,
have had a
close
leak.
to zero. What do you call close to zero? Like 0.1 atmosphere or
Yeah,
0.01?
probably. Uh,
0.1 atmospheres means 10% of the air we breathe, because the air pressure in atmosphere units is one atmosphere. This is the air that we breathe, and 1% of it is 0.1, right?
I mean, sort of like 1% and
Yeah.
0.01. 1%. I mean, I'm not talking about zero. I'm talking about like the difference between 1% and 0.01%. So we're talking like a difference of 100, like 100 times. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is very, very far from 10 to the minus 6. 10 to the minus 6 is order of magnitude of million times. In comparison with 1 atmosphere.
Yeah, but the 10 to the minus 6 is already close to zero. And it doesn't really make a lot of difference.
Is way much closer to zero than 0.01. It's like hundreds of thousands.
But it is, but the effect on the water is almost like the same. That sort of like extra bit doesn't make a lot of difference.
I mean, yeah, can you tell me the vacuum pump and vacuum chamber? You said that you worked with these tools in a lab, and these laboratory instruments and tools, they are made by all sort of brand companies, and they have all these technical details. So if you can tell me a name of this vacuum chamber, we can look it up and get the technical details and see what kind of vacuum they can achieve. You know.
Well, I don't know the exact name of what they use because I never, at the time, I never really bothered to know the exact details. I'm talking.
But for example, the vacuum gauge clock.
Yeah, when I was watching.
Did it had a brand name?
Years ago,
it was a mechanical or digital?
It was mechanical, I guess. Some sort of mechanical vacuum that they made. I mean, I wasn't really interested at the time, like the make of the vacuum. I just knew it was there. You know, you kind of get what I'm saying.
I know these vacuum chambers are these normal for dehydration and stuff like that, and degasification.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
yeah.
In the lab, what we used to
Those
do.
Those are not very powerful vacuum chambers. I mean,
No,
they are far
no,
from.
there wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. They wasn't very powerful vacuum chambers. The only reason why we had them was to sort of like dry materials out and things like that.
Yeah. For that stuff, they are perfect. They are ideal. Yeah, I know. But when we talk about 10 to the minus 6 torr, those are extremely low temperature. And the vacuum of space, they claim it is 10 to the minus 17 torr. And this means, this number, the vacuum differential is so big in magnitude.
Astronomical.
Yeah, it is millions of trillions of times. And I'm not just saying these words like to say a big number. This is how big the differential is actually. Millions of trillions of times. And 1 trillion?
It sounds
1
like
trillion?
it's millions of trillions, but in actual fact, it's like the difference between one and the other is extremely small. It's it's like it's just like you know, once you're close to zero, um, the actual number is small. Like like
I can't see.
like the difference
I can't
between
see.
one and the other is extremely small
It's not okay.
because you got extremely small numbers, so it doesn't make a lot of difference.
Well, it doesn't make a lot of difference, but we already see that a small vacuum, a low vacuum, you know, like 1% of the air that we breathe, changes the behavior of water so drastically. It makes it boil without fire. It makes the water boil without heating it up.
Yeah, I've seen that. I mean, I've actually
Yeah. So
yeah, I've seen what you're saying. I mean, but
it pulls out gases, all the oxygen and nitrogen and these noble gases from the water itself. It pulls them all out, yeah, and then it makes the liquid boil.
yeah, from what I've seen, actually, like
So
the difference
it's
between
actually
1% and
it's actually sucking
yeah,
up the
yeah,
matter from the water to fill that space with matter.
yeah,
Now,
yeah, I've seen that.
yeah,
From what I've observed in my sort of like working things, like the 1% and the 0.01%, um, there is very little difference from my observations. I've not gone down to 0.0001%, but from the 1% to the 0.01%, it looks the same to me. I've never gone
it
down
looks,
to
but
extremely low.
those vacuum chambers with 10 to the minus 6 torr, I have not seen one yet with windows.
So I've never
They are fully
had
enclosed.
to go down to that low
Yeah,
to sort of like minus
yeah,
six.
and
Sort of like -2 has been like enough for what we had to do.
you see,
Yeah, we never had
in
to
the
go to that.
world, in the air, we have voltage potential. It
I mean,
means
what
we
you're
have
saying might be true,
it
but
means we have
yeah,
electrons propagating from the sky down towards the ground.
yeah. I mean,
They
I'm not
flow
trying to argue with
continuously,
you.
and
I'm
for
just,
this flow, they need matter, because electrons, they don't propagate through vacuum.
I mean, from what I observed, like having a 1% vacuum and a 0.01% vacuum, the effects were identical. Uh, and whether you go down more, I don't know because I never seen that.
Yeah, yeah, because hey, Gilbert, can you expand more about the
Hello.
propagation from above to the ground and that flow of voltage? How would you describe it? Because what we observe with the luminaries and everything above, it's having sort of an effect down here. So you're saying
Yeah.
it's flowing from upwards downwards. So that's flowing. That's continuing. Continuing a flow. It's not just disappearing. It's going somewhere
Yes,
from above to the
yes.
ground, maybe back somewhere.
Yeah, it's positive charge from above flowing down to the negative plane, the ground. But also we have the negative charge from the ground flowing up towards the positive. Sorry, call.
Sorry, was someone going to explain something? I don't know.
To get dropped?
He got a call, so just give him time.
Hmm.
Mic check.
You're good.
Yeah.
So what were you saying?
So yeah, the way I see it is we have this matter which most of it belongs to the negative plane, the ground, which makes solid, liquid, and gaseous, um, and plasma. But we do have elements which belong and make up the positive plane, like helium, uh, which is attracted upward to the sky, where it makes up a giant dome helium ocean uh, that flows like a torus shape, uh, beneath the ground at the South Pole, and at the North Pole it shoots up like a jet stream, like a fountain. It shoots back up into the sky, and
Like the
this,
aurora, like the aurora borealis?
yeah, I mean the aurora borealis will be the effect of
Like a byproduct
rising
of it?
helium. Yeah,
Okay.
when helium gas starts accelerating very fast in high concentration, it creates that aurora borealis. And when we look um, at the behavior of helium, um, at the North Pole, we should have either a very high air altitude, like you have breathable air at above 20, 30
Hmm.
kilometers high,
Hmm.
but on the outside uh, we have breathable air like up to 10 kilometers. Above that, the air becomes extremely rarefied and cold, so it's very hard to breathe it.
Man, what I wouldn't give to actually go to the actual geographic North Pole and
Mm,
see what's actually there.
yeah, and
Is there a magnetic mountain? Are there 4 islands? Are there,
yeah,
all those
these are
stories?
very good questions. Yeah, but yeah,
How about what
this
do you think
helium
about
fountain.
the celestial? What do you, Gabike, what do you think about the
Yeah,
celestial magnetic north, the magnetic that is up in heaven?
that is interesting because You see, I see the helium gas which rises from the north. Um, when it's rising from the ground, is in a gaseous state. It goes very, very high. When it exits the air that we breathe, it starts accelerating. It encounters no more drag friction. And once it reaches high velocity, then they call it highly charged particles. And they call this the Van Allen belt. My best guess here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this phenomena it's taking place at a much lower altitude at the North Pole. So we have this aurora borealis effect. But the further you go away from the north, the lower helium emission you have from the ground. It's rising. The quantity is much less. So we don't have a high concentration in Europe or USA. And that's why we don't see a aurora borealis effect, because also the air, breathable air, altitude is most likely different than what we would have at the North Pole. So, but yeah, they do tell us that at a 200, 300 miles altitude, that's where the Van Allen belt radiation. At those altitudes, we have confirmation that there is no breathable air. I mean, there will be only helium, which is rising upwards, and it's also in very small concentration, rarefied. It's not very dense. It's a very low pressure. And once it gets near the dome, all this helium condensates, precipitates, and I see it's forming some sort of like an onion shape. All that rain will converge into a jet stream, which flows directly into the dome, and at the dome it expands outward. It will be like all that rain is falling into a point, you know. I've seen those stun dogs images, and they have that little hat, conical hat on top of them.
Yeah, that's an amazing sight, man.
Yeah.
It's just even trippier is the fact that you can take a metal salad bowl and stick a light in there and get the exact, not just similar, the exact same formation of light.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And the luminaries, probably they are very, they should be very hot physical things, but yeah, they can be below Earth, and some sort of super magnets, creating some heating, some uh, all sorts of materials uh, through
heating element.
electromagnetic induction. Yeah, and they spin beneath the world, but their image projection, because they are in direct, they will be projected through a fiber optic the sky.
Hello?
Yo.
Yeah, did he just cut out? He's like, get.
He's been getting calls.
Okay. That's why I was wasn't sure if I disconnected or something.
What does get do?
Yeah, who is Gem Panda? Because I've heard his name referred to, but I don't know the guy.
Think of the best described. He runs another server. Against like anti-flat Earth.
He's a video
Okay,
game character.
Like what server is he on? Like what's the name of the server that he runs?
No, it escapes me.
There's a debate, flat Earth, and more.
Yeah, there you go.
You gotta be careful because there's another server called Debate Flat Earth, Science versus Pseudoscience. Sometimes people get those two mixed up.
Yeah, can you put the name in, please? Because I've never even heard. Like I think I've heard of him. People like refer him, but I never actually seen him.
I don't know if you'd. I don't know if you're like. They're just a bunch of nasty.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think I've joined that server, but I probably don't like use it much. Yeah. Probably you're saying it's a nasty place there. That's probably why I don't go there. I guess.
¿Qué? Tengo COVID.
Have them come over. Did you get any new people in the last, say, 30 minutes to an hour? Okay, take that as a no. Everybody's asleep.
Hiya. Hello.
Hello, who's that?
Oh, just me. Just me.
Who's me?
There was actually there was no new people.
Well, there were about 5 or 6 of them that were going to join, but then they got into a conversation that they're kind of deep into now, philosophy and spirituality. So maybe they didn't join because they want to. It's like I don't know. I'm kind of getting tired of that conversation, to be honest with you. I mean, not saying anything about it is a pretty good conversation, but I'm just tired of it. Too much subjective, it's too much subjectivity in that. Like the most you can do when you talk about things like that is just share your viewpoint, share your perspective, and perhaps how you came to it, right? And you can listen to theirs, but then it's like unless you can expand or build upon one each other, you can't really go any further than that. There's no establishing, what's true and right, because those things are too subjective. So once you reach that point, then I kind of start getting bored with it.
Are you referring to unfiltered?
No, this is a different one. Different server. But yeah, any conversation about spirituality or philosophy, you kind of like there's a point that you reach that unless you're able to like build off of one another's perspectives, then there's only a certain point that in the conversation that you can get to. Once you reach that point, then you're kind of just going to repeat the same stuff over and over. It's like you can't
Yeah.
You can't really go much further than that, you know, because at that point it gets to the point where you're trying to like either push your viewpoint on them or convince them, and there's no way to establish what the truth is, you know.
Yeah. How do you feel about sort of like spiritual things? I mean, what's your sort of like point of view?
I was just sitting here thinking about how many times I've been asked that today. It's just like really, it's like really strange. I've been asked that so many times today. It's not even, I couldn't even tell you how many. Couldn't even count them. Jeez.
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked it.
Yeah, I know. It's like I just said this. Like I've went through this conversation like maybe 4 or 5 times already. But I mean, I can go through it like real quickly and do like a broad. If you're interested in my perspective of it, so it depends on where you want to start. Because like I equate spirits to energy, and it's kind of like how energy operates. So entropy always increases, and so if you have like good within you and you don't put it forth, right, and you're selfish about it or whatever, then you're going to create a vacuum, and then that vacuum, it's like the greater energy is going to fill it. So I think it's important when people have love and truth that they share it, right, that they put it forth. Otherwise, you know, it's going to be filled with something else. And I believe that, you know, you can feed off of and you can resonate with certain energies, kind of just like, you know, through vibrational frequency. There's vibration to it, and there's a frequency that you can resonate with. So if you're going to feed into a certain, I believe that there's a creator. It's like I know there's a creator, and I laid all belief down pretty much. And
Well, I mean, I know there's a creator. I've actually spoken to the creator, and this creator, whoever it was, spoke back to me. Yeah, absolutely amazing. I asked a question, and like the following morning, I was put in a trance, and I was shown some stuff. And like the following morning, I was put into like another trance, and I was spoken to. Absolutely mind blowing.
What did he tell you?
What did he tell? Well, the question I asked, I said, "Can you show me some truth?" Simple question. Show me some stuff. You know, show me some truth. And the following morning, I was shown like an image, and the image was like it was like a plate, and around the outside of the plate there was an animal eating its tail. So it was like a circular plate, and the plate was like divided into 4, so it's like a quarter, and around the outside of the plate there was this snake thing, and it was eating its tail. Okay, so that was the first morning. On the second morning, I was put into a trance, and he actually someone spoke to me, and the words he said, the first word I didn't understand, and then he said something is important.
hang on just one second. You can continue. I'm sorry, I'm not interrupting your convo. I just want to tell it, Simon and Mr. TB and anyone else that doesn't have a role, if you want to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll follow you up and hook you up with a role.
Yeah, and this is absolutely amazing to me. he said a word. I didn't understand the word, and I said, "Can you translate that?" And he said, "Yeah." Like he said, mind overlays are important, and that was the second message. Mind overlays are important, and I said, "Wow." What does that mean? I don't really know what mind overlays are. Maybe it's kind of uh, how we live our lives. So we go through one life and we go through a second life and we get wiped. And yeah, we go through sort of like all these lives and we don't know that we've gone through all these lives. You know, that's how I see it.
Have any of you watched this David Weiss Flat Earth Killer Priest video?
No, I haven't. I haven't watched that one, but I do like sort of like most of the stuff he does is pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you haven't watched it, well, if you have, I'd like to know what your opinion about one particular thing, because it gives a demonstration of how the light manifest that we see as the sun could possibly work, and I think it kind of really fits what we observe. So I just find it interesting.
He's so good with. He's so good with.
He's got patience too, man.
I remember listening. You remember his show? Did you ever listen to the show back in the day?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, your volume is
Sorry.
so low,
I got it. Did you ever listen to a show, DITRH, back in the day, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole?
You know, I watched a few of them, but it was after I'd already came to the knowledge of flat Earth, and I'd already been like discovered the truth, and I'd already been watching some other videos, and I think
Yeah.
I think I actually found out about him through this server. I don't think I was watching him before. I watched some
Yeah.
Glowbusters and Eric DeBay and Jeranism and a
Well,
few others, but I don't think he was one of them.
yeah, David, he back in the day, this was years and years ago, and he was way ahead of everybody. And I remember he had this, he had this show. It was a podcast, and I'd listen to it at work. We were allowed to listen to, our headphones and stuff, and I loved it. It would have a new show all the time, and it was him and two buddies of his. There was a female on there. It was a whole panel of people, and they would talk about just random, conspiracies and stuff. And David started every once in a while slipping a little bit of FV. And every time he brought it up, I mean, he got ridiculed. I mean, that's why the whole show broke up, as far as I know. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's why it broke up. I'm sure there's a lot more to it than that, but yeah, it was just interesting to see how just guttural of a reaction he would get from the rest of them, and he would have to shut up, or else the show turned to shit. And I forget exactly who he said. It was Sophia Smallstrom. She's the one that actually got him to look at it, because he looked at it like everyone else. This is dumb. This is dumb. And then Sophia Smallstrom, someone he respects, says, "Look at this." He did, and he said, "Holy shit." But yeah, that was way back in the day. And I still didn't catch on to Flat Earth even then. I thought he was an idiot until years later. I wanted to hold on to my aliens. Years later, I was like, "Dave, thank you." Anyway, good dude.
You wanted to hold on to your aliens.
Yes, ma'am.
Funny. Like, why? Why did you? Like, I understand, right, that there's different things that cause people to want to hang on to it, but why the aliens? Why was that the thing that you wanted to hold on to?
It was something that me and my dad shared. My dad passed when I was like 18. It was something me and my dad were enthused about, and I was all into the ancient aliens and all that stuff.
Okay,
and
so
I thought I was
sentimental.
yeah. I thought I thought I knew something, and you find out pretty quick you don't know dick.
Yeah, it's like the more you know, the more questions you have.
Mm-hmm.
The more
Yeah, I
dots
just
you connect, the more dots you find.
Yeah, on my sort of like flat Earth experience, it took me 5 minutes. I watched halfway through, the 200 proofs, so I got bored with that. Well, not bored, but I got convinced with that, if you see. So I watched halfway through 200 proofs, and then I just got bombarded with all this flat Earth stuff. And in my mind, why am I getting bombarded with all this flat Earth stuff?
They did it on purpose.
It was just simple. Everybody believed the Earth was flat, and yeah, it took me 5 minutes to see it.
Yeah, I fought it, but for about 2-3 years after hearing Dave Weiss first bring it up. I just thought it was the most asinine thing, and like I said, it was going to take away my outer space, so I didn't want to have anything to do with it. Until finally, we have a thing with us as a group. We're intellectually honest with ourselves, and can't keep living that lie.
I'm wondering now, like I'm looking through this video, like now I'm even wondering if this was the one that I saw that demonstration in. Well, I know this at 1 minute or is it 1 minute? No, it's an hour and 40 minutes. Sorry. My bad. At an hour and 40 minutes into it. Like, this is a long video, isn't it?
Do you watch all his interviews, like in Australia and stuff? Like
But
on radio shows?
at 140 though, he gives the demonstration of it looks like aluminum foil and or some kind of aluminum metal or whatever, and using electricity, it doesn't seem like it's. I don't think it's anything to do with magnetism.
It's static. It's static electricity.
Yeah, and it just hovers there, right? So it lifts, and if it wasn't attached, it would just
Oh
keep
yeah,
lifting.
yeah, I've seen that. What it was it like triangle shaped or was it just a wadded up?
Yeah, the triangle one.
Yeah,
the
it's at
triangle.
140.
Yeah, that's interesting as hell. I wonder, if that type of technology mixed with Boyd Bushman, I'm wondering what the hell that might bring. Boyd Bushman, elbow or
I don't know.
truth. Boyd
No, I
Boyd
don't.
Bushman, he's the guy. He took some really strong magnets. I'm sure you've heard the story. He took some really strong magnets, opposed them to each other. They're really strong neodymiums, and they were like ring magnets. And so you take a rod and put them in the center, and then screws on the end and force the neodymiums, the extremely strong neodymiums, together, which is really dangerous if you think about it. I mean, there's the force behind those things. I mean, they can just explode. Long story short, he ended up taking that contraption, putting it inside of an enclosure, and then took another enclosure, the exact same enclosure, and the same weight. He ended up dropping him from the top of a building and had volunteers tell him just pick up the first one that hits the ground. Sure enough, after multiple tests, he came to the conclusion every time person grabbed the one with the magnet in it. So for some reason, the opposing magnets had an effect a slowing effect on the gravity. Look into Boyd Bushman.
Yeah. Actually, this is his personal patent. He patented this effect. Yeah.
Did you, Gebiga, did you hear what they were talking about with the levitating like aluminum foil?
Yes,
what they were just
that
talking
too.
about.
I seen it in the early 2000s.
What do you think something like a mixture of the two might? I don't know why that's just making my
With
brain
magnetism and
explode.
electrostatics.
Yeah, like
Well,
something like Boyd Bushman and that triangle thing.
to be honest, I think he was actually trying to expose something to point people into a direction of research. He was a Martin Lockheed engineer, so he knew a lot of secret stuff.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I've always
Those
wondered,
guys
like,
deal with secret technologies. Yeah.
Here's the thing: if you take a battery and you take a charged battery and you take an uncharged battery and you drop them both, they fall at different rates.
They actually one will bounce and one won't.
Oh, also, if you have a liquid helium beaker, vacuum pump, and that installation in a room, make sure you don't have a battery or cell phone in that room because it makes the helium explode.
That's not good.
Yeah.
I'm
like
getting more
the
and more
presence
interested in
of a
this helium
battery,
stuff.
it's so weird.
You got a lot to say about aluminum, about helium. I'm starting to get pretty interested in it.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
I started looking into it when I was like young, into quantum computing, and I saw that's where the quantum mechanics is actually, That's what started quantum mechanics. I'd say the discovery of
helium?
liquid helium. Yeah, the discovery of liquid helium kind of gave birth to quantum mechanics.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's in the early 1900s.
What is it? What is helium-3? I remember.
That's the most rare element in the world,
Mhm.
and it is very unstable. It's also the most unstable element.
Weren't they
Like,
telling us for a while there that there's plentiful amounts of it on the moon and talking about mining it and shit?
yeah, I heard those. I've seen those NASA
Idiots.
advertisements. Yeah, but I don't believe them, to be honest. I mean,
Of course not.
we need
Of course no.
we
I
need
just didn't know.
empirical proof for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you'd heard it.
Because the way they detected it is, I mean, they didn't say it in the 70s when they were on the moon. They didn't make that claim those times
Yeah.
that they
Oh,
found
yeah.
helium-3. It is a very new claim, idea,
They
that
discovered
there
it
is
from here,
helium
huh?
on the moon. Yeah.
Let me guess, spectroscopy.
Yeah, spectrometry. Yeah.
I think that's the biggest failure of trying to say that word I've ever heard. That was funny.
Yeah.
I know it's spectroscopy.
Yeah. Okay, so
I mean,
at 2 minutes and at 2 hours and 50 minutes is the demonstration of how the sunrises and sunsets could possibly be manifested for each individual on a personal level, on a personal perspective.
You say 4:56?
2 hours and 50 at 2:50.
Oh, that's a long video.
Yeah, it is. Goes through it all. It's a pretty good video. Like, I mean, it covers the levitation via electrostatics. It covers the possibility of the sun being a projection by giving a demonstration of, something being projected through a lens and how it looks identical to, the eclipses and stuff. And at 2:50, it's like the demonstration of how sunrises and sunsets could appear in a personal perspective for each individual.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my own
Ryan, you're
theory.
breathing heavy into your mic, man.
I've got my own theory of how the sun works. I think, like, the sun is actually, like, the source of the sun is, like, from the earth. And it's like a beam, like, like a particle accelerator from the earth is causing the sun. So we got like a little beam. If you read Enoch, then he says there's 14 gates. So we got 14 gates of the sun. So we got 14 particle beams that make the sun up.
sun up and sun down. Yeah, that's interesting. I know that stands for the swastika sign. That's what the swastika sign actually stands for. Sun up and sun down.
Oh, really? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Because that swastika sign, you can have it in two ways, two opposite ways, clockwise and anti-clockwise.
Wasn't it used as like a sign of peace and prosperity throughout history?
Yeah, it is a positive sign. It's good to draw it on bottles and all these things like food plates, where you store water, It was one of the most ancient ceramics found.
Yeah.
They
And
have
most
these
most
swastika
cultures too.
signs, yeah.
Scar,
And they,
Scar, hop
yeah,
up into the VC check-in and we'll get you a row.
Yeah, most cultures have been found. That symbol's been found remnant.
yeah, they all the time they had these symmetrical drawings on them, very rarely you have people being depicted, but most of the times they use the symmetric symbol on these ceramics, which were used for storing water, drinking.
Yeah, it seems to me like everything that's good has been made to appear bad. You know, like it gets sort of like
Yeah,
twisted.
you're right. You're right about that.
Scar, I went ahead and give you the VC verified row just because I talked to you in the other server, and but I would like to. I just want to, I would like for you to hop up into the VC check-in though, so that I can just go over a couple of things with you, right?
Yeah, the basic.
It'd be real quick, or I can just go over to here. Honestly, it's I don't know if you're away from your computer or not, but. Yeah, he must be away from his computer because he was pretty talkative a little bit ago. And actually, the server was a flat Earth server, and I didn't even know it was a flat Earth server. So, because the name, it's not got a flat Earth name. But anyway, just go ahead, guys. Sorry. Get you're in the middle of something. My bad. Well, maybe Jimsy can give you the Bible study row, but to get a flat Earth row, you kind of have to be in here for a week or two, right? You have to be in here long enough because they don't just give it out to anyone. They want to make sure that you're genuine. So, yeah, cool. But you do have the VC verified row, and you're able to unmute yourself. Just make sure that you read the rules and that you agree to the rules. And I know you're a flat earther, so I mean, you know that we're not affiliated with Flat Earth Society. You can scroll all the way down to the bottom of the server. You can find an area labeled additional information. And when you're in this room, kind of always try to click onto the live stream voice text and, nowhere in the server post anything COVID related or vaccine related. And if you have any questions about the server, just feel free to ask. So are you away from your mic, or is there a reason why you're not speaking up? Because I could introduce you to the room. Everybody, Scar, everyone.
Hello, Scar.
Actually, I don't need to say everyone. There's actually someone who's got the name. Their name is everyone. I literally think I have talked myself out tonight.
A little bit, yeah. We still have a long way to go. About 6 billion people.
Oh, wait. Hello?
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. How y'all doing?
Welcome to the server. Glad you came.
Welcome. Good. Thank you. How about you?
Excellent.
Nice.
So you can help us find some like if you have a lot of Glovers that come into your server, you can definitely invite them
Bro,
over here if they like to debate.
they are terrified to be in here. Like
I
they
noticed,
like to
man.
pick on like the low servers, but when they see this server, they just like they get scared. I
Why?
tried inviting them, but they was like, yeah, yummy.
Yeah, I could tell that some of them weren't used to, presenting like actual, verifiable information. Like they're just making baseless claims at the wazoo, man. It's just like they think it's. I mean, it's just one. Like they'll make a statement, and within that statement, it's like, where do you start unpacking it? Do you start with the assumptions or the? I mean, it's like you have to start at the beginning and go down through the entire statement. And you pick out like 7 or 8 different things that it takes you forever to point out all the fallacies and assumptions. And wait, where that's a baseless claim. Where's your evidence for this? And they're definitely not used to it.
Nah, man, whatever the space agencies say, we just gotta listen to them, bro. That's just how it is.
The church.
Even though they made like multiple models of the Earth, CGI, but nobody want to talk about that.
So let's see. Who we have? Jimsy. Maybe Jimsy's away, or Spiral. Maybe one of you guys can hook him up with like a Bible study row or something.
But yeah, be nice. Wait, who?
That's what you wanted, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you.
Yeah, me.
How long you a flat earther?
Me, my friend, his name is Slave of Christ. He introduced me to the idea of it earlier this year, and then I became a flat earther.
Oh, so you're in that
So you
server
are
too?
new.
Yeah, that's where I came from.
Oh, you didn't come from the War of Words or whatever.
Now that's just the toxic version of that. That's the toxic one.
Oh.
Yeah, he was. I was over there when he was speaking.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. By the way, Slave of Christ says that he was the he had another server that was affiliated with this server 24/7,
Yeah.
but somehow it somebody banned all the admins from here.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, right. So he created that, he remade, that's version 2.0, matter of fact, version 2 of the
Yeah.
server. So he had to recreate the server. He wants to be affiliated again.
Yeah, I'm sure once he talks to an admin, I'm sure there won't be any problem. I mean, if they were, it's the same name. If they were already affiliated and a VIP partner, then I don't see any issue with it myself. Should be pretty easy to get back.
Yeah, he wants to have a model though. He's we're trying to talk him out about that. Like that, we don't have any actual model, but it's a
Well-
verification fallacy, and he kind of understood that.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask you. I mean, does he understand that you would have to actually know specifically and have a way to how everything works and what everything is to the and if you don't know that, you can't really.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I told him. Like, not even the Globe Earther has an actual model. They've never shown you. They have bits and pieces of stuff, but none of them actually correlate with each other.
Actually,
I think
that
chocolate
they use. Sorry, go
Go ahead.
I wanted to say that that model they used to make these predictions like lunar eclipses and stuff is actually also a flat Earth model.
Yeah, no, that's a Cyro cycles. Yeah, it definitely was created way before any ballers.
No, what was you going to say? Well, you're gonna say you thought chocolate what?
I said chocolate's been waiting for that model for quite some time.
Oh yeah. What, the actual heliocentric model that works?
Yep.
Yeah, we all have, for sure.
Yeah, is there anything on here that we're not allowed, sort of like, not allowed to do? What's the kind of like a brief sort of thing of the rules?
Oh, just click on the welcome and go over the rules. Have you not done that yet?
I probably have in the past, yeah, but I'm just saying what's.
You can you can revisit it.
Yeah, okay, I can have another look.
Sorry, I'm just talked out and being a little lazy right now. I'm just. So I'm like, just go read it, man. Don't make me say it all. If I had a Red Bull, I'd be fine. But I'm out.
Yeah, I read the rules again. Yeah, it's pretty basic, really, isn't it? It's pretty common sense.
Yeah, Scar, and if you haven't done that, like, click on the welcome. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, what's funny because one of them spiraled when I told them about natural science. They're like, "What? Science is just science. There's such thing as natural science."
Wait, you're taking my pseudoscience away. You're taking my body of science. Don't take my body of science. Don't take my observational science, Elbow.
Oh, you should have heard it when I told him that astrophysics was not science. They told me that that they did some kind of science with predicting where Neptune was going to be or
Yeah,
Venus.
post diction of the lights in the sky. Yeah, I know. Well, and they refer to it as an experiment. But it's kind of like loose language, right? And first coming into the topic, I'm sure I kind of said some of those things. Like, I would have probably talked like that too, like saying that doing some kind of test or an observation. Like I would have also referred to it as well. Actually, no, I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have referred to an observation even then as an experiment. Like maybe a test or something, but I don't think I would have.
So y'all don't trust in like the Twitter flat Earth, right? The people,
Twitter flat Earth.
yeah, the Flat Earth Society, the real Flat Earth Society, like they verified and stuff on Twitter, and then they keep talking to Elon Musk talking about the Mars is like brown.
Like, well, what do you think? Do you?
Heck no, I feel like I'm looking at the Flat Earth Society channel. They said that it's controlled to mix the truth and lie.
Yeah, because all of their claims, they just replaced the globe with a flat disc, and it just like further reifies the heliocentric model and make it seem ridiculous. And it's exactly what it is. It's controlled
Control
opposition.
opposition.
Oh, okay. So, all right, that then. All right, cool. That's why people misunderstand, like, most flat Earth
Yeah,
people.
Yeah, but they try to. That's the thing. That's the brilliance of it because they try to paint us all as one group. So they make you think like, oh, this is what they think. When every time they show you something, they show you what the Flat Earth Society say.
That's weird.
So when they pretty much it makes everybody just like, oh, that's crazy. Why would they think that bullshit? Like they say that this is going up 9.8 meters per second squared. But it's practically what their model dictates. That the that the Earth is actually moving towards the apple when it's falling. So if the apple is falling in every direction, and like there's an apple in like the four sides of the Earth, like quote unquote, it is supposed to be meeting the apple in each direction, according to Einstein.
Discord cutting out for anyone else?
It's not currently for me. It does from time to time. I think it might depend on. I don't know. I don't know what causes it.
Yeah, it's just so weird.
Kind of too tired to even think about it really. So I should probably go. it's just nice hanging with you guys. It's fun going over to the other servers, and so
Yeah, I always appreciate your insight, Truth.
well, I appreciate that. I mean, I think we can all build off one another, right?
Indeed.
So maybe you guys can help us like round up some Glovers for the Saturday night event. You know, some that actually know a little bit about it. That didn't actually know something about the model, though. I mean, have some knowledge of it.
Are they planning on unbanning some of the guys for the event, or I heard someone mention something about that.
Well, it's gonna be in another server, but then, you know, there'll be times where they'll come like over here for some event too. So
Yeah.
But he's gonna stream it. He's gonna stream both servers that night, I believe. But we just need. I mean, we can't even have it unless we have some Glovers that are willing to participate.
Yeah, it's getting few and far between anymore.
So just DM me or Helio. You know, if you guys find any that's willing or know some likely candidates or whatever, to let us know.
I don't know any staunchers, or anything like that, but I might be able to find some be willing to talk about it. That people that
As
do
long as
believe
they have some knowledge of it and they want to defend it, that's really all it takes.
Right on.
And preferably like people that are honest too, like if they see yeah.
I'd love to get my uncle on. That'd be great. And he's ever since I came out about it, he changed our relationship. Dude doesn't even talk. But I would love to get him on. Just watch him flounder when he realizes, holy shit, these guys know what they're talking about. Anyway, I'll see if I can do that.
Yeah, Ariel, all dressed up, no place to go. Okay, so wait. Get what's that supposed to be? What are they claiming that is? That picture that you just posted, get.
Oh, that is a spacesuit test in a vacuum chamber.
Okay, so that's what I thought. That's why I asked. That's supposed to be a vacuum chamber here on Earth, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't those things just blow up?
Well, I mean, look at
Well,
that door, though.
they might handle a very low pressure.
Yeah.
But the problem is when you look close, they look inflated. And the shape of the bodysuit, I mean, the woman and the man, they are in the same position and they
They're
don't
trying-
have, even the fingers are straight up. They,
They're trying to play that off as people?
yeah.
Oh, no
Why do they have both hands raised at the same distance, same position like the other symmetrically?
they
I
were
mean,
I thought
why
they were just
don't
testing the
they use
suit.
one hand to wave and one hand hold it next to your body? You mean if they are flexible? Yeah, they have to stay like in a symmetrical statue.
It's like a pretty solid, secure room, right? Like the door and
Yeah.
all that. Why
I
don't
mean,
the space stations
bodysuit
and
too.
ISS look like that?
Yeah.
Right?
The bodysuit is solid too.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
I remember that Mythbusters where they tested the
hand glove.
the
Actually,
hand,
yeah,
hand
when
movement.
duct tape, hand glove, yeah.
He said that was hard to he couldn't even screw a nut onto a bolt.
Yeah.
It was something like that.
And the funny thing is, the only video which you find it on the internet when you search spacesuit, test in a vacuum chamber.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you get. I mean, Adam Savage with his duct tape glove in a vacuum chamber.
So crazy. Those guys.
Yeah.
When they didn't they do a debunk on or something? Oh yeah, when on the U2 spy plane. I remember that was ridiculous. I could see the curvature, and you show the second camera angle, and it's perfectly flat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Total
this is YouTube.
shills. I used to love those guys
Same.
back in the day. Thought I was all intellectual.
No, when they got me with like, you know, when people were doing the whole not perpetual energy, but creating generators with magnets and whatnot. They're like, nope, this can't work. Like
perpetual motion machines.
Not perpetual motion, just be able to get a enough energy to power something with magnets or whatnot.
Self-propel,
Yeah. Self-propel.
Yeah. I love looking at those types on YouTube.
Yeah, actually, I'm dismantling a device right now at a friend of mine. She got scammed by a guy who said that he's gonna build this machine with magnets, and it generates energy and electricity out of nothing.
Modern
He
day
made her
Tesla
buy.
coil.
He made her buy like 3,000 magnets, and
Oh,
he
wow.
glued them on some discs, and
she
put
fell
them
for
all
this.
together on an axis. Yeah.
Wow.
And man, it's mind bending. I'm struggling, like taking all this crap apart. You know, maybe I get to sell those magnets or something.
Are they
At least,
neodymium?
right? I was gonna ask you the same thing. Are they at least are they worth
Neodymium,
anything?
yeah.
Okay.
Neodymium
Are they-
magnets, yeah, they are good, but
ring magnets or?
no prism, like squares and
You should pull
rectangles.
a Boyd Bushman. See what you can film.
Yeah, that doesn't require that many magnets. I mean, 4 of them is enough.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying, it would be hard to get them to repel each other without the center hole.
Fun fact, since you mentioned
No.
square,
Actually, I can glue them together, with some epoxy.
So they're not like too extremely strong where you can't push them together.
Well, yeah, I mean, they are like 3, 4, 5 centimeter long and wide. They are not big ones. Yeah.
get fun fact. Since you mentioned square, you know, square is a special kind of rectangle.
Sorry?
That a square is a special kind of rectangle.
Yeah, with equal sides.
Yeah.
Be right back. Sorry.
Does anybody know if Good Times for All, if Zach ever went through with that? He was talking about replicating, dare I say, experiment with the neodymium magnets, the Boyd Bushman thing we were talking. Guess I'll just ask Zach.
Say that one more time. I was.
Oh no, I was just saying. I remember Zach was talking. Zach, Good Times for All. He's talking about doing that experiment that Boyd Bushman did, where he took two two magnets, opposing magnets, forced them together. He put them on a rod, and then screws on the outside, and screwed them, making them go together. Long story short, he ended up putting it in a ball. He took an exact replica ball and made it the same weight as the magnet ball, and then and basically dropped it from the top of a building and told the volunteers to just pick up one they found first. And he said out of every time he tried it, the person picked up, so that it was falling slower, basically.
Oh, the one with the yeah. I remember. Get talk. I think it's get that talks about this a lot about that it will slow down, like if you put two magnets together or something like that.
Yeah, I remember Zach. He purchased it at all. I don't think I've seen.
Does he have a video on that?
I don't know. I know he got all the stuff. Bob was helping him with it. I just don't.
I wonder if Get Gay has a video on what or something like that happening. I mean, showing
Yeah,
demonstration
probably.
of
Yeah,
this.
the Boyd Bushman one's out there still. I mean, it's just basically an interview. It's not actually showing him do the dropping the balls or anything. But yeah, it's an interview with he's talking all about it. The big shit-eating grin on his face, like I know something. I figured something out. Gosh, some crazy times we're living in. I don't know whether to be horrified or thankful.
I'm kind of appalled that I didn't get to learn this way sooner.
You know? I kick myself in the eye. Like I've said, I was a bigger UFO geek than Tyler from Secure Team 10 my whole life. And
yeah,
seeing all the little discrepancies, like I see wire, just disregard that. That was just something. It was just an artifact. Or seeing some hair and seeing that it looks ridiculous. And yeah, well, people are smarter than me.
Exactly.
It just totally, looking past all the discrepancies just because I wanted to believe in UFOs. I wanted to space. But I remember as a child, I fought it for a long time. Like after it took me a while to really think this up and remember it. But as a child, I remember the first time being shown a globe and just being appalled, just being like, "Are you kidding me? You're not telling me this right now, are you?" And just totally, I fought it for the longest time. Like there's no way, And eventually it goes away, and then going your whole life knowing something's wrong. There's something off about this place. And constantly looking, doing, all the research that I've done my whole life. Just a watchman heart, through and through. And then to finally come across flat Earth, it was just a light bulb went off after about a year of fighting it. And it was just like, that's what it was. That's what it is. It's been right under my nose the whole time. That's what's wrong. What's going on? What's wrong with this place? Like a nut.
Well, you know what they say about people who get triggered. There's a saying that goes, when you're right, you know that you are right over the target by the way that people react. And
Yeah.
with this fact checking and censoring and I mean, for me, this is an insane proposition that I should adhere or I should be subjected to the ideas of another person and not be able to question. And it's when there's so much pushback, when all you're doing is asking a few relevant questions,
Yeah.
then it becomes apparent that you are now right over the target.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the fact checkers. You know, that like tells you where you are.
Yeah, just look who's signing their paychecks, by the way. You'll
Yeah,
soon figure it out.
it shows you you're in the right place if you're going to be fact checked. Spot on.
I hope I don't offend you or sound like a weirdo, Ariel, but I really enjoy your voice. You have a pretty voice.
Okay.
Now you're making her blush.
Well, I'm happily married. I just thought I've
So
thought that.
I'm pretty unique because I come from a country where if you listen to the other South Africans on here, I don't sound a lot like them. I don't think.
Well, I could listen to you all day.
Enjoy. So I learned English after I already spoke two other languages, and I only started seriously wanting to learn it when I was an 11-year-old, like 10 and a half. Where I lived in South Africa, I met these two Scottish girls. What were their names? Carlina and Darlene. I think their parents were into country music, maybe. And when I first, it was over a summer that I met them. And so so we all wanted to be friends. So I really struggled because they were from Glasgow and they had their accents were so thick. So these two girls, because I really wanted to communicate with them, I started reading English. I started speaking it more. So I think I've got people can't place me. I've had people on the phone where I work ask me if I'm Canadian. They can't really figure it out.
Yeah, I can definitely hear it. I like it.
There are South Africans who make me giggle because of the way they sound.
Well, you sound different. You're saying your accent.
Yeah. I think I can. I think people don't immediately know that I'm South African.
Mm-hmm.
I know when I'm talking to someone from New Zealand, I know that accent very well. I know a Dutch accent very well. I know the Australian accent. And I can distinguish, I think, between Canadians and Americans in most cases. But it's been really interesting talking to Americans. I've not encountered that many Americans online, not at all. I mean, I've spoken
I
to more.
remember recently, didn't you pinpoint someone as Irish or something, and they were actually
Yeah,
Australian?
I was completely off the mark.
That was funny.
Yeah, I was.
He's like, you're Australian, or no. Wait, what was it? He was Irish, and you thought he was
I
Australian?
thought he was Icelandic, actually. Because
Oh,
he sounded
Icelandic.
just like
That's what it was.
Trace for a moment. Yeah. There are
That was
people.
funny.
There's a small place called Ayrshire. It's just south of Edinburgh, and the people there, if you ask them, they will say that they speak the Queen's English. Because
Huh.
all people in Scotland have that distinct Scottish accent. But these people from this region in Scotland, they sound peculiarly English. It's the weirdest thing. Old dude's on here, he can back that up.
Huh. It's interesting.
Yeah, as a person, I spent all of my childhood and my up to my late 20s living in Africa. So for me to come to Europe and get to know all the different cultural peculiarities, now I'm using that word again. How the Dutch people how they relate to the German people. How they all have their views on each other's countries. That
Yeah.
was really interesting to me. And that only happened because I was online gaming. So
Yeah,
to come here and hear all the different accents that you get in America is really interesting to me.
yeah, that's what I've coming on here. Oh, excuse me, hiccup. Yeah, learning different accents. I'm starting to get pretty
You know what
good at
you
it.
know what you have to do? You have to jump. It's air that's trapped. So you have to actually stand on your feet and jump, little jumps on the floor.
Yeah, forgot who it was that told me that, and he gave me a shake. Man, went away really quick.
Yeah, if you're a tall guy and you're slouching in your chair, you might get hiccups.
It's exactly what I was doing, and I'm 6'3".
Unless you enjoy the hiccups, then do nothing.
Ah, sweet. Anyone in here have a DJ role?
A what? Oh, DJ role.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't know. Where
Here's
is
some
Jenny? Where's Jenny when you need her?
Here's some K Rhino. I'll tell you that one song, that Earth is flat AF. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've heard that one.
That one is hilarious. It talks about blowing up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies.
The truth says, what do you want to play?
Oh, anything. I was thinking about K Rhino or that Earth is flat AF. But everything she plays is usually pretty good. Chocolate or Elijah.
Good morning. Anyone hear me?
Good morning, Elika.
Oh, good. Good morning. I just wondered, since we have the lady from South America, and it seems rather quiet this morning, I thought I'd ask about it, about South Africa, because recently I watch a gentleman who has a flat earth YouTube channel called Trinity 4. Name's Dave. He's from South Africa, and he's just moved to South Africa with his wife and child. And he often just broadcasts himself flat smacking down by the beach in South Africa. And his videos, as well as a few others I've seen from South Africa, suggest that there's a tremendous homeless problem in South Africa. And I was wondering if you knew of the financial conditions of South Africa and why it seems so, why homelessness right now seems to be so widespread. Would you know what conditions, what economic conditions have brought this about? That's the question.
You there, Ariel?
Oh, she left. She was just here. So I guess that's going to fall on deaf ears now.
Yeah, she's deaf. She's in here. She's just deaf and muted.
Oh, that's well.
I can see her anyway.
That's odd. All right. We'll just let that suspend in the air then.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be right. Ariel,
Hello?
did you happen to hear the Ildico's question?
Oh, no, I didn't. I was listening to Ildiko doing tarot readings the other day.
Oh, oh my goodness. All right. Well, their subject. I had queried to you. You see, I follow a gentleman named Dave who has a channel called Trinity 4. He's a flat earth person.
He's the one with the wife and kid, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
the child with the blonde curly hair.
Yeah, cute kid.
Cute.
No, sorry, I just had to mute myself for a while. I had a call.
Oh, I
What
see.
channel is that?
Coincidentally, I just came in and asked you a question, and that happened.
Sorry.
No. So he is from South Africa. He had, of course, lived here or there in the UK and done a lot of flat Earth advocating videos on the street. Now he's moved to South Africa and he does videos from there. And what I noticed watching his videos and many others from South Africa, not flat Earth ones, but others, is that there's a rampant homelessness issue there. There are just, I don't know, there's so many homeless people in the streets of South Africa that I was wondering if you knew what kind of economic conditions have brought about this condition. Or
Well,
was it always that way?
I think out of the entire population, the taxpayer base, the people who are paying tax, comprises only 6% of the population. And in the upper echelons of income earners, I mean, they say in the last 20 years, in South Africa, the majority of people who attained millionaire status were government employees. So there's nepotism, there's all sorts of fraudulent mismanagement of the public money. And I mean, when apartheid came to an end in 1994, the majority of black people in South Africa were living below the bread line or below the poverty line. And if you roam around Africa, if you go anywhere, I've been to many African countries. That is the general state that people find themselves in Africa, where the majority of them do not have indoor plumbing. They live in really squalid conditions. And not just indoor plumbing, they don't have clean drinking water. They don't have access to that. They generally don't have access to any way of like any energy lighting your home. It's the African continent is a place that, I mean, humanity should weep for those people. Always destabilized by war, which is fueled by weapons that are given to them, you know, from places like Russia, Britain, America. And what a wonderful place.
Are they recipients of IMF, World Bank?
Well,
policy.
Just before the South African variant was unveiled to the public, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and some other institutions. They gave billions to the South African government.
Yeah.
And right after that, the South African government reciprocated by finding the South African variant for them. Not suspicious at all.
No.
But yes, if I go to Africa, and I see what's going on there, the slums, the ghettos, the abject poverty and misery that people are living under. You know, you think, you know, if you see how people are living, and they have no you can say to a person, well, if you really want to get out of this mess, then do X, Y, and Z. But the opportunities for the really poor people in South Africa are extremely limited. It's a tragic place, really, if you look at what the majority of people are enduring. It really is.
That's what it looks like from the videos. It's very sad to see. I can only hope that they have as an enlightened government as El Salvador, and they adopt Bitcoin to help them.
Actually, that is why we have scams circulating on internet, like, hey, I'm a Nigerian prince. I have billions of dollars, but I need to pay the judge taxes and stuff so I can access my funds. And yeah, they come up with these stories,
There was an article on Zero Hedge in this past week. There were two South Africans, an 18-year and a 20-year-old brothers, and I think their Bitcoin mountain was worth 3.4 billion, and then suddenly everybody just lost their Bitcoin, and these two brothers disappeared. They are speaking via some solicitor. The solicitor says he doesn't know where they are, and they are maintaining that their Bitcoin, their blockchain got hacked. So a lot of people, I mean, that's 3 billion. It's all gone. They can't access it. I'll put a link to it here in the channel.
Well, I was more or less hoping that they had a form of government like El Salvador that was actually concerned about their citizenry and would adopt Bitcoin as their legal currency in order to empower the people and to free the country from the IMF and World Bank control, which is what it does.
Yeah, I saw a video by John McAfee. Is his name John?
Yes, John McAfee.
And he did I don't know if somebody was interviewing him, but he was speaking about Bitcoin, saying to people, this is your road to freedom. Realize what this is.
I never had much interest in the nature of money. I had more interest in the nature of consciousness, far more interesting subject most of my life. But recently, because I took an interest in Bitcoin, I also therefore had to take an interest in the nature of money, what money is, and came to the realization that Bitcoin is an incredible solution to the monetary centralization or control that banks, world banks, banks in general have over the population.
Yes,
so,
but we've seen instances of Bitcoin just disappearing. It's happened in Turkey. Large amounts of money It happened in South Africa. So you've got to think, how safe is this? And
No. The problem is, when you understand the functionality, the basic functionality of Bitcoin, one understands that the larger it gets, the more secure it becomes, because there isn't any central place where it exists. It exists through all the network of miners, and its strength comes from its utilization. The more it's utilized, the stronger and more reliable it becomes. So it is at this point so reliable that not only are governments considering it as a legitimate currency, but so many financial institutions are either secretly or publicly investing billions into it, because as a currency, it meets the criteria of stability and utility more than any other currency in history. So,
yes, in theory, I totally agree with you. I'm interested in what Get Beget wants to say.
Yeah, my question is, who controls Bitcoin?
No one. That's the beauty.
Long.
Not really. You see, because it's almost like a I think of it as a trillion tentacled octopus, and that you cut one tentacle off and another one grows instantly somewhere else, and actually two grow in the place of that one. So
yeah, that's a nice story, Ildiko, but I speak from when you try to explain me the Bitcoin miners and network and stuff like that, I understand it. And also at the blockchain algorithm, I tried to crack it personally, and I cannot get my hands on physical hardware that is capable of cracking Bitcoin. But this kind of technology does exist, and that is quantum computing. And this kind of technologies are actually controlled by the US military. And the US military actually invented the blockchain and the Bitcoin.
oddly enough, the U.S. government is not
they are
in
the
favor of
cause of it.
Bitcoin at all. So if you want to, in my worldview now, if you want to understand where the truth is, you always look to the people who are against it, against the truth of something, and discover what the true disposition of their
Well, I'm not against Bitcoin. I'm an ex-evil hacker, literally. I mean, so I'm quite pro Bitcoin, I know that once you get your hands on large amounts of Bitcoin, yeah, you have a certain security if you
No, that's not
are
what I mean.
capable to understand how to use it.
No, it's not that either. Well, what it would take is a sort of in-depth discussion about the nature of money itself, and then a comparison between it and fiat and gold and the other forms of money to get a grasp of the merits Bitcoin. Consequently, it's a deeper study than I imagined it was, you know, and I always thought of it as it's just simply almost like a game of roulette, you know, something inconsequential as far as currency is concerned. But having looked into it a little bit deeper, I now appreciate the aspects of Bitcoin that make it a legitimate contender as a world currency.
Yeah, it stands good chances to become a world currency. I don't deny that, but it doesn't
El
mean
Salvador, as
there's nobody behind the curtains that controls your money
and what's
and their value.
Okay, so
what
there was an article on, you know, when the oil pipeline in the USA was attacked by hackers, and they took the whole pipeline offline, and the fuel price went up, and then a few weeks later, it came out that there was a ransom that the hackers said, "Pay us," or you know.
Yeah.
So then after that, the FBI came out and said they paid, I think it was 3 million, the ransom, just over 3 million in Bitcoin. And then the FBI came out and said that they had they'd found the culprits, and they'd retrieved most of this money. And then there were people who were saying, so these people were so stupid they didn't know how to secure their wallets, so that the FBI can go in there and take the money back, so to speak.
Yeah, they trace them through the wallets, actually. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you want to be a criminal, you should stick with fiat, which is where they all are really. And there's no helping the criminal using something that everyone can use. It's just the nature of things. But that doesn't in any way discount the utility of Bitcoin as a legitimate currency.
I just think it's so funny
It's
when
not
Gates
legitimate.
says
I mean,
he's an ex-evil
if you,
hacker.
yeah. I mean, if you steal Bitcoin today, it's not a crime.
No.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's
If
not
you go buy and buy yourself Bitcoins, and I scam you, I infect your computer, and I steal your Bitcoins from your wallet or from your USB or whatever. It's
But
not a
it's not
crime.
true in El Salvador anymore. You can't do
Sorry?
that where it's been accepted as an official currency,
Yeah, well,
and you are
it's gonna
stealing
take.
identity.
Yeah, if I steal from someone from Salvador, yeah, but if I
Yeah, and
steal
that's
it
just a matter
remotely,
of
doing
time
it
before it
from
becomes
Romania,
legal.
I'm not committing a crime in Salvador.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah.
But again, you know, these are aspects of it that need, as it becomes adopted as legitimate currency, then yes, then it will be recognized as property. And so it's all, you want to think of it too as every dollar has your name on it that you own.
Yeah, well, it won't be a legitimate currency unless the god of this currency reveals himself. Because on the United States dollar, there is stated the name of the god of USA. So,
Yeah, you want to look at the symbols on American fiat currency, and you want to understand it that its source is corrupt.
yeah, it is corrupt, but it doesn't mean this system is a holy system.
It's not a.
It's actually it started from the worst atrocities, recent atrocity. Bitcoin was used exclusively by the U.S. military to fund all these wars, which they had.
Oh well.
So
So,
it is a very good
a lot of
method and system
a lot of
to make wealth. To make wealth at the moment is
just
very
making
good.
wealth. No. It's about giving more equal and equitable opportunity for people who are
Yes, that
disenfranchised by
this is what is
the
about
fiat,
now. Yeah.
by the fiat system, an equal opportunity to hold a currency that is will not become inflated to the point where it's completely valueless.
Well,
Fiat currency in all these places like El Salvador, like South Africa.
Yeah.
And the reason being is that their currency, one of the functions of currency, a currency that works, is that it has a broad range of trade possibilities. And when you have currencies that are specific to a particular nation, it often becomes impossible for those who use that currency to engage in world commerce or trade. And Bitcoin has that property that it can give to anyone living in any remote area in the world. You are immediately connected to a currency that is not only usable by anyone without borders, but is also transferable instantly. It has many aspects of it that meet the criteria of a currency that could empower.
I know, Ildiko, but if you are in a desert with your smartphone and you can have all these bitcoins on it, but you physically have no money, and you physically have no place where to use them, you know?
Well, for instance, in El Salvador, when it's become another legitimate currency, then in fact every transaction initially takes place in Bitcoin and then can be converted to fiat at the
well, El Salvador for that El Salvador needs to fix their network.
Of course it has to become a usable functioning system, which takes a little and they're doing that right now. They're a template almost.
So
world.
Are the business going to pay taxes to their government?
No.
In Bitcoin?
No.
That's illegal business then.
No, the Bitcoin becomes a second currency. The dollar is their primary.
Any business running in El Salvador pays taxes to its government.
I'm not sure exactly how that is going to function. That I haven't looked deeply enough into, actually.
Yeah.
But I admire tremendously their courage. It takes a lot of guts to get out from underneath the IMF and the World Bank, my friend.
Well, they tell us it takes a lot of guts, but I mean, El Salvador doesn't really have, it's not recognized worldwide. as some important rich country.
Of course not. They are the ones who are most going to benefit from something like this. Of course.
Well, what do they have to lose? Do they have a
You would have to
very
lose
rich national
the
bank?
They would have to
I
lose
mean,
the
they're thesaurus.
World Bank. That's what they have to lose. So they're taking a chance.
The very governing of El Salvador is dependent on the banking system and the business system.
That's right.
Which they are taxing.
That's every problem globally, or pardon the expression.
So I agree with you. Bitcoin is a very good method to achieve wealth at the moment, but it will not be a legitimate thing.
No, because that is exactly the sort of the tag that it has.
Yeah.
To dismiss it as anything else of value to economic conditions around the world.
Yeah.
So I used to think that too, but I don't think that
Bitcoin,
anymore.
what I'm trying to say is that Bitcoin is going to be used to demolish the reign of man. So they will introduce us to a artificial intelligence, a god, who will be controlling this monetary system.
No, I don't think so.
He is already controlling both of them.
No, I
but
don't think
he wants us to subscribe to this coin.
No.
You know,
nobody wants us to subscribe to this. No, in fact, it has the same kind of what would I call it? Persona.
Yeah.
That those who believe in the flat plane are delegitimized as intellectuals.
Well,
the same is going on also with Bitcoin. It's
in the future, whoever wants to make a payment with Bitcoin, they will have to be justified Bitcoins, justified to this artificial intelligence. So it means that you will have to use the technology which he's asking you. I mean, it can be a microchip.
So you have fiat currency that is really just chimera also. There's nothing backing fiat currency either. It is purely,
I know.
It is purely in the realm of one's imagination that there's any value to it at all. So there's to relegate a form of currency and try to delegitimize it because it happens to live in cyberspace. It does not in any
Ildiko, but the fiat currency, like I make a deal with someone to, I give him corn for wheat. And I give him $10,000 worth of corn, and he gives me $10,000 of worth of wheat. But they will be spraying all these crops with nanometer crystal chips, barcodes, which are detected. They are accounted. Each grain itself will be accounted on the internet. Each hair of grass will be accounted on the internet. So when you pick a hair of grass, they know where you picked it from.
No.
And they can call it stealing.
Yes,
if it's not from your garden.
I understand, but it's outside of the problem of what what constitutes a legitimate form of currency to transact a trade. That's what really the subject is. It's not about anything else. And
but this is where this technology is going to.
So in order to understand that, you have to understand also another fact, another quality of Bitcoin that makes it a rival to the fiat currency is its finiteness, its absolute finiteness, which is why fiat is so dangerous, because it's infinite.
Well,
it's not
this
really a
thing with the
finite. One thing
finite amount
listen, one sec,
is
guys.
just a story. Yeah.
No, think about it. It's the truth.
No, it's just a story.
Bitcoin.
What's going on now with the
There, guys. Let me just say
Yeah,
1
we
second.
are.
Any form of cryptocurrency is technically not finite. The reason why I say that is because it's a concept, okay? Bitcoin's a concept. Any currency is a concept. Currency in and of itself, the word currency, that's a concept, right? So while the concept of currency exists, exchange, and then we have digitalized currency, at the end of the day, what could happen is that someone can create Bitcoin Plus, right?
No, it won't happen. No,
Bitcoin Premium, Bitcoin Platinum.
No, it won't. It won't happen. Because the more that Bitcoin is used, the more firmly secure it becomes.
Oh no, I agree with that. I agree with that part. No, you're 100% right on that. Bitcoin in and of itself is finite, right? But
yes, and because it's already established and will be then used because of the many factors of utility that it provides as a currency, then the idea that some rival coin will unseat it is just
not that it will unseat it. It's more that the whole market. It's not that it will get unseated. It's that the whole market will become more saturated with, respectively speaking, Bitcoin.
Already happening in the crypto world with the thousands of quote unquote, they call them shit coins.
Shitcoins,
yeah, that appear.
Can I just highlight the really obvious issue for me with hello. So nice to hear your voice. Because it's dependent on you having energy. What if the energy grid goes down? Well, what if the internet goes down? Why are they having this polyglon? Well, what are they trying to prove? You know?
Well, I just think what will spur Bitcoin into being maybe, well, this is the point, is that I'm not really bothered about Bitcoin being taken over. I hope it does get taken over by other. I can already see how it can be used, like in an extremely negative sense. I believe lots of people can make money from it at the same time, but I feel like that's going to be a one-time deal. I think Bitcoin will probably go up to about 250,000 a piece. And then I think that a lot of people will be completely frozen out of the market of use, or it will just become stretched out so wide that effectively it will just become the fiat currency. Do you know what I mean? It will become the fiat currency. And I think it's going to be made to be 20,000 times worse than before, right? People have this idea that if there are like an extra, like, double the amount of billionaires, that somehow we're going to have a better life. No.
It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with who gets wealthy on Bitcoin. It's about the utility of Bitcoin as a fluid currency.
I know that. That's what I do agree with you. Listen, I do agree with you. I'm not talking about that. I'm on about once Bitcoin itself, right, is being swallowed up. It's being bought up by, the Russian government, the American government, the English government. Everyone's buying up. Banks are buying this stuff up. What I'm trying to say is it's going to be instituted as the normal currency system eventually, right? And what I'm trying to say is it might be very good. It might be easy to send money one place to another. It might be quicker. Cool. It's quicker for me to spend the little money that I've got. Cool. It's easier for me to spend the little money that I've got. I'm just saying, to the average person, what's going to end up happening is that this will divide some of the wealth. It will make some people rich that weren't before. And to be quite honest with you, the balance of who can be rich and who can be poor is a very uneasy one. You know, if we
It's
end up with
already
double the amount,
what we have now anyway, and still we have the most of the human population disempowered financially.
yeah.
That's what's going on now.
No, I agree. That's just what I'm
So
saying.
that's
I'm
not
saying that I
just
believe that it's
all.
quickly going to revert back to the same. That's what I'm saying. I think it's going to quickly revert back to the
No,
same
I
very
don't
quickly.
think so because it's anti-inflationary, and that
I'm not on
inflation
about the inflation. I'm
problem
not
with
on about the inflation. I'm not on about the inflation. I'm on about people don't know what they're doing with money anyway. You can make it as it can have loads of utility to it. Doesn't mean that anyone's going to use it. The people that will use it are the ones that will get rich. The people that will.
No, the what makes the currency used is its utility. Not
Bitcoin isn't actually that utilitized yet, though. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's not
it
very
has all
utilizable. If you know, listen, if you know what you're doing with buying currency and you know how to do it safely, most people that I know on an average in an average home are afraid to go anywhere fucking near Bitcoin.
You bet you. That's how it is now, but that's not as once it becomes more understood and adopted, that won't be the case, will it?
But no, and I agree with that. I've actually agreed with everything you said. But that's my point though, is that by the point where I see the people that really need utility of money, right, need
Yes.
to have good movement. Those people that
And
need
to have
that,
your own bank and to become your own, to be able to loan money yourself and be your own bank. This is another extraordinary
yeah, no, I agree.
of it.
I do agree with that, and obviously that the whole internet thing and everything like that. To be fair, I don't think we even need the internet for Bitcoin. Technically, it can be used off the internet completely. If people set it all up correctly in the beginning. I don't know.
What it really just needs to be well discussed is a unprejudiced, unbiased look at it in comparison to gold, fiat, and point by point compare and realize why Bitcoin would be a solution to so many of the problems.
I'm all for Bitcoin. I said when I was like, how old was I? I was like 10 years old, and I was telling everyone to buy it all. And that's the only reason I'm annoyed now, right?
Yes,
yeah.
well, you know,
Putin was on the Russian news channel a couple of days ago, and so
Right.
while they were interviewing him, they were DDoSed. The channel was
DDoS.
under attack.
Really?
Yes. So this for me is part of a narrative. All these and the cyber polygon is all part of this. They are racking up all that debt, all the debt all over the world with this fake virus, because they are trying to ditch the fiat currencies that are in existence now, and they are going to regulate the future currency, the future digital currency, and it probably does mean that you are going to be implanted with something, so that you will conduct all your transactions. You'll walk into a shop and, their equipment will pick up the information on your chip. It will be, no human interaction, no handing over of a note or, scanning
See,
your
like
card.
I still draw all my money out. I still draw all my own money out because, like, the few people that do draw all of their money out and don't just use banks, as far as I'm concerned, we're already on a digital currency. Most people are not using notes in their hands at all, right? Like most
and it was
people.
decoupled from gold in '71, so it's completely out there as a
it's completely digital.
Yes, that's
Nearly. There's only a small amount of cash in the system, believe it or not, being moved around. And the reason why cash was changed over to like pay, people don't know this, but the drug business, right? So Bitcoin owes a lot to the drug business. I don't care what anyone says, right? I've seen what's happened because of
so
the drug
does
business.
fiat own a great deal to the drug.
Of course it does. And this is what I'm saying. The black market in World War II And that happened, when we had men like, these two queer twins, remember? The Cray twins, right? They took over the East End of London, mate. Like, they would have never been able to do that. All the strong men had died. All the strong men had died in World War One and World War Two, basically, right? The point is the black market, when it took off, I think the same thing started to happen during COVID, and I'm sort of seeing a socially engineered aspect to this, which is that during, obviously, after what happened with Hitler, right? Hitler changed the currency of Germany massively and dramatically, very quickly, right? That's why he was so loved in Germany. He took Germany out of one of the worst recessions ever. They would walk into shops with wheelbarrows full of money to try and get bread, right? So people loved him for it. And I think that with this Bitcoin, I feel like certain governments are going to be loved because of it as well. I feel like certain governments will adopt it. Certain governments could quickly change on
the
the totem
banks
pole of who's the
also.
world leader as well. But I get the banks don't operate as the frontman, the banks operate as people that stand in the background. People learned from the days of Medici and stuff like that, where those families put their names on the banks, right? And people came after those families harder than anything. People should hear the stories. Now, you read the books about people being assassinated by bands of 300 men that are being employed by another king. That was kings from like Denmark going after the kings of Spain, right? People don't see why this would happen, and it's like, well, because I know he's accrued all of the gold wealth. He's accrued all of the gold wealth. He's accrued all of the gold wealth. All of the gold wealth, effectively, had already been accrued before the fiat system had come out anyway, right? They trickle bits back in and then trickle bits back out. And the same thing with what they're doing with cash at the moment. Cash at the moment is literally, I believe, only in existence to continue the support of the drug trade so it doesn't just collapse, right? That's the only reason why it's still trickling about.
Well, if you put your trust into the bank, like holding your money in the bank and stuff like that, and even these stock market agents, making investments and stuff, at the end point, they will all subscribe to the AI Bitcoin.
Yeah, 100%.
And they sell you to this system without your consent. Because when you open account in the bank, they tell you,
They can use your money
take
for
care
whatever they
of the
want.
security. We secure your money, and this is the method we embrace. So they offer you security,
Well, that
but it costs your soul.
They want to steal it.
Yeah.
all the. If you look at all the major companies like Boeing, for instance, that's a good one to look at. Their pension fund is gone. There are no more functioning pension funds. So this whole change is going to have to be ushered in rather quickly. Where these governments are going to turn around very soon, and they're going to say to people that we are now at the point where we have to do radical changes because basically the world economy has collapsed. They are going to blame COVID for that.
Well, I thought that COVID might have been an excuse to prop things up a little further along.
No, it is the excuse to bring down these. It is the excuse they're going to use to bring down the fiat currencies. That's why we have COVID to begin with.
I think not an excuse to bring it down, but it brought itself down.
So in Sweden, people will have a party where they invite their friends and colleagues and whoever, and they all go there, and there's somebody who chips them. They shoot that capsule into their hand. It's quite a common thing. In Sweden, there isn't really any cash transactions taking place anymore.
The process has started.
Yes, it has.
And if you want to use Bitcoin legally, you will have to use that device to have a chip implant. And you cannot fake it. it's impossible.
But you can still do currency terrorism with Bitcoin, though. That's what people don't get. Is that
Yeah, but
well, no, because I
when
mean, like,
once
I
you're
can no,
caught
but
with
I could
that,
go.
I
Listen,
mean, yeah,
yeah, but you can no, but I could go and buy like I could keep it on cold storage, right? I feel like they're going to create mechanisms to pull shit out of cold storage, as in like they'll make a court system that can make a digital representation of coins that were lost out to sea and things like that, right, on cold storage. I genuinely believe this is what will happen. They'll make a court system where they'll go, well, look, there's this much of this coin unrepresented in the movement of the economy. We know for a fact the person that owned the coin is dead. Obviously, we have inheritance and things like that would talk of, people would have to inherit the money from the person that was technically the owner of the money. Cool. But from things that I've seen in the past, like to do with patents and stuff like that, right? Well, look at what Jacob Rothschild did with that. Was it MS-16 or MS-13 flight from Malaysia? The three other patent holders, just before the patent was about to be pushed through, they all died, and they used the law very well against them because now Jacob Rothschild owns the whole patent. No one in his family got a percentile of it. He got the whole patent, and this was for a super chip. This is a chip that is effectively what's powering, the newest phones, everything. And my point is that when you have like these sorts of individuals that are definitely going to be involved in the process, I genuinely think that they can start to, realistically, as people become individualized banks, which is what will happen, you will get people that become very prosperous in this and they've got a lot of money. I feel like these individuals will eventually either give their wealth back over for crimes that they've committed or crimes that they get accused of committing. I've already heard of big transactions being done with Bitcoin falsely. Like I personally know of people that have gone to prison already for transactions to do with Bitcoin that they said that they didn't make, and they've got no reason to lie to me. Do you know what I mean? They would say they were like.
Yes, but you do understand that each like every Bitcoin that you own has your name on it.
Not everyone.
It's in a blockchain that is recognized. They can trace it. That's why they say that as a criminal, it'd be foolish to try to.
We have methods now to trace it. When you use these methods, but you can actually use Bitcoin untraceable.
Yes, but
be untraceable. That's the magic of Bitcoin, actually.
You can put it into a Tumblr system, but then
it can be totally anonymous. Yeah.
It's hard to do that. You can do anonymous trading with Bitcoin as well when it's on cold storage. Like I could have £1 million worth of Bitcoin on cold storage and then show the account to someone and then give the account.
You have to reveal yourself, do you not?
No, but I could give the account to someone completely. Do you see what I mean? And then, because that's what people are doing now. They're buying coins on cold storage, like big drug barons. They'll move to a country that's out of the jurisdiction of any other country. Then they'll just sell the account onto somebody else. And then it's seen as like a transaction of an account, not of a product.
Yeah.
This is how people are doing it at the minute.
But to discount an entire world currency because it can be misused by the corrupt doesn't seem to me a legitimate reason not to think of it or to.
I think if you dip your toes in early, it's a good thing to get involved in. If you dip your toes in early and get your bases in.
Wealthy again. It's not about somebody becoming wealthy and getting it in and buying it. No, that's not.
I'm saying that at the beginning there is space to make a bit of money from it. Or should I say to make some self-sustainability. When I talk about accruing wealth, I don't talk about accruing wealth in the sense of like gaining materialistic goods that you can stack up. I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. That you can, if you buy in early enough, if you had bought in it when it was 4,000, and as it stands now, you've made a great deal of money. So, but that's a separate, to me, a separate issue, a separate phenomenon of Bitcoin, apart from it as a means of trade.
Yeah. No, yeah,
So-
no, I would agree. Yeah, because of the utility of it is what is its selling point. That's what's made it valuable.
And
I 100% agree. Actually, you know, I'm actually not against the use of Bitcoin at all, Ariel.
All I am saying is that on this timeline, on this timeline where you can see how the unemployment figures in the USA, the creeping, the hyperinflation that's looming. I mean, food prices are going up and up and up. They are going to subject you to certain requirements to play in this system. That is going to involve injectables.
That's what makes the currency collapse, and why the infinite printing of money, which is
Yeah, but Ildiko, what she's saying is are you going to be willing, right? If you do it right. So when we start utilizing the system, what I'm really talking about is about getting in. Like now's even a good time to get into it, is what I'm saying.
would be a good
Flip your wealth into usable things. What I'm talking about is flip it into something that's you. I'm on about buying land, right? And then I'm on about making yourself self-sufficient and then divorcing yourself from the system altogether so that you never have to be injected ever. That's more what I'm talking about. Is get in, get
what
out.
I'm talking about.
Me too. That's what I'm saying. Buy gold. Buy gold and take a small piece of gold and go to a place, bury it there, which only you know about it.
Copper is going to feature very big in the upgrade of the whole system everywhere, the cables and everything. I mean,
yeah, but how much gold are you gonna eat when all the food is gone?
Yeah, this is my point.
Oh, yeah, you can bury cigarettes then, you know. At least you're gonna smoke. I mean, cigarettes are the most valuable in the war or famine. You know?
They literally are, mate. Anytime
they are coin. Yeah.
In my mind, if you want a serious discussion about this, then you have to, philosophically admit that there is a necessity for money.
Yeah.
That you can't eat money, but there's a necessity for some sort of means of transaction between two people.
But why is that?
Something, because that's.
But why is that? Because I'm saying, but what? No, I know, but I'm getting to the root of the problem. This is philosophically speaking. The root of the problem is this: people can't trust one another. Philosophically speaking, it is, because if the issue is a transaction between two people of equal value, right? The bartering system worked.
Having a medium that can translate the value of what's been traded.
Well, yeah, but anything can represent that medium. But anything can represent that medium, though. That's my point.
And that medium, it becomes impossible to use as a means of transaction between the value of what I have to trade. It's just, money has always been necessary for any kind of society to function.
Well, if you look at there's an interesting case that you can look at, and it's Zimbabwe, where they started practicing quantitative easing, and the currency became so debased. I mean, Venezuela is the same, where bartering was the only. And then they were trading using the American dollar. I mean, I do not see how this that this massive change is going to be rolled in, you know, seamlessly.
It's going to be rolled in. It's going to be adopted piecemeal.
It's going to be forced.
Not forced, because its utility is what makes it adoptable, not because it's forced.
It'll become forced.
Currency
Listen, wait
around
there.
the world.
Listen, let me just explain when a currency becomes forced. The point in which a currency becomes forced, right, is that the point that the previous currency that someone, let's say, has their money invested in is no longer viable to be used in any way, shape, or form because it's been devalued so much that they would have to choose to use another currency in order that they
Why the
continue to exist.
popularity of the American dollar around the world is
Yeah.
so prevalent, because it's the most stable of the national currencies.
I wouldn't say that's true. I'd say the pound is. The pound has stayed the most valuable out of all of them, always, forever, and is still more valuable.
Maybe you're right there. Maybe you're right there, but it does have it meets that at one of the checkpoints.
The one, yeah.
The currency would be.
They meet that one unit sort of ease. It's. You want to know what it really is? It's the ease of translation of the actual currency itself, because it's very easy to go from dollars to pesos, and it's very easy to go from dollars even to yen, believe it or not.
Exactly. That's what's utilized, and
you can see
inflationary.
Sorry, Ildiko.
No, go ahead, please.
You can see what's going to happen now with all the small and medium-sized businesses that have been bankrupted on purpose by governments, and that will usher in a relief package. People will be offered a universal basic income, but with that will come so many strings attached.
Well, it's already happening. Actually, I can see this already has happened. They're actually devaluing the fiat currency where I live right now in so many different ways using COVID. You know, they're handing out grants left, right, and center for people. And they are effectively making it very easy to get money in British sterling. Basically, you know, it's like everyone was sat at home and everyone was like, you know, the NHS and, you know, the UK government are under a load of stress, when it's actually a load of bollocks. They've not been under stress. The nurses and the doctors have said they've worked less hours this year than ever before. You know, it depends on what sector that you're actually involved in. Obviously, there are certain sectors that have been really overworked, to be quite honest. But what I'm seeing is actually quite worrying as a starting point, to be quite honest.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think somebody in the United Kingdom said during the last protest march on the weekend that they are going to engineer a food shortage. They said there's something like 65,000. They needed 65,000 drivers to deliver food to different locations. I don't know.
It's completely
personally, the food shortage one I don't believe is going to happen, because they are trying to institute a new currency, right? You have to realize that they have to create the illusion of some form of stability as that happens. This government, our governments, our world governments have been saving our pennies for a while now. They've got the money to do this right here and now. They've got the reason why they're buying crypto now is because they've got enough money to buy crypto. It's that simple. Right, for years they've been saying that we've been in massively economically declining markets, which I believe has been completely just constructed in order to appear so. And because from what I can see, in the first world, is that everyone has been eating and that no one's been starving. And the fact of the matter remains is that while no one starves, it's hard to believe there's no money around, because while there's enough money for every family in the UK to eat a meal, that would mean that the government, if they were responsible in the tax that they were receiving, the amount of tax that they receive from the amount of people in the United Kingdom as purported to how many apparently live here and exist here, they have enough taxes that a small business firm could make enough profit to make sure the British people are okay, right? So, to me, the team that they've had working on it have had enough time to realistically secure enough money for a very long time. This is going back. I don't believe there's any going to be a shortage of food. I don't believe that for now. I just don't see it.
Yeah, because a hungry man is a dangerous man.
And because a group of hungry men might start supporting agriculture and farming a lot more as well. And we might just end up with farmers becoming the new gods and not governments at all. And remember, farmers are the ones that have always got weapons and guns, and they're the ones that live on pieces of land that are very hard to take over, and they live on coasts as well in the UK mostly.
Are you aware that all these people who have fallen on hard times and have had a stay on paying their rent, paying their mortgages, that everyone who defaults on their mortgage, Lloyd's Bank is in there. And
Yeah.
BlackRock in America, they are buying up all physical land, property, anything that becomes available.
Yep. Well, they know there's going to be a push of people pushing out of cities. They need to keep people in cities. Like the moment everyone starts to leave all the cities, right, is the moment that everyone goes, wait a minute, there's a fuck ton of land everywhere, right? Because they've been lying about how much land there is and how much is being utilized. I drive through the country all the time, right? Where I live, we can quite clearly see there is enough space for everyone. And if there isn't, then
that
build
land is
underground.
owned already. It has been bought already.
Owned by the government.
Yeah.
There's millions of acres where I live that is all owned by the government. And that's what I'm trying to say is that if you look into the way the laws work on these pieces of land, like when they're not looked after correctly, these pieces of land, which most of them aren't because a lot of them are just wilderness at the end of the day. You know, we have national parks here. The national parks, I believe, are systems that are used to guide people away from all the land in the middle. They go, right, drive through the national park to get to the next city. So you drive up to the top of a moor, which is a really high point. Now you can't really tell that there's just land in all directions. Like, because I've been these places, and the national park's off to the left of the road, and everything to the right is just land owned by the government, or it's owned by people that live on that land. And if you really look at it, this is the main portion of the land, and it makes you believe that, you know, this over here is really all that there is. And I'm telling you, there is a lot of land in the UK. We have literally only built upon, I think it was like 0.03% of the world's landmass has been metropolized. So we're talking like a very small portion of land that's actually been built on. And I don't just mean metropolized as a city, I'm talking about built on at all. I'm talking like this is a very small portion of the world that's been built on. You know how cities are built, right? Gold rushes. So when you have a gold rush, what do you have? You have a location of interest. You have lots of people that want to go to said location of interest in order to make money from that location because there is something there that of wealth to trade. Exactly, right? And then we realize that it's easier to stay closer to my compatriots in order to trade. And then we end up stuck in the areas that were the gold rushes. Now we need these systems in these municipalities. We need the railways because I need to be able to get my letters back to my family that live 100 miles away. Well, they only live 100 miles away because you came here for the gold rush. The gold rush is over, so why haven't you gone home? This is what I'm trying to say. It's like they managed to, with every time that it seems like you're about to become wealthy, in these engineered scenarios, you actually become poorer. You become poorer either in resource, or you become poorer by the fact of the matter is you transfer over to a system that you don't know everything about yet. And you lose your family members, as in your connectivity to them, your tribe, your clan. And remember, nation states are built from clans, because clans make chieftains, and chieftains are the ones that get elected, well, the most competent ones anyway. So the destruction of the family is really more about making sure the nation state never changes hands.
That is a very astute summary.
Sorry.
Huh?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean that was spot on.
Can't help it sometimes. I haven't spoken about that in a little while, that's why. So it started to wind me up as I thought about it. I've been burying my head in the sand, trying to pretend like none of this shit's been going on, mate. Men need to sort of stand up a little bit, to be honest. I'm sick of being the only bloke that I know that is willing to look at these issues. You know what I mean? It's all well, and this is what I was saying a long time ago to everyone that was on here. I was saying, like, look, how much does it cost in your local, where you are in your country right now, any of you guys in 24/7, how much does it cost for a certain product? Like Stilton cheese in the UK is like 5 times cheaper than it is in Michigan. Like, why don't we have a product? Why don't we have a product trade system between all of us on here? Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, we can push the numbers around. Like, we have companies that are smaller than this that rig stock markets, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean?
I always wanted to make cheese.
Yeah, I've done it. Oh no, that's what I got back from that. Like, let's buy cheese and make a trade program. I've always wanted to make it. Oh no. But do you see my point though? Why aren't we doing that? Like, we always keep saying we can't rely on the government. Like, why are we not relying on one another then? Because people can't trust one another. This is what I'm saying about this Bitcoin. I'm saying this is how it could be utilized. Is it something that can keep people honest, maybe in a trade system? Whereas before, you needed a company to trade, right? You needed someone with, effectively, you needed someone with overheads. Nowadays, we wouldn't really need overheads even because you can just buy it straight
Tax
from
registration
the
number.
manufacturer. Exactly. Amazon have showed us the way with this, with fulfillment centers, right? We can effectively realize that there is a need for shipping worldwide. The postal systems weren't working, so Amazon took up the slack and they made a lot of profit in doing so, right? But we can use those fulfillment centers. We can buy products in one area in one country. We can ship it to another part of a different country, and you can have a certain group of people involved in doing so. People, let's say one person from America, one person from England, one person from the United, from the Middle East, for instance, right? One person from Eastern Europe, right? And then someone from Central Europe. Like, you have these individuals that we know that exist in these places, and effectively, all of us that are here, we all care about the flat Earth, and people say that's making money off of flat Earth. It's not. It's actually making money from relationships and friendships that you have. It's completely separate to the idea of flat Earth altogether. But I feel like it's something that we should be doing. Like, realistically, this server that we have here, the people that we have in here, how long they've been in here, the rough amount of trust that we should be able to have in at least some of us, right? We do actually have a very strategic position that we're in, believe it or not. Like, one that, if was utilized correctly, a lot of people in here wouldn't have to worry so much about the influence of the government whatsoever, right?
If you look at the basic requirements of man, it's not much, is it?
No, but it is when other men wish to take on bigger shoulders, when bigger shoulders wish to come around and start to say they want to carry some of what you have for you. Men want to usurp other men. This is clear.
Dominate.
Yeah, but it's not a but this is the thing. It's like we've gone so far into a competence hierarchy that now, like, when do we ever get morals come out on top of expediency, or over the top of what would be ethical, or some form of, I don't know, utilitarian worldview that seemingly is the way we look at the world now. We look at it like, oh, instead of me maybe putting extra, like the government, for instance, with benefits, if they were really smart, what they would do when someone first lost their job is they would pour £3,000 into their bank accounts. They would say, go to every social event that you can. They would have a huge catalogue of suits that you could choose from that they were paying for, because they pay for it in a big contract with a company that makes suits. They would then provide you with a suit. They would provide you with wear that was respectable to go out. They would provide you with vouchers to get your hair cut. And they would tell you, for the next 3 months, go and do everything that you can in your power to socialize with people, and that's it. You know what I mean? Like, my friend comes from money, right? When he became made redundant, his mum put 2 grand in his bank. She said, go out and act like you have a job. Don't tell anyone you don't have a job. Just go out and act like you have a job and say you're looking for more work. Say, oh yeah, if you know of any work, mate. If you look like you've got work, people will give you work, right? People don't give work to people that don't have work. it's these little things that like government have been able to have so much expression and leadership over, because communities don't need to worry about one another anymore. No one ever has to go through the pain of hearing about the old lady on the corner who starved to death, because government makes sure she just doesn't starve to death by a little bit, right? But she's still suffering and she's still on her own and still in pain every night. Do you understand? So like when a community is going to start to realize that the amount of money that we pay in tax, really, we pay tax in order to stay ignorant to our own social ills in our own communities. That's what we pay tax for. But certain people are born into these social ills and have to live in them regardless. And these individuals just need a little bit of help of how to address problems in a way that is more effective than what they were before, in order that they might be able to lift themselves up out of the muck. But you don't have this. If you have a genuinely caring government, you would really focus on people. And again, the housing problem in the UK is terrible. They put families that have got ex-prisoner, people that have been in prison, they put them all on the same council estates. This makes no sense whatsoever. Why would you put loads of poor people situated next to poor people? We have council house estates in the UK that are for people that have jobs too. Why wouldn't you mix people that don't have jobs amongst the people that do have jobs, so that they're more likely to bump shoulders with people that might need a worker on one day? Like, these are the problems that just, to me, seem so easy to fix. Nothing's being done. Someone else speak, shut me up.
Yeah, it's totally sickening.
So with Bitcoin, I still think, what's Bitcoin at the moment? It's been going down, right? Been going down a little bit.
It's hovering in the 30s, between 30 and 40,000.
30 and 40,000. So it went up. Am I right in saying that it went up to 48, or did it go up to 50 something?
64.
Went up to 64. See, like, now seems like a good time to buy, to be quite honest. How much did you say?
It's traveling between 30 and 40,000. But again, that's a separate subject about whether you can make yourself some wealth through the purchase of Bitcoin.
Well,
yes, you can do that, but it's a long-term hold because of its volatility. If you're a trader, you'd have to really know what you're doing.
Yeah.
But if you buy and hold and believe in the future of Bitcoin, then yes, you it doesn't matter when you buy in right now. It doesn't matter. Just buy and hold.
True. That's that unequivocally I would agree with. It doesn't matter when you buy in.
Doesn't matter.
It really doesn't. Like, if you're a person who can end up with just one Bitcoin, you're going to be set.
Right. That's right.
And to be honest, this is the way it's looking. Like, I could probably go and buy one Bitcoin. I can afford to buy one, right? And this is the conundrum in my head, right? What do I do? Do you see what I mean?
Don't need to buy one. You see, it's divisible. That's again.
I know it is. I know it's divisible. That's my point, though. Is that but owning a whole Bitcoin, being able to own a whole Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
Do you understand how useful that is, right? Because so I don't. Do you know much about the drug trade and use of Bitcoin?
Well, I'm not as.
So at one point, me and my brother had 60 Bitcoins, right, between us. Yeah, everyone, leave me alone. I know. So, so we had 60 of them between us, right? This is like 10 years ago.
Oh.
And then.
Are you kicking?
Yeah, of course. But what I do know is that just by owning them at the time, you could make money, because people couldn't buy certain things and they needed Bitcoin, right? So by selling a Bitcoin to someone, you could sell it for double the price, because they couldn't find ways of getting it that they trusted at the time. Not just that, a lot of people weren't tech savvy enough in order to tumble stuff so that it, because we couldn't make it fully transparent, but we could make it translucent, and we could make like 10 names come out. If it got traced, it would come out as 10 names, and then the police aren't allowed to investigate 10 people, not off of one small purchase. Do you see what I'm trying to say? There are certain parameters that, so it's not hard to find this out. If you know anyone that works in the police, you can find out the cut-off points of the CPS, the Crown Prosecution Service, how much they're willing to invest on how big of a transaction, including how many people are involved in the conspiracy, right? So you can work out all of the fine details of how to buy and sell with Bitcoin illegally and know that the police will never be involved. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Under a statute. So like if you took you to court over it, you could use a statute against them that states that you were using, you know, public money in the realm of using, because it comes under like international, like, you know, drug smuggling and terror. When it's such a small amount of involved in it, they have no warrant that can warrant doing so over a number that's already on the screen. So like this transaction is in the value of £1,000. They're like, this investigation cost 80,000 just to start it up, right? They can never warrant doing that. But it's never worth it. So like, just by owning one Bitcoin, effectively, you have 40,000 there, but you could utilize £1,000 of that at a time for people, but charge them £250 to do so. Because people are making they're saving more than £250 when they buy drugs, right? Just to be frank, they're saving more than £250 by doing it that way. And they're getting better drugs than what they ever would before, and they don't have to deal with drug gangs because it's all through the post. So just by having it there, you know, and I'm not saying that individual drug dealers will come to you as an individual, right? There are different marketplaces where you can effectively do this for people. You can be a proxy buyer for people. And then even if it ever gets captured, you've just bought something for someone you didn't even know about buying it. Really, you didn't know what they were buying. And all you've done is bought something for someone that's in a country that doesn't have jurisdiction for you anyway. And they work it that way on the dark web anyway. They make sure that the people that help one another out in these systems are never in jurisdictional zones that can have each other prosecuted. And it's utilized in that way, and you can make money just by having it there, because remember, it's like you become the bank, and you start to see how much money people make just by being a bank. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, interesting. I sent you a link of an interview that maybe you find interesting if you have time sometime to look at it. And
I will 100% check out anything that you send to me.
And then maybe the next time I come in, we could talk again about it.
Yeah, Ildiko, you should talk more when you're in here. I've heard you say before you don't want to interrupt, but please do so. We appreciate it when you speak. And Ariel, to be honest.
That's great. I'm a generally speaking, most topics I'm completely outside of the. I can't even find a tether in to sit, you know, because I live so far outside of various subjects.
I get your point.
Yeah, so that it's hard for me to just even step in and engage.
Yeah, you feel like you're feigning intellect. You'd feel like you were feigning intellect.
Yes, and
you have to realize that every person here is just pretending, right? You do know that no one's here. No one really here is intelligent at all whatsoever.
The best we can do as human beings, isn't it, just to pretend to the more convincing we are, the better actors we are, the more successsive we are. So.
But that's the truth, right? Like, that's the truth. Do you really think the top lawyers at Harvard? Do you think I've heard this.
The holes in their armor, their intellectual armor.
Yes.
And I listen to the people on the Bitcoin side, who are extraordinarily smart concerning the subject of money. And
send me some stuff. Send me whatever you can, because really, I do have money there. Listen, Ildiko, send me whatever you can, because I've got money there that I don't know what to do with.
Not just in order for you to find a way to make wealth, but to understand it as a neutral currency. It's a fascinating.
I've seen its neutrality.
Yeah,
I've seen its neutrality, but
all I'm saying is that all the people in the Bitcoin, the smartest people there, were garner a great deal of respect worldwide, are absolutely idiots when it comes to things like cosmology and
Right.
and other deeply philosophical subjects about consciousness. They're just complete idiots. So
Yeah.
you know, you have to take. People are just people. They can only know so much about anything, you know. And
So would it be useful to have pundits as it's the only sort of term that I can use right now without, you know, pundits that are of different intellectual capacities involved in Bitcoin is what you're trying to say as well, right?
I would love that to be the case. So to broaden their to take the walls down, the intellectual walls down from various aspects of what it is to be human and to be in this world of.
Well, they sort of, yeah. Sorry.
It would help. It would help so that you could go into. I think it would help not only to make a person more authentic as a contributor to social healing, but it just makes it so much more interesting when you don't have to go to so many different rooms to find truth.
Yeah.
You know?
See, like, for what?
Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll send you whatever I can. And
Ildiko, have you got the cryptocurrency? You have got that tag.
I got in, yes, but that's, you know, I that's what spurred my interest in the subject, because I'd never really taken much interest in the nature of money.
Right. So when you come here, what? So wait there. Can I just ask? When you coming here, right? Are you saying that you gained interest in this topic by coming here, right?
Well, it of course it's a popular subject in various circles, but I never really quite understood it. Mickey was the one who encouraged me to buy into Bitcoin. I bought in and realized he was right about it as a wealth-producing product, but I had no idea as to what Bitcoin was as apart from the other cryptocurrencies. So when I looked into it is when I became a little bit more savvy about understanding its value apart from its wealth creating aspect.
Yeah, of course. Listen, I understand its value, inherent value, right? Yeah. The fact that it's finite is much like with gold, right? The thing is with gold is gold really finite, right? We can't
exactly. It is not really finite. It's
not
difficult to mine, which is why it became one of the reasons.
Yeah, that's its value.
Yeah, a viable means of facilitating trade.
I still believe that the gold rush was fake, though, because I feel like if you know much about the kings and queens and the gold rush, when the gold rush happened, the crown jewels still existed. And we're talking about when I talk about like the crown jewels and let's say one kingdom's the amount of gold that one kingdom alone had at that time. I believe it was like Denmark had more gold than all of the gold collected in the gold rush in America alone. Yeah. Denmark, just the Kingdom of Denmark, one family, and the family at the time only had 13 members in it, or something like that, or 30 or 13 members.
Exactly.
And then you're like, wait a minute. So how did we really even know? You know, but like I said, like value is based upon an agreement.
It's
really,
an agreement.
And truthfully,
it's always an agreement. It has nothing to do with, you know, the inherent qualities within the means of transaction. It's just if we didn't agree that this is what we were going to use as a means of transaction, then it wouldn't have any value at all. But
I feel like people maybe didn't always agree to the fiat currency as well, though. I feel like people felt like it was like, because if you go back into the marketing of the fiat currency, right, it's more like that people started to.
But you just couldn't carry around all that gold.
Yeah, Well, it's not, and the people that didn't have any gold to carry, the people that didn't have any gold to carry, would be effectively like told, well, if you swap over your house, right, you would be able to get gold for it, right? But the issue with this is then they had mobility, right? People had mobility. They weren't stuck with living in the same location their family had for hundreds of years, right?
Yes.
But the issue with that is that people didn't just trade their houses over for gold and then trade over their gold for the promissory notes. Because the promissory note system had already been implemented, they just handed over their house straight away just for the note, believing that there was a representative value of gold
Right.
somewhere in a bank.
Fiat currency is simply a note until it became decoupled from gold in 71 by Nixon. But that's what it at least had some grounding in something that we could all agree had a certain value.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what fiat currency, its stability. And now it's freewheeling. And so consequently, it's bound to fail. Bound to fail. It's not.
Well, it's being forced to as well. It really is.
Yes, but it's inherent in its internal.
It's bound to. Yeah, it's bound to because its qualities are lacking. I understand that its qualities are lacking in comparison to the alternative, so therefore the better alternative. This is ultimately what capitalism is at the end of the day, is that you provide either a more expedient service for more money, or you provide one that's less expedient with higher quality for more money, or you just undercut the competitor with the same product.
The society function is the currency that it uses to transact trade. That's just it. And so you want a currency that has has certain qualities that make it the most functional for that trade.
So, like, what do you think? What do you think though when it? Well, just to ask you a question quickly. So, what do you think when we're talking about this? So, like, what do you think the smaller countries that don't have huge infrastructural systems that are able to utilize things such as Bitcoin, right? Because obviously Bitcoin has to have a very massive and vast supersedary structure. We say it doesn't, but I believe
it's getting to the point where Bitcoin is at a point where it has extraordinary utility worldwide.
Comparatively to the note system, regardless where you are, correct?
And so a country like El Salvador would be extremely benefited by its use. The population, 75% of the population doesn't have a bank account, a credit card. They have no way to they can't even buy into the equity system, where they can buy. They can't do anything. And so this will empower them and make their transactions also stable. I have to go. So
yeah, that's fine. No worries. Nice talking to you.
Nice to speak with you. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Well, it's not letting you speak. This is your platform too. You can speak here whenever you like.
Thank you.
Bless you. We've got Sleeping Warrior in the house.
Where the fuck have you been? I've not seen you for weeks.
Yeah, I've been busy, mate.
Bollocks, nobody's busy on lockdown. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? There's not been a lockdown where I'm living, mate. I don't know where you live, but like, mate, we heard lockdown ease, and all we heard was lockdown ease. We didn't hear anything but that, buddy, like where I live.
Well, lockdown, the rule of 6 is still in, isn't it, apparently?
Oh, I don't know about that, mate. 30 people in my street saying different. Isn't it? I've personally spoken to the police myself face to face with more than 6 of us there, like at one premises.
Oh yeah, they pick and choose when they apply it. If you're at a protest, yeah,
Yeah.
they'll definitely apply it then. But if you're out gadget like shopping with your mates, still not interested.
Yeah. If you're spending money, they're all right with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Protesting against the state. No, you're going to get truncheon over the head and locked up for 8 hours. Off with his head.
Yeah. Fuck him. He's
What did you
he's a
think of Matt?
dissenter.
Did you watch the Matt Hancock video where he's like snogging the ass off that aide?
What? No.
So there's a video released that's caused his resignation. Where he's basically...
Yes. I've heard of this. You got to send me it. Come on, please.
I haven't got it, but it's around. You can find it pretty easy. He's basically inside his own office, right? So basically, somebody's planted a video or a camera inside his own office, but he's not slightly off camera. He's not blurred out because it's out of focus. He's bang smack in the middle. He might as well put his big thumb up going, smile for the camera. It's perfect, right? But he reckons it's a covert camera. But I'm thinking it's too perfect for it to be a covert camera because of all the places that you could have put to snogger, it happened to be as the door closed. It wasn't like in the corner. It wasn't against the window. It wasn't over the desk. It was just there, and you're right center of frame. Come on. It's like, has he done that? I think he might have done that himself, for some weird reason to do with not being blamed for something that's about to happen.
Yeah, he wants out, mate. He's like, nah. Has he got a wife?
Yeah, and two or three kids.
Oh, 2 or 3, wow.
He very publicly said that the marriage was over. He's now with this other woman instead. Okay, fair enough. But at the end of the day, when has anybody ever very publicly destroyed a marriage of like 12, 15 years or whatever it is? With kids, why would anybody do that? Nobody would do that, especially when you're a politician. Yeah, it's complete nonsense. I don't know what's going on, but it's clearly nonsense.
Yeah, that's nonsense indeed, bro. What was I going to say? Yeah, I wanted to actually have a conversation with you about something. Because, well, I feel like it may not have been. Remember what we spoke about before? Super Mario. I don't want to mention. Okay. Trees, one side of a tree.
Yes.
Right. Did anyone take you seriously on that?
I can't remember what the topic was. I know what topic you're talking about, but I don't remember the conversation that we had.
Divergent points of how the globe doesn't really make sense when we look at not just when we look at the electromagnetic field, right? And the way that the if you measure the electromagnetic field pointing towards south, right? It doesn't all line up, does it? The lines don't line up correctly. They don't paint out a sphere, right?
The magnetic declination means that they're not looking south. They think they're looking south, but they're not actually looking south.
Exactly. So the magnetic declination, right? Okay. And I believe you can carry on the declination as well and sort of look at the angles. But I'm talking more about you remember when we were saying about on the backs of trees? Remember?
Yes, the scorching.
Not just the scorch, but the moss. Remember? We were saying about how...
I remember. Yeah, I remember.
Have you thought more about that? I have.
Yeah, but the guy I was trying to get to do, what was his name?
Right.
Merle Baumgard.
Merlin. Yeah.
His dad took ill apparently, and he started off on it, but then got distracted, and then he's never come back to me. His
dad is ill. Do you want me to shoot him a message? I get on pretty well with him. Like if I harp on at him about,
he's not going to do it. We need somebody else because his dad's ill, isn't he?
So what if his dad's ill? I'll tell him.
Well, that was my approach, but he was like, no, I'm not changing my position. And you know what he's like? He's proper stuck in the mud, isn't he?
Yeah. I'll try and convince him. Right. Where do we need someone situated to do it? Where's Merlin? Where is Merle?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It just needs to be somebody in Australia, preferably with the biggest declination adjustment. That'll be the better way. Let's have a look. Let me just check declination in Perth compared to Canberra.
Because I'm saying I think it's an idea that shouldn't be dropped. Is my point, Stephen. That's why I'm bringing it back up, mate. You know what I mean?
So Perth declination is 12 degrees. Let's check Canberra. Declination in Canberra is Declination is, again, that's 12. And let's just check declination in Auckland.
Yeah.
Auckland is 20. So somebody in New Zealand would be better, actually, because they've got much bigger
Someone in New
magnetic.
Zealand. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. New Zealand. Anybody listening, anyone knows anyone in New Zealand, obviously get in touch with either me or Sleeping Warrior. That would be very useful.
Cameraman is. Dazza the cameraman's in New Zealand, but I just don't fucking trust him.
You don't trust him to do a bang up job, mate.
No, he's a complete. We need somebody that's either not in the topic or so, because we want to do the preliminary test before we go public with anything. Because if it's a nothing burger, then we don't want to make it into a big deal beforehand. But if it's not a nothing burger, then we should consider somebody like Dazza the cameraman. But we need to do it first to see how much of a difference there actually is. If it's not due, because the problem is, it came up on Nathan's show yesterday, or the day before. A guy came in and he just said, right, dead smarmy, right, if you flat earthers can answer me this one question, then I'll be happy. And Nathan said, all right, go on then, what do you want? And he said, how is it that we can all look south on a ball and see the same stars rotating? How does that work on a flat earth? So I started, and this is my topic, right? So I was like, guys, let me have this. And Adam Meakin passed over to me. Then Nathan passed over to me, and I says to him, how are we going to get north then? And he's like, get a compass out, you idiot. I was like, okay, so talk me through that. So we're going to put the compass flat on our palm of our hands, and then I got Rumpus by Arwin and Neil Constantino.
No.
And I ended up rage quitting 3 fucking times. I said to them, let me have this, come on. And like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, just bear with me, hold my beer. And they wouldn't do it. So I ended up rage quitting because I just couldn't. I got Rumpus by Arwin and Neil Constantino, and I was like, guys, I've got it. Shut up a minute. But in the end, to be fair to Nathan knows the argument, and he did get to the end of he did get to the point at the end, and the end point is they can't get north. So like, if you can't get north, then you can't get south. So how are you going to get north?
How are they getting south anyway? Because south is defined as so realistically cause and effect, sort of speaking. What is the cause of the movement of the needle even? I know that's unrelated, but
what they say is that celestial south, the rotation point in the sky, is the south end of the ball, right? But that's assuming we're on a ball. Well, don't assume we're on a ball and prove that it's 180 degrees from north, because that's what it needs to be if we are on a ball. The problem is they can't get north, so they've got to assume south. They've got to assume ball. Well, I'm saying, well, hang on a sec. Bearing in mind that when you're looking south, you're meant north for use through the floor. They're always pointing to the horizon. And I'm like, that's not really north, is it? That's kind of that's north on a flat plane. North on a ball would be looking through your ass, right, down through the floor. But they ignore that. But my point that I'm trying to get them to acknowledge, and they won't, is that they don't have south because they can't get north. And really, what you can do is you can do a long exposure of the star trails, and you can pick the top, because you can't see the rotation point in the middle, the bullseye. You can only see the 20, like the arcing of the rainbow. So, and he says, well, just pick that as your top, your highest point, and then just follow it down. And I'm like, have you seen the shape of the northern star trails to the south? They look like eggs.
What a knob.
Yeah. There is no way to. I don't think there's any way to establish north. There might be, but
there isn't.
In any event, the compass doesn't do it because of declination, and that was the point Nathan did get to in the end. And the guy didn't understand that because he picked this location as Tasmania, and I think it was 14 degrees off.
He did that for a reason as well. He did that for a reason.
Maybe. But he was focusing on how Nathan didn't know the declination value of Tasmania, and Nathan was saying it doesn't matter. Yeah, you don't need to know it. It's as long as you accept that Tasmania's got declination, right? That means that your compass is not telling you where south is. And how can you tell that you're looking in the same direction as the other guy in South Africa, for instance?
Yeah. That's just obvious common sense. But if you use your mind to battle if you use a bit of cog dis, it's very easy to hide in that argument, not understanding what you or Nathan would have been trying to say. That's all I would say. It's
Yeah.
very easy, isn't it, for someone to hide in that argument, like, you know. But yeah, it's the fact of the matter is, anyone who still don't understand is that if you have magnetic declination, meaning you don't have an accurate read, right? How are you then going to try and purport to say that you, plus however many other individuals in areas, especially ones that have got magnetic declination, are saying, how do you know you're all looking south? You have no way of knowing this.
That's my point.
You really
Like,
don't.
I'm not sure there is an objective way of knowing it. Like for instance, Quantum Eraser argues that the only real one objective direction, objective, not
Is
relative,
north.
is compass north. And I said to John, I said, like, is that true though? Because declination says that we're all looking in different directions. And he said, well, but ultimately, and he's right when he says this, the question that you've then got to say is, do you believe or do you accept that the compass shows the same direction, relative or otherwise, for everyone? And I'm like, I don't know, because if it basically, you're saying that either declination is a bullshit adjustment because we're not on a ball, or the compasses do line up and we can rely on them, but science doesn't accept that. So it's like, which way do we go with that? And he said, I don't know. I said, no, neither do I.
Well, like, I understand Quantum's argument with this completely, right? QE's argument. But like, see, right. So right. So a better way of saying it is actually this way, right? So wait there, let me just get this up a second. This is the way that me and Quantum were saying this before. So this is what we wrote before. Just sorry, I've just got to scroll.
What's really
up
cool as well? What's really
Yeah.
cool is that this is a conversation that we can have that ball earthers can't influence in any way because it's not even their argument. We're arguing about how accurate or reliable a compass is, and their argument is, well, we've got it adjusted for. So we can talk about this openly, and they can't criticize us in any way because it's not even their argument. It's not even our argument. We're just wondering, do compasses do what we think they do? In other words, do they point north or do they line up with the fields? And if they do, then you guys are not looking in the same direction. But if they don't, then what use are they?
Well, because as well, no one's ever actually truly established what causes a compass to point in the way that it does. It may be a commonality that they're all pointing roughly in a similar direction. If you get like 5 men to stand next to one another over 100 meters, and you get a camera to look at every one of their compasses, and you have observers in between, looking at the compasses with telescopes, right? You know, left to right, you'll be able to see that they sort of all do intersect, all pointing toward the same direction from that one location. But then are they just pointing toward the strongest part of the field that is closest to them, which would be all in the same direction because they're only about 100 meters away from one another? As soon as you start to get out of the line of sight of one another, the distance is great enough to then not know whether or not those compasses are all pointing toward the exact same location, like an actual magnetic pole.
That's the reason why the style rotation point in the south needs to be explored, because the claim is that they can all look south and see the same rotation point. The question is, are they actually looking south? And it might be that, I don't know. Obviously, they say on a flat Earth, you all must be looking in the wrong, in different directions. But it appears that on a ball, no one can prove that they're actually looking in the same direction, and that's the requirement. They've got to prove that they are actually looking south, not on their model, in real world. And that's the bit that they can't get off that bit in their head. They apply ball Earth as though it's reality, and we're saying prove it, and they just don't understand what that means.
Yeah, like this is like one of the fundamental issues with them a lot of the time, is that a lot of the so like this is actually what's quite interesting about this and quite funny, is that they often think in an orthographical sense, right? Like as if they're looking at things from a perspective that is not where they're looking at it from. Like they've been somehow lifted up off the very ball that they're on and been allowed to see things from a different perspective. This is literally the way ballers think. But then when we ask them, if I measure a table, right? Yeah, when we say about measuring that the Earth is measurably flat, for instance, right? People make this statement. I don't fully agree with the statement in 100 million %, but there's truth in that as a statement. But when you say to someone, if a table's 4 foot by 4 foot, right? What is it, right? And then they go, I don't know. But then they're the same person is talking about viewing something from an orthographical position. This is the issue with being like cemented in this paradigm of like living on a ball Earth, where you can't remove yourself from it to look at things differently. it puts you in a position where you can't know what a table is. When I tell you it's 4 foot by 4 foot, it's obviously a square. It's 4 foot by 4 foot, and it's a table, right? The tabletop. It's
just
obvious.
let me
It's a
ask you.
square.
Let me ask you, just out of curiosity's sake. I'm not attacking and challenge you. I'm just curious as to what your answer is. If you don't agree 1,000,000,000% that the Earth is measured flat, what is the purpose of the geodesic surveyor if it doesn't measure flat? Because the geodesic surveyor calculates it by applying the flat measurements into a geodesic plane.
Yeah, that's of course, but like, so I would say the purpose in actually, yeah, you're right. Yeah, so the purpose in him is to actually map it out and then make it act as if it is isable. That's even planar surveying, right? That's where it originates from, right? And
yeah,
but the point, yeah, I get your point. When I say I don't fully agree that it measures fully flat, what I mean by that is that I'm not going to make the bold statement as if to say that, there are not portions of land that are, much like deformation and hills and stuff that, have
yeah.
swells and topography. And I'm just
Sure,
not
we
going to
all
say,
accept.
I'm not going to say, it 100% measures flat the whole thing, because I know nothing about the edge of it, right? I know nothing about how far this thing goes. I have no clue what the whole thing looks like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what we can, so just a quick
But
one.
what
Then,
we
as a quick
can see, it does measure flat. Yeah, what we measure, it measures flat.
So some people say that it could be an infinite plane, right?
Yeah.
What do
I
you think
don't
of that
agree with that.
argument?
I don't agree with that at all.
If it could be an infinite plane, then we
How
wouldn't
can
have
we have gas pressure?
Yeah, that's the problem with that argument. I don't
And
think it
then
can
that's
be an
the,
infinite plane.
listen. This is the issue with the globe. When I say this to people, and this goes over their heads, you'll get this straight away. If I give you gravity, and then gravity becomes this upper layer of the atmosphere, metaphysical sort of wall that is able to stop gas particles from entering out into space, which doesn't make sense, because if gravity keeps them there, then the different vectors of gravity around the Earth itself, i.e., the moon orbiting around with its proximity to those gas molecules, right? The fact that it's actually skating on the upper echelon of the actual atmosphere itself, anyway, almost inside of it. But the thicker layer, it would aid entropy, right? In relation to its proximity to those upper layer gas molecules, right, Warrior? Its gravity, in effect, when you do the calculation, is like 20 times stronger than the Earth's. So you would need some sort of hydrostatic equilibrium state on the upper layer of the atmosphere in order that it would be able to, if gravity was real, to keep the gases there. You would need no other gravitation. You can't have the same force effectively moving around it. And we have whole solar systems with more gravity than ours that keep our solar system implicated into being slingshot with it in a way. And then we also have the sun itself keeping us in lockstep. And we have many gravitational vectors, and that's not including, like I said, the entropy aiding machine that is the moon itself, right? So when you add all of that together with that, it is a problem. But then again, what the problem is that if I give them this imaginary wall, they need to then demonstrate gas pressure right here, where gases have bounced off of those walls and almost doubled back on themselves in order that they have an inward vector for us to read gas pressure with a barometer, right?
Yeah,
And
they've got to
forget
demonstrate
this.
gas pressure pooling on the floor of a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, like this is what they don't get, and it's like with on what we would respectively say we believe what we live on the infinite plane. No, because I believe gas pressure, with obviously we have water vapor involved in this, taking up space. We have Gay-Lussac's gas laws. We understand Charles's law. We understand a dynamic system. We understand exchange of higher to lower pressure, or even on a micro state. Right, there's the microstate of entropy itself as well, which is a volumeric area of gas that's excited by energy that then wants to exchange with a localized area that's slightly lower or higher pressure, right? So you have these exchanges on a small scale, right? And then the point is what I'm trying to get at is with this existing where the gases are created at ground level, it makes sense that we have some form of a container that's like a canopy because of the gradient itself, right? Obviously, what we have with the gradient, like I said, we have it makes sense, right? Because obviously if gases are produced here at ground level, they go upward, right? They're produced in a finite amount here, and then as they rise higher, like if you shoot a shotgun in the air, the pellets in proximity to one another is going to get greater in distance the higher they go in altitude, right? So like we have the same with these gas molecules as they go up, right? I genuinely believe that. But then I also think the pressure, the idea of a canopy coming down, not an infinite plane, that we would be receiving pressure from the walls of the container around us as well as what's above us. This is what they can't demonstrate on the globe. A 360-degree container, even if created by gravity, they would have to be able to show this sort of movement of gases going toward the container and doubling back on themselves. They don't have that. They actually have a gradient inside of something that is contained. Obviously, a gradient over time can be created, but I would love to know how gravity was able to negate a form of entropy or movement of entropy when it was tumultuous trying to settle into a form of a gradient for it to settle that way inside of this sphere, because the gravity only has a certain amount of force at certain times. It wouldn't have been able to stop the greater forms of entropy before this gradient settled. Do you understand my point, Stephen? Like, there's problems on all fronts with it.
How did we get onto this? What were we talking about?
Because we're talking about an infinite plane, and that's what I'm saying, that it makes sense only on a flat Earth, because we have the ability to have gas pressure that is gathered from left to right, a transverse across. You know what I mean? The plane. They don't have that ability.
If there is some kind of container, dome, or whatever you want to call that container, that's what stops the lateral dispersal of the gas going. Like if it is infinite, it would disperse like an atomic bomb. It would be like going exactly, wouldn't it? It would go out like that. So ultimately, there's got to be a limit to it. And I think what the limit would be is the ability of the sun. It gets that weak that it stops. It's unable to stop the water vapor and all the gases from condensing into liquid and then condensing into a solid. And there would be a wall of matter that's too cold, like absolute zero.
So
it's too
Charles's
cold.
law.
Yeah. So it's like and the container is caused by the sun's ability to burn off all these liquids, fluids, gas that we're breathing. And it's kind of like a little, like a laser light source, pinpoint laser light source in the middle of like an ice cube, and we're kind of living in a pocket within the ice cube, and it's caused by the sun. That's how I see it.
That makes sense as well. 100%. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because but yeah, like I said, that's what I mean. It's like there's definitely, with the infinite plane thing, I just feel like it needs to be completely disregarded.
Yeah, it has to be because the gas pressure argument. But here's the other thing. Like, so let me talk to you about gravity a sec. I was running this by. I was trying to run it by Roger yesterday, and I never quite got to it. But so, all right. So we can all relate to Newtonian gravitation, but when we start talking about bendy space time, it's something that none of us can relate to because it's so abstract. It only exists in mathematics. It's a construct that Einstein conjured in his mind. If it comes from Elijah. Elijah was asking, if we could vary and manipulate gravity to prove the independent variable caused the dependent variable, what would the effect be if we could manipulate gravity? And I thought that's a fantastic question, because ball earthers are just going to say, well, you'd float away if you turned it off, and if you increased it, you'd increase your weight. Now, we know that that's not the science today, but they'll claim it, and they'll all support each other when they claim it. So you'll get somebody, you'll get Fight the Flat Earth or somebody like that claiming it, and then 10 people in chat would all go, yeah, that's what happened. And then you'll get one flat earther that'll go in and say, well, Einstein said it's not a force. And then they'll laugh at that person, regardless of how true it actually is. But when you have the conversation with a flat earther, the question then becomes, well, how would you demonstrate the effect of bending space-time in our everyday existence? So you got to think, well, what is space-time? And it's just basically something that's got an apparent acceleration that's not an actual acceleration. In other words, it's like an illusion. And I thought,
it's like an illusion.
So how would
you've got to think of it like this? Like another way, you've got to think of it. So like when we talk about where gravity comes from itself, right? We're talking about it almost like as well, like a buoyant displacement of water. So they're talking about space as a concept, obviously we know, but they're talking about it as a fabric, right? Almost like this mass, right, presses down on that fabric and it displaces a certain amount of tension in the fabric. That creates an emergent reaction of the bending of space-time itself, because now obviously the emergent force of gravity comes off of the pressure on that fabric, right? The displacement, like
we can't
that
call
part.
it an emergent force, because that's
I know
what
we can. It makes no sense.
Because the Einstein called it an effect. That's what Fight the Flat Earth says. It's an emergent force.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an
And
effect.
it's not an emergent force.
It's not. It's
defined
not
as
an
an effect.
emergent force. Yeah, it's defined as an effect because it's more like. So the pressure on the fabric, it's not. Like so. It was spoken about by Einstein more as if like it isn't a physical thing on this thing happening. It like you said. It's more like an effect. Like it's
It
like
is an effect. It's defined
witchcraft.
as an effect. So
Like
it doesn't result in a force, and it doesn't create an emergent force. It's an effect. That's the end of the chain of causation. It's the result. It's the whiplash in a car crash. It's
yeah,
not the thing
yeah.
that's
That's
bending
it.
the bumper, which bends the membrane, which then pushes into the radiator. It's not in the middle. It's at the end. So it's
It's
like, no,
literally
it's
at the
fine.
end.
He's just trying to get the word force into the conversation so that he can then
Right.
calculate it into existence.
Right.
But the question becomes,
Makes
well,
sense.
if bendy space-time was
What would
real,
it look
right?
like?
What?
What would that? What would it look like? You mean, yeah?
Well, do you remember the Mr. Soft advert when we were kids? Mr. Soft,
No.
would you tell me
I'm
why the
27.
world... What?
I'm
Oh, right, okay.
27.
So imagine Mr. Soft, Treebor Mints had the soft mint, right? And their moccasin for it, or their mascot was Mr. Soft. And he was basically like the Michelin man, but he was made of softness, like cushions. It's like a man inside a cushion suit. And he was walking down the road and everything was bending around him. Like it was like the bend in the space-time.
What?
All of his physical world, like lampposts and pillar boxes and fences, they were all moving with him as he was walking down the road. So they had a funky tune to it. And they were basically saying that Mr. Soft, his world around him is so soft and gooey, right? But that's how space-time would
Yeah.
be. If
Yeah,
space-time
refraction
was able
almost.
to be, yeah, if space-time
It's
was
like
able to be
refraction,
shrunken,
mate. Everything's light, yeah? So if everything is light, right? And we're all, like, you hear this idea, right?
yeah.
That we're light. I'll talk to you about something in a second. I'll let you finish what you're saying. But yeah, this is the way I would imagine, yeah, like everything is literally bending. If everything is light as well, then like would we have different varying levels of bending based on, do you know what I
That's it.
mean? Like based on objects that are around things and like, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like in relation to one another, like how
So
would perspective come into play with that as well?
perspective, right? That's it. So let's just. What I was going to suggest to Roger was that every time that a ball earther says gravity, let's conflate the word gravity with the word refraction, because refraction is something that we can relate to. It's when you look at the horizon, you see things shimmering and moving around, and we know they're not actually moving around. It appears that they're moving around. That's essentially what space-time is. The moving of, it's the apparent movement of objects that are not actually moving. It just appears that they're moving because space-time is moving around it. We all understand that, right? Because we see refraction all the time. So it's not an issue, right? Are you with me?
Yeah.
So then if we can conflate gravity with refraction, it'll cause them to have a cow. They'll have a cow with that because they'll say, you can't call refraction gravity. They'll not have that at all. So we can goad them into a conversation because it'll force them to define gravity. And when they define gravity, they'll say Newtonian mass attracting mass. They won't have that. And we'll then say, no, that's not how it's defined these days. It's defined as an effect, and therefore it doesn't cause that. So then they'll have to accept the definition. But the best bit is then they've got to apply it to Newton's apple. They can't apply gravitation to Newton's apple with bendy spacetime because it's an apparent acceleration only. It's not an actual acceleration. So you try getting a ball earther to explain and argue for Newton's apple falling from the tree without an actual acceleration, and something's clearly moving. It's either the apple falling down or the earth moving up. So it forces them to either accept Einstein, which is the current position, and he says the earth accelerates up, or reapply Newtonian, which they can't do because it's not the current position. So then they become the fucking flat earther. They criticize us because they're saying that the tree's accelerating up and the apple fails to conserve its momentum, right? That's what Einstein's argument is. So if we conflate gravity with refraction, it forces them to argue Einstein and argue that the Earth's accelerating up because it's not the apple moving down, it's the Earth accelerating up. And we don't even argue that. We say it's just more dense than its medium and it grows its mass on the tree. And when a stalk snaps, if it were in water, it'd fall up. So we've got the explanation, right? We don't have to argue that the Earth's accelerating up, but they would have to argue it, and they become the flat earther, the stereotypical flat earther that they criticize us for being. That becomes them.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it, man. And I think that's always been a gotcha. And I don't like gotchas, but like it's an intellectually honest gotcha because it's the biggest claim that they make, which is gravity, right? Gravity. Gravity. They constantly say this, right? So like and by saying so, it makes it a gotcha that I don't mind, which is this: okay, so what is gravity, right? And then when they express the idea of mass attracting mass, and when we tell them, well, it's not been described as a force, you're very out of date. As Chocolate likes to say, that's the old and busted. Get with the new shit, right? Get with the new hotness.
A good
Like,
word is antiquated. They don't like that
yeah,
word because most people don't know what that word
antiquated,
is.
yeah, even
Yeah, so
archaic as well.
yeah, well,
Archaic
no, because
isn't
we all know that
necessarily
one
a
'cause it's
bad
on
term.
it's
Well,
on
it's
that
not
tramp
necessarily
stamp,
a
innit?
bad, but it's not exactly necessarily a bad term.
No, it's not. You're
I
right,
don't
but
believe.
they don't like it because if we use terms that they don't use regularly, they don't like it. So when we say
Yeah, I
gravity
know.
is not a force, they hate that. So like we need to, but they won't apply it. So let's make them apply it by comparing and conflating the use of the word gravity simply with the use of the word refraction, so that every time they squawk refraction, we can just say, "You mean gravity?" Because that's what refraction is, according to Einstein. It's the apparent acceleration of matter that's not actual. It's apparent and it's illusory, right? It's not real. Well, that's what refraction is. Refraction looks like something's moving and it's not, and it's shimmering in the atmosphere and whatever. So if we correct them with refraction and start conflating with refraction with gravity, it'll A, piss them off, and B, it'll make them define gravity. They'll define it, right? Not to correct us. So if we get them to correct it with the current definition, if they get that definition wrong, we can then correct them and say, no, it isn't mass attracting mass at all. Because at the moment they just assume it and they apply it based on that assumption. But most of us don't get them to apply the definition. Most of them, you know it, we know it, but not everybody.
You know what they say though. You know what they always say.
I was listening once. I was listening to Brandon's the other night, and they were allowing them to refer to mass attracting mass. And I'm like, they shouldn't be allowing that. Why would you allow them to get away with using gravity
We
as
don't
mass
allow it
attracting
in
mass
here.
when it's not?
I'll have to start going over there a bit. We don't allow that here, mate.
No.
You know, I would never let anyone do that here.
But Brandon's. I mean, I'm not having a dig at Brandon. I'm just trying to. How can we force them?
No, wait there. Brandon, you better fix up, look sharp, mate. All right, fucking sort it out.
Don't let them beg. Like, don't let them have mass attracting mass ever, because it's not the position.
Fucking
it's
sort
like,
it out. That is weak sauce. Fucking sort it out.
Yeah. Anyway, so so what my point was that let's start conflating the word gravity with refraction to force them to start defining it, because at the moment they just ignore the definition. So if we deliberately conflate the two to force to, because they'll think that they're correcting us because they think that we're stupid. So let them think that they're correcting us. Gravity's not refraction. What are you talking about? Oh, really? What is it then? There's a mass attracting mass, and that's not the position, because they're telling us what gravity is then, not us asking them and then like ignoring it. Because the minute they say it's mass attracting mass, then it isn't, and we can correct them and we can cite it and we can show them that it's not. And then they've got to start explaining Newton's apple, and they can't explain it. So then what they've got to do is they've got to accept the Einsteinian position that is the Earth accelerating up, and then we can accuse them of being the flat earther that they accuse us of being. That puts us in the strongest position, I think, because they can't accept Einstein. They just can't accept him.
I've been doing that bro. I've been doing that for ages, though. I've been saying that to them, like, the flat Earth society model. Whenever, like, we don't like people coming in here spouting that FES shit, right? But when they do so, right, I sort of allow it for a moment, because at the end of the day, what I know is that when they start talking about it, I can loop it back to the fact that their model actually states that is what's occurring. So, like, they make the claim of me that, like, you live on a pizza disc that's floating through space at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? And I'm like, no, you live on a basketball that's doing the exact same. I've never actually made that claim, and I think that's a good position to be in, because it makes them they're not even flat earthers at that point, sleeping, like the whole thing that you just spoke about, right? That sort of alluring into a debate that they really don't want to have, right? Calling gravity refraction, which is what it is. That is what it is at the end of the day. When they're talking about light itself being what we are, and they're talking about the warping and bending of space time and all of this, right? That is in essence, right? That is what they're saying. They're talking about refraction at that point. Refraction itself. Well, they say that refraction itself, when they're so convoluted in their causes and their effects, where they say, well, the cause of the effect of refraction itself is, well, what is it? Is it the medium? And sometimes they say, well, yeah, it's the medium, but also it's gravity, right? They say gravity is pushing down on the photons, right? You know, we have lots of different things that they say that gravity is involved in. Here, like I was going to talk to you about. What was I was going to say? I better not have forgotten. Oh, that's going to do my head in. Anyway, we was talking about directions, right? Absolute, viewed or existing independently, and not in relation to other things, right? This is just to define the terms, right? This is what me and Quantum had last time written down. This is what's in our DMs anyway, right? But this is like 2020. This was made like mid 2020. Right? Absolute, viewed or existing independently, and not in relation to other things, not relative or comparative. Okay, relative, considered in relation or in proportion to something else.
Yeah.
Relative, being judged or measured in comparison with someone else. Directions, east, south, or west, can only be identified in relation to north, right? Left can only be identified in relation to right, and vice versa. Forward can only be identified in relation to backwards, and vice versa. Up and down, etc., etc. Magnetic north is the only direction that is essentially objective, right? Like, because you can
Doesn't that
identify
assume?
east, but it's
Doesn't
listen.
that
This
assume
is
that
my
the
point.
compass? Doesn't
That's
that
kind of
assume
what
that
I
the
read at the
compass?
end. So
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So listen, this is what I read at the end, bro. So he sent this to me. I edited bits of it, right? And then I writ in it basically this all relies upon the assumption that the compass actually points towards that. Because I've been of the opinion that people say, oh, if you could go from north to south and circumnavigate the globe and get back at the same position, right, bro? They say it would prove the ball. I'm not of that opinion at all. If you went north to south all the way around, it wouldn't prove a ball to me at all. You would still not be able to tell me it's a ball because I can see that it's flat locally. It doesn't comport to what it's supposed to be. I've seen way too much sleeping. Like I've seen horizontal lines that are way over 100 miles, and I've seen boats disappear bottom up. A few miles out to me, and then the same on the same horizon on the same day, seen a boat travel 100 miles from one side of my vision to the other side of my vision. On
Yeah,
that horizon. And like
but
that
the
thing should have disappeared. If it was at my 12 o'clock position in the middle of my view, that boat should have disappeared just a couple of 100 meters going across that horizon. It's a ball. It should, I'm not going to believe it's a ball because there could be we don't understand the way compasses work. We have magnetic declination. We don't know anything about this. So, and if we're in a boat sailing in the sea, if you're going only by a compass, right, and you don't know the cause of its location and the way it works, and then you also don't understand when you're in the air that you're always going in a straight line, you have a huge amount of variables in the air that keep you, constantly having to sort of micro manage turn, and you have to take axial turns, and you have to basically adjust your trim, your yaw, all the time. This has to happen in a plane. You would have no way of knowing that you definitely did a straight line. So you could have just went around a dipole in a figure of eight, and then you're like, yeah, I went around a ball. Well, sorry, it measures
Yeah,
locally
yeah,
flat,
but
and
the thing with the stars is if we can establish, right, if either side of us can establish that either there is an absolute position that they're all looking at and it's independently verifiable, it's not relying on affirming that, that we're on a ball and that it's tilting. If there is a way of showing that the relative observers are looking in the same direction as each other, then that means that it can't be flat. It means that it might be a ball, because you can't look in the same direction as each other if it's a flat plane, because you've all got to have different angles to look at the same thing. But in the real world, it seems that they are looking in different angles, but they gloss over it with declination. So it actually works both ways. On the one hand, it can't be a ball unless they're looking exactly the same direction and it's 180 degrees to north, because they need that absolute reference point, right? But I don't know where they get it from, because if compasses don't do it, the other explanation I've heard is that if you look at sunrise and sunset, sunrise is due east, but not on any other day of the year apart from the equinox. It's not perfectly east, but on the equinox it is perfectly east. Okay, so if you're going to tell me that is an
wait there, go
absolute
back and repeat that. You cut out for me, mate. I don't know how long it was, but you cut out for
So
me then.
It works both ways. It works both ways. On the one hand, you've got the ball earthers that claim that they're looking south. But if they can prove it objectively, then it can't be a flat plane if they're looking in the same direction relative to each other. But I don't know how they're going to be able to prove it, because one of the arguments I've heard is that when the sun rises due east, only on the equinox is it absolutely due east. Now, I know that it's not on their model. There is like a few degrees off, but let's just go with that for a minute to make the point. If they can show that on the equinox it rises from that direction, and then 90 degrees from that gives you north or south, whichever, and then you can then deduce your south. If they were to demonstrate that the three or two of the three observers will look in the same direction relative to that east point when the sun rises, if they could show that, then I'd be like, yeah, that needs to be explained. So they would pick the equinox.
But the sun's too far away, though, right? Because if the sun is 93 million miles away from them, right? I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, but they say their claim is that because of the Earth's tilt on the equinox, it is the perfect location for everybody because it's perfectly east, right? Well, if that was true, then we could use that as a potential absolute direction because it would be the same east as the other guy.
I don't believe we can, though, because we have the actual light of it, of the source of the sun, right? We know nothing about, right? So what the sun does and how the sun appears to me and you, right? That's us believing that it's a 100% unequivocal, something that is going to have a singular direction for every person. Like someone could be looking west, bro, and one person could be looking east, and you could both see the sun based on literally like hot, dense columns because of this, the way that the cooling of the gases happen on that one particular day, high pressure pockets, the light attenuating through the atmosphere, and now we have an apparent position of the sun that we're looking at, but we don't have the actual location, so it's still not reliable even when it gets to that level. The fact of the matter is that they've claimed, bro, that we're able to see out so far because of refraction, right, that it's ever present, that we're able to literally see cities that should be behind and around the other side of a ball. So how is it that we could obviously sort of insert that you could probably see things in the sky, and you could do so looking in many different directions, actually, in fact. And when you look at the cone of the view of how big your eye is, if you just look out onto a horizon, yeah, and you have the furthest left point of your eye and the furthest right point of your eye and the highest point of your vision looking, and then you just tilt your head back. In that view there, right, you pretty much have the difference between looking, let's say, east, right, and looking all the way, depending on where you are, right, like depending on which, you could be looking east and north and east and south is in that field of view, right? So like the point is like you have, I don't believe we have a true directionality toward the sun itself, even from individual viewers. Yeah, it might all line up, but that might be an effect of the fact that we have a container. We don't know all the different parts in play, is what I'm saying, as to the effect of seeing something in apparently the same direction.
Yeah, but we don't need an absolute direction relative to the sun. We just need an absolute direction that we can all rely on for each other. So if we can use the sun and say, if the sun's right, because they would claim on the equinox that the sun rises due east for everybody, right? Okay, so let's just apply it for a minute and say, okay, so if you look to the same direction that the sun rose, pin your east to there, you can then go 90 degrees north or south. Do the stars actually line up when they do that on their model? Do they line up? So on their model, they do. But in real world, do they actually line up? Because if they've all got the same reference point, then the sun... But I don't think it actually does that. Because they would say, well, it's the tilt of the Earth, right? That's the reason why it's not lined up for east for the rest of the year, and it's only on the equinox. Okay, so let's go with that then. If we've got an absolute reference point that we can rely on for two observers looking south, if they can both deduce that.
How much changes that in one go? It's 90 degrees of change from what? How many degrees of change of the actual Earth's tilt?
Oh, well, it's 33, isn't it? 33 degrees over the whole.
No, but like on that one particular day, there's a massive change from the day or two before, right?
None. There is none. It's in the high point, isn't it? So like wherever you are on the Earth, their claim is that east is the same for everybody. So if that's the case, then south will also be the same for everybody. Because one of their arguments is the equinox. Well, if you test the equinox by using the equinox claim, to then denote
That's
south.
only in relation as well, again, to where east is based on what the actual, like, obviously we have the direction that the sun apparently comes toward us, right? Yeah. And where it rises to, but like that's one piece of information. The reason we say it's in the east is in relation to north, remember, as well. Which then again is whether all
Oh.
compasses work anyway, and whether they're based on fields.
No, the reason they say east is in relation to the tilt of the Earth, because they all, like I
Right.
said, on the equinox, it's the only time when east is the same for everybody. So if that is true, and let's just say that it's true for the moment, if that is true, then we should be able to use east to be able to denote to get south. So, and then the problem they've got is, okay, so we accept that the sunrise gives us east. Prove to us that 90 degrees from the east you can see south, and it is accurate, because you've got to be militant with it. Because if it's 1 degree not if it's 1 degree not south, then either the claim of equinox is wrong or it's not a ball.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to give away one of them. One of them's not going to work.
One of them's got to die.
Yeah.
After that point,
because it has to be 90 degrees, exactly 90 degrees, and it has to line up.
degrees, yeah.
If it's just 1 degree out, that means that the equinox claim fails, or then it's not a ball. It has to be bang on 90. And it's not going to be, because otherwise declination wouldn't exist. Declination does exist. So it's like, right, well, why don't we test this then? We should be able to get somebody on the equinox to measure where the sun rises. That's east. And then 90 degrees from that, that's going to be the rotation point at nighttime. So prove to us east in the morning, it's that direction. And then at nighttime, show us 90 degrees from that and show us the rotation point.
Yeah.
The problem is, if you get Daz the cameraman to do it, he'll do it and it'll line up perfectly. And we won't have anybody to verify or validate that he did it correctly and he wasn't being sneaky.
Yeah. 100%. No, it's not that he's incompetent. Because maybe you should clear that up. You weren't trying to say he was incompetent earlier, were you? But you were sort of saying that people won't believe it, will they?
I'm not saying he's incompetent. I'm saying he's dishonest. I don't mind him being incompetent. We all make mistakes, right? But I'm not. It needs to have other people there to verify and validate that he's done it correctly, and it can't be ball earthers. It has to be people that are not ball earthers.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree. No, yeah, I was just making. Sorry, that was me being a bit. I was trying not to be a shit stirrer.
Yeah, no, but I don't mind being the shit stirrer, because sometimes poking the bear is the only way to get them to do stuff. If you just ask them to do it, they'll not do it.
That's why I went.
But it's a good way to test it, though, because ultimately, like, one of their parts of their model has to fail if they don't get what they think they're going to get, which is looking due south and seeing that rotation point. They've got to show that they are actually getting south, because it's interesting, because if they did get it at perfectly south, then that makes it that would advance the argument, because then it would be, well, it's advantage ball earthers there, because what would be the explanation on a plane? And I would say, well, it couldn't be on a plane, could it? You know, how could that be?
It depends, right? Like I said, I know what their claim will be when it doesn't work.
Well, there wouldn't be one. What would their claim be if it doesn't work?
Right, so 90 degrees, right?
You need to have 2 minutes while you finish it, while you empty your mouth.
Yeah. Their claim's going to be refraction.
No, refraction only affects. No. Refraction affects the vertical.
No, but I don't care. I'm telling you, that's what their claim will be.
No, refraction only affects the vertical aspect. It doesn't affect the left and right, the lateral aspect.
I know that. I'm not saying that. It does.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to get away with that.
I'm telling you, I know they've not been able to get away with anything that they've claimed before either, have they, though? Let's face it. I'm telling you, that's what their claim is going to be. Their claim is going to be refraction. I can see it coming already.
What we need is somebody in New Zealand with Daz the cameraman, and we need somebody in either Africa or America. Doesn't matter which, but like Iru Landucci, for example. He would be the guy because he's in Argentina somewhere, right? So he might be somebody who can do it, and they should be able to do it both on the same day, and they should basically plot where the sun rises and say, right, that's supposed to be due east. So 90 degrees from that must be, according to their model, must be the celestial south rotation point, because that's what they claim it is. But if it doesn't line up that way, and it's not bang on, Because it's going to be important that measurement of sunrise. Once that sun peeps over the horizon, and you get the tip of it, that's going to be your due east point because they claim that is the east point, right? So as long as they get that on camera and they show where it was on the horizon and then just go 90 degrees at night time and say, right, there's where it was this morning, lined it up again, bang on, rotate the camera 90 degrees, show that it's 90 degrees, then tip the camera up and then show that it will show where it is. And then if it's not bang on there, then it's not a ball. It's got to be the same for them both as well, not just one of them.
Yeah, 100%, bro. That's a really good test because it wouldn't be that hard to do. You'd only need 2 cameras per set of people.
You just need to have 2 observers that are like one on ball earth, one on flat earth side, and between the 2 of them agree that the other one's not being dishonest and then see what the results are.
Yep.
And I think it'd only work on the equinox. But the problem with that is you're assuming that Earth tilt is legitimate, and that's the reason why it is. But I don't think it matters anyway. Like, just give them that for the purpose, because like the results, if the results don't match up the way that their model requires it, then they've got to have the explanation. For us, we've just got to start thinking about it. But on their model, there is no discussion. It either lines up or it doesn't. If it doesn't line up and you're 3 degrees out, but he's 11 degrees out, it's not a ball.
Yeah. 100%, bro. Yeah.
But and the other issue is, will they admit that before they do it? Or will they just, yeah, and then they'll just backtrack on it?
Mm-hmm.
You've got to get somebody that is prepared to stand by it and change sides, because like they can't.
I wonder if Zanuck would.
Say again. Tell you who might do it.
Zanuck might.
Wolfie might. No, I don't know. Wolfie's got loads of pride and ego, hasn't he? He might be a better guy because he's got more to lose than anybody else. I might ask Wolfie, would he entertain it with a flat earther on like somewhere local to him that he can demonstrate this with? Because like the equinoxes come up twice a year, right? So it's not too difficult to do. Doesn't require any cost. Just meeting up with somebody that's local.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but how much would it really cost anyway?
Buttons?
Like,
nothing.
It's gonna be fuck all. Yeah.
Because everyone's got a camera, everyone's got a web phone. All you've got to do is got some kind of rotate, like a wheel on a spindle, and line it up with the sunrise.
You can get a tripod. You can get a tripod that's got like a bubble on it that allows for you to even show 90 degrees of turn left or right. As well.
Yeah, the only problem with that though is that you need to think about how it's shown on screen for everybody else that's watching it. Because like if it's not shown in a clear and unambiguous way, it's going to cause problems in it. So it's like it needs to be very like pictorial for everybody else watching it, because they need to see that it's not sleight of hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree with what you were saying. Certain tripods, that's what I was thinking. I've seen certain tripods where you could do that.
Yeah, I've seen them like, but
you could draw.
Those Manfrotto ones are pretty expensive, and not a lot of people actually have them. And it's not fair for the. We don't even need it. We just need a way to plot where it was at sunrise and show that that's where it was, and I've lined it up from here, and it's perfect. And then at night time, spin the wheel 90 degrees, show that it's measured 90 degrees, and the bigger the wheel, the better, because it's more accurate. Something really small is like a Manfrotto stand isn't actually that accurate, because you only need like a little tiny bit off at the rotation point, and it's a lot in the sky. So the bigger the wheel, the better. So a bike wheel would probably be better. And all you got to do is keep the bike wheel in the same position that it was in this morning, and then go to it this evening, and then show it 90 degrees, and then point the camera up. And then if that's where the rotation point is, then that's fine. If it's not where the rotation point is, that's not fine. What's the explanation? I'm going to ask Wolfie, will he consider it with because Wolfie will know a flat earther local to him. Because I mean, it depends on, it relies on the synchronicity of the other person as well. So it's like they're just one part of the machine. The other guy is dependent on his results as well. Because it might be the case that one of them, just say Wolfie, for example, it might be the case that he does get it bang on 90 degrees, and Wolfie goes, there you go, it's a ball. But it might be that the other guy in Argentina gets it 18 degrees off. And then we're going to go, right, so Wolfie, okay, we can accept yours is right, but why is his not? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. You should technically be able to do it with 20 people, 100. According to them.
Should do it with 20 people, 100. Well, yeah, they should all be able to do it. Everybody should be able to do it.
Exactly.
But there's not that many Southern people, is there? A lot of the people are not Southern.
No, I'm on about if the argument is, let's say one of them gets it right and then the other doesn't. People being like, well,
Well, yeah,
you know what people are
we
like.
could all do it. We could all do it. But no, we couldn't, could we? Because you'd have to be able to see the rotation point, the center point. But it'd just be good because Wolfie's the one that's got the biggest mouth, so he would be the one that would have the most to lose. And he seems to be like quite keen to do stuff like this.
I don't know much about him.
He's a very smarmy. He's condescending and patronising. He's not overtly rude and offensive like Fight the Flat Earth. He's more subtle with it and condescending and patronising. I like his approach, actually. I think it's the best way of doing it. But he can't stop himself from saying that's because you're stupid and things like that, and he ruins it. He is more like amiable to talk to than anybody else that I've found, really. But because he flies a plane, you see, like because he's a pilot, a commercial pilot, he thinks that he's like the Tommy Rock, and it's like, yeah, but he is keen on doing like tasks. So I'm going to ask him if because he'll know a flat earther. I'm going to speak to Eru as well, see whether he'd consider it. I don't know how to get in touch with Eru Landucci, though.
I wouldn't know either.
I'll tell you who might be interested in doing it. What's his name? Joey Rocha. He lives in Hawaii, right?
Wait. What can you see from, like, China as well?
No idea. But we don't have anybody over there, do we?
Maybe.
I don't think China's far south enough.
It's not, is it?
Mel Baumgart, he might be, but his dad's ill, so he's not the kind of.
Sorry.
You need a couple of earthers just to keep their eye on Wolfie.
His dad's ill, so he can't do anything.
Yeah, his life
Ever
stops.
again. Sorry, mate.
I mean,
Fuck me.
I get that his dad. I get that his dad's ill. I mean, it's not nice, but it doesn't mean that your life's got to stop, does it?
I get on with him. I'm just saying, like, it makes no sense.
No,
I love
agree.
Mara, but mate, Mara, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Just say you can't be fucked. That's what I would say.
I'm going to see if Eru's on Skype. I think I've spoke to him once or twice on Skype before. Chatted 4 months ago.
Who is Eru?
He used to be a Globebuster. I think he's still a Globebuster. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him for a long time. I don't even know if he's still in the topic. I've not watched Globebusters for that long. I wouldn't know who's on the panel anymore, if he's still there or not.
Me either. I don't watch that shit. I don't watch anything, mate. I don't need to. I do all my own stunts, mate. Sometimes I'm like, how do I don't even know how I keep up with what's going on.
Well, you've been away for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, but I sort of doesn't really matter. Still been away. Still know what's going on. You know what I mean? Been involved in this topic going back to like, well, before Eric Debay and everything anyway. But I like the difference for me sleeping more is bro, is that I wasn't raised a baller. I wasn't raised as a baller. So that sort of made quite a bit of difference for myself, you know what I mean? Yeah. Did I cut out or are you just occupied?
No, I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking if I could probably get Wolfie to do this. I could probably get Eru if I can contact him. If I can get him to like open up a line of communication with him, I could probably get him to do it too. We just need a couple of flat earthers over there, but that's not that easy to find, especially in Eru's case. But he is in South America, so that's like it's an ideal way for him to. It's an ideal bloke for us to consider.
Yeah, we got Jin in Japan, but
I don't think he's low enough.
It's not low enough. No, it's just someone wrote it in the chat. Becky as well in Australia. She's a flat earther. She used to be a moderator here. And she's a moderator. She's a flat earther. She's a moderator here. Oh, used to be a moderator here and is a moderator over at Gems.
Really? She went into Gem?
She's been a moderator there for years, mate. For years.
I don't know why. I don't know how anybody can go into Gem server. It's the pits.
It's disgusting, mate.
It is disgusting. I feel
even people that are ball, mate. There's ballers that I know that when they get banned from here, they're like, it's horrible. Like ones that I get on with. So it's so shit being only able to go over there and talk about the topic. They said because it's just boring. Like it's horrible over there, you know.
Yeah, they're not even nice people to them. Like what they do is they circle jerk on their own side that much that they create a false sense of reality. Like you can go in there and you can say, look, guys, Einstein defines gravity as an effect, and they'll just completely ignore it. How can you? They're just literally delusional on that side. They've got no, what's the word? Sincerity in their approach at all.
They don't need it. That's the issue. They don't need sincerity, mate. But they don't want it. Like I saw them. I've seen them. Like you know when you get people online and you can quite easily tell they're a little bit mentally ill. And I mean that not in a nasty way. Yeah. And because of that, you don't take the piss out of them in the same way. Do you know what I mean? You try not to.
Yeah.
Because you can just tell they're declined. You know, their faculties aren't quite all there, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm in Gems. And I'm just sort of like there, like, right, cool, what's going on one day? And someone starts talking about having about I believe that it was about 80,000. I can't remember how many hours it was. It was thousands of hours of footage, right? That they had recorded in various servers, right? Debates and all sorts of stuff, right? Lots of good footage, and it had been edited as well. It's post edited and everything like that. And basically they were like, they were breaking down about it. Well, there was like a group of them that did it, right? A group of 3 or 4 of them that were all working on it. And the other ones grouped together. He had done all the main work since the beginning, but they grouped together to just quickly delete everything that he'd ever done, right? And you had like the members in there, right? And these are like top members in here, right? People that are in there every day. And you had the other members facing them off against each other, right? Chemo was there, and like he was just sort of laughing, but I get why he would, because he's not really on that side at all. He's just there, right? I still didn't like the way he conducted himself, to be quite honest. I'm just being honest. And then anyway, me and Eli ended up having to go at chemo recently because he just pissed us off. Like, but it's just, I think him being in there all the time is not healthy for him.
No, not at all. I say to him,
I'm being honest as well, mate. I'm just being honest.
What happens is when he goes in there, he'll have the conversation with them and he'll forget key points of their arguments are totally wrong because he gets too close. It's like Spurs.
He gets
Why
indoctrinated.
are you talk about Newtonian gravitation? And it's like he just doesn't, because they believe it that strong and they need it that strong that he can't talk about Einsteinian. And I'm like, Spurs, you're supposed to be talking about like, listen, I realize that some people think, like Bob Nodell thinks that I support Einstein because I push Einstein. And he doesn't accept, even though I've corrected him many times. And I said, it's not because I trust Einstein or believe him, it's because it's the current position in physics, right?
That's obvious. That's obvious, though.
But he just ignores that.
Come on, mate. Bob, come on, mate.
I know, I've tried. But he thinks that he just completely ignores that's I don't know why, but anyway, point is that I've heard like different people like Spurs.
I know he's done it. I know. Wait, I know Bob's done that with you. Like,
Yeah.
Bob seems to have a problem with you for some reason. I don't know what it's about. I don't. I think
It's that egg
intellectual
test.
heavyweights.
It's that egg
Hmm?
test. He doesn't like the egg test.
Right. Which is.
Well, he
Explain
thinks
it
that
for
there's a
everyone.
downwards acceleration bias, isn't there? So he tells people that there's something that's influencing the up from the down, and it's not the magnitude that's the issue with the egg test; it's the direction. And I'm like, Bob, the direction's caused by me adding that matter. Like that is because if I'd have changed the density of the egg would have moved, and that's the cause of it, Bob. And he's like, no, there's something that's causing the direction, not the magnitude. And I'm like, Bob, the thing that causes the direction is the relative states of the two things in question. It's the egg relative to the medium.
Relative to the medium, yeah.
You're going to cause the direction. The direction is density, Bob. It's not up and down. It's more dense or less dense relative to the medium.
Of course it is, because like you can change the direction. Or I was saying this yesterday, literally. Like I'm glad, yeah. Like you shouldn't be arguing on that. I don't understand why Bob would argue this point. This is a weird hill to die on.
Because he for whatever reason, he thinks or he tells people that there is something that is denoting up from down, and he still insists that he still insists that up and down are absolute directions. He doesn't accept that they're relative directions. He doesn't accept that if you hang upside down on the
one another,
yeah, they're relative to the human. If there was no human there wouldn't be an up and down because there wouldn't be anybody to perceive it. But what would there be? Well, fish would then be, because like fish don't use up and down to denote whether they're going to surface or dive. They use the pressure bladder, the pressure, the swing bladder, and the pressure within inside their body.
You have it in your own body as well. The actual, like even the exterior of your body, right? The fish's scales is also reads pressure. They know the lower they go down. You can feel it yourself when you go swimming, bro.
Yeah.
If
you were able to communicate with a fish and you told a fish to come up here because he was too deep, he wouldn't understand what up and down. What? But if you said to him, come to this lower pressure zone up here where it's warmer, if you said it was pressure or warmer, the fish would get that. He'd understand that because he understands that it's warmer at the top. But if you said up and down, fish would be like, what?
Yeah, you'd have to teach him up and down in relation to. You'd have to teach him up and down in relation to higher and lower pressure.
It's almost like up and downs relative to the Earth and the sky, but that would be based off of the Earth and or the sky not changing positions. Then up and down would tend to be more absolute as long as they're unchanging.
As long as there's a human.
This is the reason why Bob doesn't like me, because when I put that video out, it was never aimed at Bob. It was aimed at ball earthers that think gravity's a force. So I wasn't expecting anybody on my side to attack me, because it's like, well, you would expect it to be the likes of Jeremy or Tim Osman or whoever, fight the flat earth or whatever.
Well, all right.
Not Bob.
So what is the video? I'm asking you to explain it, because obviously if there's people like listening and the people that are in here, they might not have a clue about what you're talking about, bro. That's all.
If you test an egg for how fresh it is, healthy ones, fresh ones will sink. Ones that are turning and going off, they'll float because as it's decaying inside, it increases the amount of gas that's inside the bubble, increases the pressure inside that bubble of gas, and it makes it slightly more buoyant. Not a lot, but it makes it more buoyant, and that's how you can distinguish an egg from. So you can test that. You can test that by doing it yourself in a pint glass. That's all I did, right? But if you then get the egg, if you put enough salt in the water to make the egg more neutral to the density of the medium, then you can get that egg to lift off the ground and be suspended within the middle, but neither floating nor sinking. It's just in the middle. So it sits on a cushion of density gradient, right? But then if you pour more salt in,
it gradients. Yeah, it goes into like a density tower almost, but
it sits on a cushion of density gradient. Now, if you then add salt into that medium, it dissolves quickly into the medium and it changes the density of the medium, but it causes the egg to accelerate up. Now, on the ball earth model, if you increase the mass below the egg, which is what happens with salt, it goes below it.
Yeah, of course. It goes below it. It eventually, it like building a concrete column, lifts the egg up to the top. That's experienced now as we see as the egg accelerating upwards.
So if you then add salt to it, what then should happen is that the mass of the Earth added to the increased mass that you've poured into the solution should be added together, and it should attract the egg and pull the egg down. But it doesn't do that. The egg goes up. So they say, well, it's buoyancy. Now, it doesn't matter what's causing it, because like their interpretation is based on gravity and buoyancy, right? Gravity's defined.
It's directionality again due to the medium in relation to the object again. It's that simple, vectors. And in a minute, I want to give you an example that I think me and you both need to look into showing in a better way, Sleeping, if that's all right. Go ahead, Karen, say what you're saying. And remind me about vectors.
Okay, so they would argue that gravity and buoyancy are causing the direction, and gravity chose to pull on the medium, causing an upthrust. But scientific method states clearly that the independent variable is the presumed cause in a scientific experiment. And if you manipulate that presumed cause and it causes the effect, then that is the cause of the effect. If you manipulate that presumed cause and it fails to cause the effect, then that is not. So you'll either prove your null hypothesis wrong, or you're forced to accept that your null hypothesis is correct because you weren't able to disprove it. But Bob Nodell thinks that he still thinks that there's something that's causing it.
There has to be so is he on the same track of this incoherent dielectric currency that causes this? It sounds right. I don't want to misrepresent your position in any way, so he's not here to speak for himself, but it sounds to me like what you're saying is that he may be on that sort of party boat at the moment, the incoherent dielectric currency.
He's pushing it. He's the one that's instigating that.
Right.
And
so that's why Whitsit's saying it all of a sudden, right?
Yeah. So when I say
That's a very interesting direction to go in. You'd have charge separation leading to layering, and then something could go uppity, downity, or floatity to its perspective layer based off of electrical background charge or something if you want to go electromagnetic.
Can be moved.
Listen,
some things can be moved based using electromagnetic currency. Things do, there are ways of, how do I put it? Like there are ways of levitating things using these currencies, but not everything is affected directly via these currencies. And to be honest with you, these currencies that you talk of, what they're more likely to do is actually affect the medium, right? And then the thing in the medium is going to be affected in relation to the effect on the medium. And then that thing interacting with the medium, not so much that the individual piece of mass, right? For instance, a ping pong ball falling through the sky, it's more likely that the ping pong ball is going to make a path, carved its way through path of least resistance against the least least dense pockets of air that it has to go past because it's light, right? Instead of it, resisting and piercing through the resistance of the actual medium, it will go a path of least resistance, and it will change.
Well, you need to have a background medium, like an ether or something like that, to separate things into an uppity, a downity, and a floatity, or whatever.
Well, even if you don't have a background medium, if the human, it's said to be like no medium, because ultimately, what zero value, because the magnitude of the matter that you're putting in is not a zero value, and therefore it will displace that medium because by virtue of its own mass. So back to the point, Bob's claim is that there is still something that's causing it, right? So he cites Good Times for All, where he gets it's either a fleck of paint or a fleck of metal, and he flicks it between two poles and two plates, whilst applying a current and then removing the current, applying the current and then removing the current. Well, I've tried to make my egg move by doing the same thing that Zach does, where I apply a current, remove a current, apply a current, remove a current, and it doesn't do it. So when I challenged Bob to demonstrate it, he won't do it. And he won't do it because it doesn't do what he claims it does. It doesn't denote the up from the down. Now, I've tried to do it, and it's not my claim to prove, but I've already disproved it, and he will not do it. I've asked Whitsit to do it in Bob's absence, and I don't know, Whitsit doesn't really want to get involved, which I can understand. It's Bob's claim. He should be the one.
You added electricity and you didn't get levitation?
I added electricity into my egg scenario, and it didn't cause any acceleration. It started.
How did you add electricity? Wouldn't you add electricity by the addition of salt, though? Salt's very
Yeah, I used a car
electrolytic.
battery. I used a car battery, and I put 2 wires in either side, and then put one at the top, one at the bottom, passed a current through it. And if I left it on for too long, it started electrolysis. But if I made it and broke it, didn't start electrolysis, but it didn't cause the egg to accelerate, and that was with loads of voltage. So Bob's claim that up there's something separating the up from down isn't true, because even if it is a force and it can make a little fleck of paint move, it's not strong enough to be the thing that separates up from down, whereas the relative density argument
Say
does.
that the salt is electric enough to influence the experiment, though.
Yeah,
So
that's the
that
point.
I don't know if that quite. We could
That's
still kind of go down
facilitating.
that route, though, with the
Yeah,
salt
but
anyway.
that's facilitating the argument for Bob. It helps Bob's argument because the current is being created between the electrode and the cathode, and the current will flow between the two, because that's what electrolysis is, right? But if it doesn't make the egg accelerate in that scenario, then how strong is the force that he's claiming is the thing that separates up from down? And the answer is it isn't strong. It isn't strong enough at all. So the claim that
Because
Bob's making is
electricity, does need to flow, like you say, but it needs to flow in the right manner. Like when you're
Right,
jumping
in
a
a minute.
car, if you don't set up the current properly, you're just going to get sparks, and you're not really going to charge the battery, even if it's hooked up. All the wiring needs to be proper so that everything flows in the proper way. Otherwise, you're just adding destructive amounts of electricity to the system. But
what you're
I don't
saying is
know.
true. What you're saying is true.
What you're
But
saying
if
is
I was to
true,
do
but
If I was to demonstrate, listen, if I was to try and demonstrate that Bob was wrong and I did something like that and he just said, no, you've done it wrong, all he's going to do is criticize my application of his story and then criticize my application of it rather than demonstrate that his own application of it is true. So he's got to do it.
Yeah.
And he won't do
The
it.
salt is enough electricity for me to
No.
explore this, from some sort of
No.
electromagnetic standpoint. But
Right, sorry, wait there. So what you would be saying would be that obviously everything everything already has a sort of residual sort of electromagnetic or electrostatic charge. We have the electronic magnetic field of the Earth that's ever present. But the issue with that is with the egg. Okay, the salt itself, right, isn't it's permeable to electric in some way, whatever, cool. It isn't the cause of the movement of the egg going up, though, would not be the small amount of electrostatic charge that's there.
we'd
The
have to
electrostatic
explore it a bit
charge is
more.
incredibly weak. Well, no, but the electrostatic charge is incredibly weak, Lemon, and I know that it is because of the fact that if you stick, let's say, a balloon to your chest, right, you can displace it with a very, very, very limited amount of force. We're talking milligrams of force in its entirety. And we're talking about an egg that weighs loads, by the way, right? And we're stating
that's the point. That's the point. The inertia of the egg is far stronger than the ability for the static charge or the electromagnetic charge or whatever you want to call it. It's far stronger than the ability. Yeah,
I'd
this is why
probably
Bob's
say that the electricity isn't wired properly, and so all you're doing is just adding destructive amounts of unprocessed electricity to the experiment. Just because you add electricity doesn't mean it's going to be wired properly for the proper flow. But
we're saying that the salt is the cause. You're saying the salt of the cause with the apparently the residual amount of electrostatic or electromagnetic charge around in the area
that
mixed with the
appears
salt is
to
enough.
wire better than just adding electricity.
No, I'm saying that you're saying that the cause of the movement of the egg would be the electrostatic charge and also not only the electromagnetic charge in the area. And when you add the salt, that magnifies it in some way, and that's what causes the movement of the egg in a directionality of up or down.
Regardless, it
That's
would
what
progress
his
the
claim
conversation.
is. His claim is incorrect, Lemon. That's what I'm trying to say, right? He cannot claim that the movement of the egg is due to electric when we can clearly tell the move is to do with density.
But that doesn't quite exclude it because salt is very electrolytic. But I don't know. I think that it's
because it's
also
not
the
enough. It's
wiring
not
as
enough of an
well.
electrolytic. It's not enough of a charge for the It's not. There's not enough charge there, buddy, with the salt and the water. The egg's too heavy.
Yeah, it's got too much. But this is the point. This is why I'm saying, because like an egg's, you're right. An egg's too heavy for it to. It shows the limits, right? An egg's when an egg is suspended in its medium, it's at neutral buoyancy. F net equals 0, right? There's no forces acting on it, and any forces that are acting on it are being balanced out by the other forces that are also acting on it. So in other words, there's either nothing there or there's everything there, but it's all in balance, right? If it's in balance, the egg's got no inertia at that point because it's got balance. Because it's neutrally balanced, right? It's
Try
neutral.
electricity with the salty egg medium water. You applied the electrode to the medium when salt was inside of it, you said?
Yeah, you just put a wire at the top and a wire at the bottom of a bottle, put the salt water in it with the egg, and then basically turn it on and turn it off and allow it to basically, you got to put a bulb in there to stop it short circuiting and setting like the wires hot. But you put, as long as you put an inline bulb so that you can prove that there's current there, but also to stop it short circuiting, then the passage of current then should, if Bob's correct, should cause the acceleration of the egg in one direction or in any direction. It should cause an acceleration. But as Crackvillain points out, there's too much inertia in the egg. So then the issue is, well, if there's too much inertia in the egg, which is true, and the egg is in neutral buoyancy, or it's in F net equals 0, however you want to describe it, then that means that it's proven that the limitation of the electrostatic charge potential that Bob's claiming that it causes the up from the down isn't enough to cause the up from the down because it fails to accelerate the egg.
Yep.
And the egg's not got that much inertia when it's in neutral buoyancy.
Because back in the 1910s, 1920s, there was a dude, Francis Neiffer, who did the Cavendish experiment, but he electrified the masses and he got overall repulsion based off of, I guess, the electrostatic repulsion. So, it does look like there's some sort
Propulsion's
of
different.
electromagnetic thing going on here, whatever
Listen, that's two equal. Listen, wait, that's two equal masses that are equally charged, right? That obviously propulsion and two things propelling one another, they have to have an ability to hold the same amount of electromagnetic charge as the other, and they can do so because they were charged by the same electrical source up to the same voltage, as well as being the exact same size. The egg in relation to the water, however, yeah, you could talk about changing directionality, but then again, the change in directionality is in relation between two things that are charged in repulsion of one another, right? And again, we don't have this attraction either, so we have the opposite. But the point
So are
is
we talking about electrification of
that's
the
true.
mass or electrification of the medium? Those are two separate things.
Right. Again, they are two separate things, but if you look at how he done that, he did electrify the masses, right? So that's my point. And the fact that there's repulsion, this is not analogous to, let's say, a situation with an egg with salt in water, because of the fact that the two masses are what electrified, and they're of equal, or equal size there, and they're also equally they're
Well,
both
we'd have
equally
to, if we wanted to go down this route, we'd have to compare the
vector.
electrification of the mass itself or the medium or whatever. But I guess it depends on how much we want to explore going down this
No, I would
electromagnetic
want to.
route.
Well, I feel like if we explore in the wrong directionality, that's the issue. So, like for instance, I feel like this. Sleeping Warrior. This is what I wanted to say to you a minute ago, right? If you're there still.
Yeah.
What I was going to talk to you about was if we can change the directionality of something based on the medium and just using the density therein of the medium or the pressure level of the medium, right? Using different various forms of ways of changing that said pressure in the medium, right? If we can change the directionality of something that's in the medium as it falls, right, we can then infer that actually directionality is directly relational to the medium.
Well, we've already got that
in
evidence,
relation to the object. Of course we do, but I'm saying to further the point and to really disregard what Bob Nodell's saying, with directionality being caused by electrostatic, if we can change the directionality in relation to the medium and do so with something that looks like it correlates to the expression we see in the change of the vector of the thing that falls. And when I say this, is I'm on about a ping pong ball being dropped, right, in an area that's pretty neglected from wind, or should I say movement of air. We were to use energy input low down, where we would at a 45-degree angle going facing down, used halogen lights in order to heat the medium up for a little while so that it was more excited, right? as defined under Gay-Lussac's gas laws, right? With excitement of the gas particles and they're bouncing around slightly more. We would then drop the ping pong ball. You would see that it being denser than the medium that it's in, it would fall. But as it would hit this 45-degree line of more excited gases, this denser pocket of gas, right? You know, what you would see would actually, and obviously we would have entropy already starting to take place in some ways. But, you know, if you time this right, and you really had that hot point of that line through the medium, I genuinely do believe you would see a vector change, where the ping pong ball would find it easier to move ever so slightly off away from it, almost coincide with the 45-degree angle that you've carved into the medium. It would start to take that line for a little bit, and then it would all of a sudden drop back off and start to fall straight again.
But you
It
could
would
do
do
that.
so.
You could do that with the, you know, those helium balloons that are like sharks that are made to look.
Of
The
course.
helium balloons that are made to look like sharks.
Mm-hmm.
You could do that with getting one of those helium balloons so it's in a neutral density position, so it's hanging in the middle, and basically by either open the door of a fridge so that all the cold air falls into the room and that'll displace the shark up, or you could put some kind of heat source below the shark so that it fills the room up, hot first at the top, and then that would force the shark to go down. So I mean, yeah, but the thing is, what you're saying is true. But it's not our obligation to prove or to disprove that which has not been yet proven. It's Bob's demonstration to demonstrate that what he claims.
But what I just said is common sense. I don't even believe anyone would need to act that out in order for it to be known that that was what would happen, right? So, like, I'm just saying the inference is there already, right? That, like, if we know that to be true, and if that is true, what I stated, therefore, the idea of up and down and directionality being based upon something that's to do, you would then have to state that the cause of that thing moving left or right, even though, you know, in the example, the cause of it was introduction of energy, which was what effectively changed the medium. Like, both things could be correct in this, Super Mario, because what they're saying is that there's an incoherent dielectric currency that affects everything. We're saying that the objects are too big, right, to be affected by this currency if it does exist, in the sense that they're saying we know the Earth has an electromagnetic field and we can measure it, so we can't say there isn't a field. There is one. But I would just state that it's more likely that the thing like the ping pong ball, its change in vector is more due to the medium there. And if what they're talking about does exist, it's more that thing would be affecting the medium. And then it still goes down to, again, what the ping pong ball is just denser than the medium that it's in. And that is why it falls, and that's what creates a directionality. They want to almost insert the currency before that chain. You know what I mean? They want to change the chain of command on it almost. You know what I'm trying to say?
Which is the reason why I object to it, and it's the reason why he doesn't like me, because I'm basically saying, Bob, if this is demonstrably the case, and your assertions are not demonstrable, and even if they are, you're refusing to demonstrate it, and until you do, it's speculative.
Exactly.
It's being pushed as truth. And I'm like, no, Bob, that's not pushing that as truth. Let's push that after it's been done.
And like, Bob's incredibly intelligent, and I think people know that. And I've got my own qualms with the guy, to be quite honest. This is the guy, remember, he used the laser ring gyro, right?
Yeah, but I defend him on that point, though.
I know you can defend him on it all you want. I remember when it was happening before in the community, and it was clearly outlined that actually we knew exactly how that thing worked, and that there was basically no point in really doing it. And Bob just failed at the time to explain why he was doing it, given people knowing how it would come out.
The only thing that Bob failed on at that time was scientific method. Because if he'd have applied scientific method and listened to people that do apply it, because we try and apply it, and even if we get it wrong,
that's what I mean. People told him that.
Yeah, but because he's got that demeanor that he'll not listen to people, then it makes him become the cropper. Because ultimately, he was made to look stupid, and we then correct it and say, actually, if he'd have just applied scientific method and said, I didn't manipulate anything, I measured something, but I didn't manipulate anything, and therefore I don't know what was happening. If he'd have done that, then he wouldn't have been able to look stupid on telly. But because they cropped it in such a way that made him look stupid, we've got to then defend a guy by correcting the perception for a point that we know that Bob didn't actually make any mistake on. And that's difficult because if
it is difficult,
we defend him on a point that he didn't do wrong, but criticize him on a point that he did do wrong.
I know it's hard,
but
I mean, sleeping. But it was told before this happened that that's what would be done.
Yeah,
I'm telling you. I remember people telling him that you have to. So like even things being cropped and that was like, you know, like you got to make sure you haven't got their microphones on you. You know what I mean? Like, don't forget that you've got that microphone pack on you at any time. You know, like don't. And then as well, like it's just the assumption that these flat earthers assuming that the people want to, you know, represent what they're trying to show accurately and correctly. Even like the idea of a pull-out clause that if you looked at the documentary at the end, right? Proof when you make a documentary yourself and you're in production of it yourself, you've got to realize when someone's coming to you to make a documentary and wants to facilitate something that you want to do, they have an agenda or something they're trying to convey. We shouldn't even be doing any documentaries in this way at all, mate. This was my qualm with it from the beginning, bro. Is that it would be fair enough if you set out to do a documentary and you could watch the documentary at the end and make sure and if you chose to, didn't even air it. Do you get my point? He didn't have those forms of control, and we're truthers, bro. Like, we know how the world's trying to destroy us, and I feel like, I've always had a problem with that.
But listen, Bob knows that they're going to do that. So what Bob does is he puts it out to the audience, and he makes the audience think that there's a conversation, that he's considering his options, and then what he does is he does it anyway, regardless of people saying, "Yeah, don't do it." But I'm all right with that because Bob's the one that accepts that he's going to be the one that they're going to make look like an idiot, and I don't mind if Bob does that, because if somebody's going to do it and it happens to be Bob that volunteers, then okay, but he's accepting that they're going to do that, so leave him to it.
I agree with that.
We know that they bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying I feel like flat earthers in general need to start taking charge. Like what Eric Debay and everything did, I thought was quite cool. Recently, I believe that it was crap, but I feel like the idea behind it and the sentiment behind it was quite brilliant. Nathan Oakley's been mentioned by people like Eddie Bravo, right? There are ways of us getting hold of someone like Eddie Bravo, for instance, and I feel like we could make some of the best flat earth documentaries out there, but realistically, right, where we show tests and we show, you know, things like FE core and, you know, all this sort of stuff, and then we show the most recent arguments. Like even the way they depicted Nathan Oakley in the piece they did with him, like, you know, that didn't accurately depict the magnitude of the debate capability that Nathan has whatsoever, right? You know, we need to be the arbiters of not of the truth, but of the narrative at least. We need to at least represent what's really going on, is my point, right? In terms of in a documentary, like that's my whole calm with all of it, is that why are we not being the ones that are thinking of ways of furthering it? We don't have the reach, and no, and I've known people like Eric Debay for years, and I've told Eric about why wouldn't you come on to like here, or wouldn't go to Nathan's and just do a questions and answers segment. If he did that, right, and to be fair, like there are people that have got problems with people like Nathan. People like Nathan might have problems with people like Eric, like some of the things that they've done, the amount of, you know, how could I put it, like the burden of proof that they've put on our backs on a daily basis from claims that were made. That really it's not for us to answer to, but sometimes to further the conversation forward, we've had to answer to certain things. We've had to, you know, talk about these various things that are asserted as truths that aren't truths. But I'm saying, like, you know, and I asked Eric, I said, you know, would you come and do a Q&A type thing? Because it would give us clout and it would give us momentum and movement forward going forward. And like, he just wasn't reciprocal to the idea at all. And I thought that wasn't very nice or ethical toward being a truth seeker. Not, you know, that's not doing your due diligence.
I don't like the term truth seeker, though. That's a loaded term.
It is a loaded term, but you get the sentiment behind what I'm saying, is that if you're someone that wishes to further forward an idea that's about apparently telling people about the nature of where they live, right, you would surely, ethically speaking, as someone who's took on that endeavor, you would, ethically speaking, feel the need to do whatever you could in order to further or advance that goal.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just frustrates me that I don't see that.
This then goes back to Bob then, because what you're asking for there is accountability. You want people that, because at the end of the day, if they join a show of any kind, you're always going to get a troll that joins and says, what about that thing that you did that was blah blah this and blah blah that, and basically derail the whole show and make it into a personal attack. Because that person's got a gripe on that particular point personally, right? And they'll always do it. So that accountability or that perception, that perceived ability to make somebody accountable, just attracts the wrong type of people. So it's like, but this means that it essentially becomes a cartel or a monopoly of. And the problem with that is Bob uses that to hide away from the fact that he can't demonstrate or won't demonstrate his incoherent dialectric nonsense.
It's dialectric nonsense. You say that on purpose.
He hides behind that so he doesn't have to address it, and he won't have the conversation. I mean, I've said, like Nathan said, I've said to him, John said to him, have the conversation with us. Stop doing it through by proxy, through backstabbing and all that. Remove that out of it. Have the conversation and let's see what we can do. And if we can progress it, if I need to do something, I'll do something. If he needs to do something, he needs to do it. But he won't do it. He hides behind it, and it drives me mad because he's criticizing me behind my back to everybody else and making it into a massive personal drama. But all we're asking for is him to demonstrate his claim, which is the same demonstration that we ask of the ball earthers when they ask for gravity. But Bob thinks he's exempt
we've
from
got
it.
to be intellectually honest, haven't we? You're right, yeah. So really the same rules need to apply to us as what do to them.
Which is why I ask him to demonstrate his claim. But he won't have the conversation, you see, because he knows that if he tries to demonstrate it, it'll fail because it doesn't do what he says it does. So he hides behind it and pretends that I'm the bully, and I'm just simply saying, no, Bob, there's not special rules for you. I made the claim that I could make Summit accelerate, and I demonstrated it. But you're making the claim that you can accelerate Summit, but you're not prepared to demonstrate it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Wow. It's one of them things, mate, you know what I mean? I don't know. I would say that the reasonable thing to do going forward would be, for the backstabbing stuff to stop straight away. I think that's
But you won't have the conversation. It would stop straight away if he had the conversation where he was accountable, and he won't do it. So what else are we left with?
Bob have the convo, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got to have the conversation, and he won't do it. So there is nothing else that we can do. So it's like, well, we've got to either turn a blind eye to it and let him push nonsense, or challenge him and show.
Yeah, but
that
then I feel like it's a little bit immature of Bob, since everyone has stuck up for you, Bob, for a long time. Even, people have stuck up for Bob, mate.
We defend Bob on that.
Up for him.
Well, it's not even sticking up for him. We defend him on the ring laser gyro because he didn't make a mistake. He's the victim of a bullshit nonsense thing to do with the production company. Because all he did was measure something, but he doesn't know what he measured. He didn't manipulate it to prove that he was measuring unicorn, because he could have been measuring unicorn farts, right? He doesn't know. So because he didn't manipulate it, he didn't actually do anything wrong. They just misrepresented him because they're assholes. But because we defend him on that, like, we don't want to defend him on that, but we do because it's not actually true what they say.
I'm saying that he should take that as a show of a sign of good faith, at least from someone like yourself, because you, like them, like you're more defensive of him on that point than I would be.
But he ignores that, and he still says that I do this and I do that and I do the other, and all the nonsense that goes with the drama that he does create, and he completely ignores the fact that actually we support him on a lot of stuff. Completely ignores it.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't like that. And that's what Eric, sort of the sentiment I got from Eric was that he was sort of worried that, he would be ambushed if he was to come somewhere like this. And I had reassured him and said, like, no, moderator there, I can make sure that doesn't happen. Like, I believe me and Crypto would like to have been the ones to just do a structured sort of Q&A with the guy, right? And we would we gain just as much by having that conversation with Eric as, we gain more than what he probably would, right? So, like, why wouldn't we would make sure it was as hospitable as possible of a visit, right? Like, we would make sure of that, right? And it's like I don't know. I actually find that more annoying than anything, because I think if we were to have a Q&A session with him, right, and even like if he was to do the rounds, right, between going on to to here and we could get advertisement for here for Nathan Oakley's and all that stuff. Like I genuinely feel like it would influx and change the conversation at least on Discord, and and put a directive towards Discord that would make actually quite a big difference. And it's just one action that needs to take place for that to happen, and it's not, and I've asked for it about 5 times now, so I'm actually getting quite pissed off.
This is the one area that makes me question about the nature of this topic.
Yes,
because it's like
yes.
everybody in this topic that makes content doesn't want to. They don't want to talk to each other. They do not want to talk to each other. It's like, why? And it's as if it's like, I'm looking after myself, leave me alone.
It's like kings like guarding their jewels, right? That's what's quite nice about you, I guess, and Nathan Oakley and everyone, and Quantum a little bit. But still, there's still this idea of like who's going to be the guy that is the biggest content creator out of the bunch, and really it needs to be taken away from that, because there can be a group, and then we see this actually now in content creation, modern content creation, is that we see big groups of individuals, right, doing incredibly well, right? We as in like groups of people that create content that are friends. We see this happen a lot. Like people, even if you take it to like people like Steven Crowder and like people like Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan, and like all these types of individuals. There's space for these people to exist with one another. And
popular? Do you think Nathan would be successful or popular if he didn't have people that actually supported him? I mean, I don't see. This is everyone thinks that like we're all a little cult in this, in one sense, but I don't agree with Nathan on a lot of things. I agree with him on a lot of things. I disagree with him on a lot of things.
Yeah.
What?
I agree. I don't agree with him on everything either. I agree more with your approach than his completely. I think your approach is more productive. Not just your approach, but I mean the information.
I don't mean the form of how he does it. I just mean like for instance, like, is there an ice wall or not? And like Nathan says, nah, why would you say that there is when there's no evidence for it? And I'm like, well, think about it. Like, and then I'll give an argument for it, and he'll just say, nah, that's nonsense.
There kind of is evidence there for it.
Yeah, I know, but ultimately he doesn't accept it, right? But what he doesn't do is he doesn't jump down my throat because I have a difference of opinion with him, because I think, well, it's logical that there would be one because
you're. But you two are what you would call intellectual equals, as posed on that show, right? When you two are on there, you've already sort of somewhat agreed that you're intellectual equals. So he takes what you say with a higher weight and veracity than what maybe someone else would say. I'm not on about the format of the show. I'm saying the format of the show is informed by the information and the informers of the show itself. Like, there's lots of things on there that I know you would love to be able to bring up, but sometimes you just can't, because of actually Nathan's like sort of gained a very niche way of dealing with this, which is that he is holding them to the fire in the way that they should be held to it, which is that you can't really make a claim, and you don't need to make a claim. You can stick with the fundamentals, the biggest main parts of it, right, that destroy the whole thing. But ultimately, I feel like you have a sort of similar sort of view to me, which is that the more things, and it's not about proving it as a case. I'm genuinely more intrigued in the investigational side of knowing myself, right? This genuine want to know. Like, people see it as like building up evidence for the flat earth, and I'm not seeing it that way. I'm seeing it more as like building up all the missing pieces of the puzzle that we've been told that exist on the globe model for a long time, and knowing that it's all fake and being like, I want to know what those pieces are for the flat earth, right? And that feels
why do you think I did the egg test?
Exactly.
No, it's serious. Why do you think I did it?
I would say to further the conversation, maybe. Like, I don't know. Like,
I wanted to know what the explanation was for why things accelerate on Earth if gravity is not a force.
Exactly.
And I didn't know the answer.
A genuine investigation. Exactly my point. That's what I'm trying to say about the approach. That's what I mean by the approach. It's sometimes people might think that because this happens a lot, where people believe that before you assert something or before you ask a question, that you might already have a idea of what the answer to the question is. Sometimes that's the case, right? That we using our, and I don't even like the term common sense because it's common sense isn't a good thing, really. But anyway, sometimes common sense would denote that before you even start to test something like the egg thing or whatever, you might have already had an idea of what was going to happen, right? Based on common sense. Anyway, but still, there's still the genuine question there, and like I imagine if you found out that there was an incoherent dielectric currency that would inform up or down, you would have like jumped on it straight away and been like, yeah, this is great. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is what people need to remember.
Mentally, I'm an empiricist. I want to see the proof that something's true.
Yeah,
like, that's the way we should all be. We should all be. Let's have the evidence, because if you're going to claim that up is down, then I want to see proof that that's the case. And then when you work out what up is actually, it's just a description that we give to stuff because we're human, so that we can communicate, and it's nothing more than that. Then it becomes, well, why do we? And then it takes you to other things. But what you shouldn't do is you shouldn't just assume or accept that something might sound logically true without some supporting evidence. It's very, very simple. But there's too many people that want to be the next, I don't know, inventor of something in science. And it's like, it shouldn't be about that. It should be about, can we support our claims or not?
Well, I feel like we're on the flat earth side, like what we were saying earlier about content creators not talking to one another. I know exactly where that comes from. What it is that it's already a niche thing and you're already seen as crazy for doing so. So like it's very hard to involve yourself. Like, you know, like you said, you got rumpus by Arwen or whatever, right? And you rage quit. So people are trying to just like, so like with the flat earth, like I said, airtime is cultivated. Airtime used to be cultivated with the news and stuff because it costs loads of money, right? I was watching something about it the other day, and I was like, yeah, that's true. They had to stage everything exactly how they wanted to because they wanted to convey the message they needed to convey, and they had an hour to do so, and it cost them £1 million to have the hour, right?
Yeah.
For instance, with flat earth though, it's a smaller group of individuals watching you, so you sort of have a similar type situation, don't you, where you're like, if I mess anything up and I don't convey what I want to convey, and Nathan's good at doing that. Nathan's good at really commanding that he makes sure that whatever he's trying to convey in that episode, it gets conveyed, and that's why he's been pretty successful, I think, so far. And really, that's the point, is that when you have content creators with their own different styles and they all want to be the king of this sort of topic, right? You can't cultivate an experience or a video. You can't convey a message exactly how you wish to because you have too many personalities that are differing in opinions. And I feel like that's what's happened with, you know, with the flat earth stuff, is that people have tried to almost cultivate a message, and it's become less about genuine intrigue and discovery and investigation, and it's gone more towards sort of a structured, detailing of what one's agenda or how one person sees the way the reality is, and an assertion of that reality.
I think the best example to give there is Dell. If you look at Dell, right,
Yeah.
love him or hate him, he's very much a renegade. He's on his own. He's a lone wolf.
Yeah.
How much can you achieve as a lone wolf? You're limited because you're on your own. But if you've got 20 people, then you're far more able to create positive effects because you've got support. So on the one hand, you can be influenced by that group's cognitive bias, or on the other hand, you're limited by your own hands and your own tools. So which is the better? Well, some people would say Renegade's better because you're not influenced by others. You can do your own thing. But you can only do 1% of everybody else's collective groupthink, and you can't see all angles, whereas 20 people looking at a problem...
That's why you need a method. That's why you need a rigorous method, like the scientific method. It doesn't matter how many people are involved, because if you use the correct method and you have a correct way of establishing what can be used in forms of supportatory evidences and things like that, you have a rigorous system of filing, and you have a rigorous system of categorization and quality control over the information that you evaluate before you sort of put it toward an overarching theory, or you put it toward as an evidence to prove a hypothesis. Like, before you do these things, like, you make sure that it follows a method. That would be the scientific method, correct? And that way you can keep people... You don't need people to be honest, do you, at that point?
what you do need is people to help you do it, because like if it involves something involves lots of equipment or machinery or whatever expense, you can't stomach that yourself. If you're Renegade, you rely on other people to help you.
It's funny thinking of Dell as a renegade. Sorry, that was quite funny.
You've got to credit the guy though because he is purely renegade, isn't he? He doesn't get influenced by politics. He just says his opinion, and it's that way because he's renegade. He's his own boss.
He's renegade. What do you say?
I quite like him. He hates me, but I quite like him.
Sorry, one sec, Stephen.
It's okay.
How you meant to move forward when you don't feel supported enough to do so? Yeah. Oh. Well, that's what I was saying. Go to the doctors about go there, and I'll go with you and talk to him about maybe the idea of that sleep apnea, because if that is something that's been affecting you, then.
Then I'm going to be relying on it.
That's what it is. Yeah. We cannot give you a piece of equipment because you will end up relying on it. Well, that's kind of what it is. It's as an aid to be relied upon. We're not going to put you in the wheelchair, because if we put you in the wheelchair, you might need to be in a wheelchair. Yeah, but like the whole reason I'm asking to be in a wheelchair is because I need the wheelchair. So isn't that redundant, what you just said? Yeah, the NHS are a bit weird at the minute. Sorry about that.
Okay.
But yeah, so to further the conversation, Bob should really demonstrate what he's saying. Let's face it. So yeah, Bob.
Accept that the criticism that's being pointed his direction that is to demonstrate it. Accept that criticism is legitimate and it's not personal. It requires evidence to support the assertion. But he doesn't even accept that. He thinks that it's purely a personal vendetta, and I'm like, Bob, just demonstrate that your claim's got some substance to it. Well, I can. I've got flecks of paint. Show it causing an acceleration for anything bigger than that. Well, it can't. It's not strong enough. It's a very weak force. Yeah, Bob, that's kind of the point. If it's a very, very weak force, it doesn't do the thing that you think it does. Yeah.
I feel like common sense tells us this. Like I said before, like both things could be true. Like you can still have this incoherent dielectric currency, but you need to demonstrate this in a different way. You're not going to point to the thing that's affected by the medium when it would more make sense that the medium itself is affected by the currency, and then the currency's effect on the medium then informs the density in some manner or shape. The same way if you put energy input into gases via the sun, that would excite the gas molecules, and that would effectively affect their density, or should I say locally in that little microstate, the density would be informed by that energy input of the sun. Like they could assert that there's an information and then there's a change in the density of the gases because of this incoherent dielectric currency, and then look at that way. But that doesn't get rid of the inherent relationship of the object itself and its relationship to the medium. That would be more honest to look at it that way, right? Surely.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's known about the object and its density in relation to what is in. We can manipulate this, and we can show this in many different ways.
I mean, the best example that there was a guy in here the other day. I can't remember what his name was now. Somebody will be able to tell me in chat, but he claimed he was a mariner from the Navy, Australian Navy maybe, or American Navy, or whatever. And I said to him, submarines, demonstrate it. I said, like, with a submarine, you flood it with water, increasing, but you keep the volume the same. I said, and then you exhaust the water, and then you fill it with gas instead, and then again, the volume is maintained. I said, and that proves that changing the relative density of the submarine in its medium causes an acceleration. And he just could not have it. He could not accept that that was the cause. He was like, yeah, that's the cause, but all that does is it changes the ratio of the density. And I'm like, yeah, but it causes an acceleration, mate. Changing the density of the ratio in mathematics is conceptual, but it's causing an
But it's
acceleration
actually
in the real
doing
world.
something.
Yeah. And it's like, couldn't see it, and everybody else could see it, and it was just
Very
we were
frustrating,
agreeing
right?
on everything apart from that little bit where if you manipulate something and it causes something, then that is by definition the cause. It's not the maths that's doing it; it's the manipulation. That was the bit we couldn't get to, we couldn't agree on. Anyway, we've hogged the mic more than enough now, man. We need to let somebody else have a little go.
Well, that's not entirely true. It depends if there's anybody in the room that wants to speak, buddy. Like, really and truthfully.
Well, I definitely wanted to say that the conversation and the question in general, I kind of came in, I guess, midpoint, but entirely interesting. And as a flat earther myself, I've kind of always wondered that same concept of what is up and down and why is there sort of a 0 point? And then alone, the 0 point kind of changes throughout the day as if the earth was breathing. And, definitely scientific about it, but at the same time, becoming more spiritually aware, I would guess. And of course, similar to what you guys are saying, like it's a question of knowing, not proving. And yeah, there's this huge ego movement and things like that. I don't know. It's just really, really good topics, guys.
I mean, what is up and down is it's the human that gives it. If the human wasn't there on land, and instead of if you were looking down in the God position, looking down from above, how would you tell somebody else or something else which way to move? You would need that person there to be able to tell them what to do because that person perceives the direction. Because you haven't got an absolute reference point. Yeah, you can say the ground and the sky, but then it's not up and down. You could say the hotter and colder, okay, but then it's not up and down. But they will be suitable directions to get the message conveyed that you wanted them to move to that position. But we use up and down because we can all relate to it, but it goes backwards when it's left and right because my left is your right and your right is my left. That just shows that it's relative to the human. It's not relative to an absolute. But a lot just doesn't get it.
Yeah, that's crazy to me because it's kind of like you were saying an example like, well, what if you hang upside down? You sort of feel that pressure, or if you're in water, you sort of feel that pressure, and you could sort of translate, if you will, up and down to sort of low pressure and high pressure, just because I don't know, we're so attuned to it. But no, even the experiment with the egg, now I want to try, and actually coil a wire through it and, just try multiple things, observe things.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to remember that I didn't do that egg test to attack Bob's argument that wasn't even made at the time when I did the test. But he ended up being my biggest enemy. And the biggest enemy really should be the Newtonian ball earthers that push that gravity is a force and mass attracts mass.
Well, yeah, because you and Bob as a team is actually quite a phenomenal team, which is more what annoys me. That's what I get annoyed about with this. This sort of, like, QE will eat flat earthers alive, but I only ever see him do it to people that have clearly got no value to the community, right? I'm not seeing QE do this with, with yourself, for instance, between you and Bob. I really don't see the value in Bob doing this.
Well, I remember when I was thinking of doing this, and I ran it by John just to make sure that I wasn't doing something wrong and give him that the ability to influence the way it was executed. And when it was done, I mean, it doesn't really matter how you do it. So long as you've been open and honest with somebody and you've had more than one set of eyes on it, you're not subjectively biased. John's answer he was like, this is going to cause a shitstorm. But it was going to be a shitstorm on the ball earth side, not within our own side. It was never perceived that anybody on our side would jump all over this because gravity is not a force. But Bob, for some reason, just doesn't like it and he attacks it. And I'm like, well, to be honest, he just completely ignores it. He doesn't even reference it. But he should reference it if he's being honest, because it shows that manipulating the medium causes acceleration. Like submarines, what most people when you see the egg test and you realize the egg can be a submarine in water as well as the egg in water, or it can be a helium balloon in air, you can relate to it a lot easier then because it's common and everyday. But if you talk to somebody about how a submarine works and they've never seen a submarine working before, it becomes abstract. So they go, oh yeah, that makes sense, but they can't relate to it. So it's difficult for them to understand the message that's being portrayed.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Well, there's no way of disagreeing with that. Yeah, it becomes abstract when you break it down to the idea of like a submarine. You're correct, yeah. It's a frustrating one, like, you know, like the guy who just spoke a minute ago, you know. This is the point when it's only something small, like a little test, but I don't know who was it who spoke a moment ago? I've not heard your voice before. Are you new here, or I've been away for a little while, so you may have been here for the last couple of months for all I know. What's your name? Is he gone?
Don't know.
Wait.
Chris V Peace, that's it. I was talking to you, I was saying I've not spoken to you before. Nice to meet you, buddy.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm actually pretty new. New to Discord, not new to Flat Earth. I was
I can tell that.
No, it's just been really nice. I've been trying to cut back on really any media and things like that, but you know, need that interaction. And once I heard there was a Flat Earth Discord, I was like, man, those are my people. I could listen to you guys for days.
This is really a good one to come to as well. You know, and obviously the place at Sleeping Warriors at pseudoscience versus you know.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Real science. That's another server.
Always a different conversation too. I love it.
But yeah, so really, like the issue. So, like you stated, I was going to ask you a question. Very quickly, would be Iggs, yo, brother. I was going to just ask you, have you heard about incoherent dielectric currency, and what's your opinion on it? And what have you heard so far, and what's your estimation of what it means, and how did you hear about it?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard about it. I wouldn't say that I stand under it or understand it. My science background is more in architecture and geometry and things like that. But, you know, I've always sort of imagined, if you will, as the moon and sun sort of as magnets, you know, since when, you know, started looking into flat Earth and going, well, that makes a lot of sense. I used to play with those magnets all the time, and it just must be this repelled force, if you will.
Well, forces rarely pull, right? Even in magnetism, we do have a push,
right.
but push is in relation to something that actually would pull something else, though, remember? So it's only counteractance of two forces coming together to create a push. So, like, forces, so gravity, the idea of stuff being pulled toward the center of a mass. Like, so have you ever used these?
Just ridiculous.
Have you ever used this? There's like a form of almost like iron filings, right? I don't know if you've seen the Sleeping Warrior, but iron filings placed into like a viscous liquid, and it creates almost like a liquid magnet, right?
Right.
And when you place pieces of metal up to this, or you place other magnets up to this, it creates almost like fingers, the shape of like big spikes or fingers in a sort of spherical sense, and it's very interesting.
Yeah, I have seen it, and I think it looks the most unearthly looking thing ever. It looks like it's something that comes out of the crypts of hell. It's like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, and it looks crazy, right? So to me, it makes a lot more sense that, you know, the idea of if we cannot say for definite that there is a form of gravity or magnetism or anything of this like, right, or anything of this sort coming out of the moon or the sun, but if we were to say there was magnetism or form of magnetic, you know, force or propulsion, it would make a lot of sense that this would be like a form of a push, right? Like a like I was saying, like if we look at, you know, we can visually see the shape of the magnet when we look at this liquid, and we put another magnet up to it, and it's like fingers, right? Like, and you think about the water and the way waves work, and because obviously we know tides don't really correlate to the 12 o'clock position of the moon itself and the sky. So like it would make more sense because we would see like a tidal wave. Stephen, have you ever thought about that? Like a tidal wave every day would occur at the, the leading edge of the sphere of the moon and the leading sphere of the Earth. If we lived on a ball, there would be a tidal wave that would sort of grip the Earth every single day in like a concussive wave. And I don't believe it would get smaller. I believe it would continue to get bigger and bigger over the years.
Yeah,
right?
the converse would also be true. It would always be the case that when the moon is not in the sky, it would always be low tide. And it's never low tide. It's
Yes.
always 50-50. Sometimes it's high tide, sometimes it's low tide.
And that's why I think the Earth is alive and breathing or something.
Yeah.
Well, people forget about. People don't. It's alive and breathing, but what causes that? Like, because we have higher to lower pressure movement, but even the pressure of the atmos, right, pressing down upon the face of the water itself, right, would be something that would cause. I don't know. I guess we could say would cause a form of pressure change, and we have underground, caverns and water caverns, right, that we don't sort of add into the whole mixture either, do we? Right? People don't talk about what these water caverns, and we have like forms of very highly pressurized water low down, and we also have the movement of like salt water versus fresh water, right? Like people don't usually speak about the effects of these things and what these things mean for, well, I guess.
Are you talking about like
movement.
those little black pools that have been observed, like say even in the
Well, not
Gulf of
just
Mexico? I'm from Texas, so I know that ocean pretty well. But
not just that. I'm talking about how if you have high pressured areas pushing down on the sea, and then you have the sea itself having fresh water running into it, and salt water running out of it, and they don't really mix, and we have storms, and we have rain, and we have all these different things that can make glaciers melt more on one day. We have high amounts of movement and pressure of waterfalls, right, of water movement around the earth. And I'm saying that like high and low tides seem to be more informed maybe by actually like a cyclic movement of water overall around the world based upon these things, as well as in conjunction with, which we cannot prove, but maybe some form of magnetism from the moon. But like I said, I can't really prove that. Right, we could measure the electromagnetic field locally to where we are in correlation to the movement of the moon itself, and see if there's any form of pattern that we could get from one observer to the next, and any form of spike in the electromagnetic field that seems to correlate with the position of the moon. And if it was homogeneous to each location, when every person, let's say, has the moon in one part of in one part of their sky to another part, and they see a similar spike, then we could sort of start to say about, maybe the distance of the moon to the observer also is maybe the same. Does it change in altitude? Like, does how high you are in, let's say, to the sea in comparison to the moon change how this spike occurs? Like, how do we look at this? How do we measure it? These are the sorts of questions that I want to ask and want to find out. But it's hard to find this stuff out.
I guess he's gone.
Yeah. I need to go in a minute anyway. But yeah, I don't know what you think about any of that, sleeping. Like, we can, like, like this idea of, the electromagnetic field of the earth, right? Obviously, me and you are on the same script with the idea of, I don't really see about this incoherent dielectric currency thing. Is just something that I don't believe has any evidence yet for it that would validate it having an input towards up and down. And it would just be honest at this point of people like Bob and people like that to just sort of front it out and try and show what they're talking about, maybe. But they're going to just say they're going to say it's inherent, though. You know that, right, Stephen? They're going to say that they can't, because you can't exclude electrostatics. So therefore, the incoherent dielectric currency is forever present. So thus, we can't rule it out. And then I say, but then you have gravity again, then, don't you? Right?
Well, unicorn facts are incoherent in our environment as well.
Yeah.
You can't remove.
I'm not sure.
They're always there.
Yeah, but that's kind of been my argument against this, is that, well, okay, sweet, you can say that it's something we can never exclude for, like electrostatics that are forever present. Okay, I'm cool with that, but at the same time, like, don't start asserting it is real and incoherent dielectric currency, because if you do that, then you're just saying gravity against. In my own mind, you're saying gravity.
I agree.
And I guess
That's the bit that we all disagree with on Bob, because, like, at least if I'm spitballing ideas around and just speculating on what might be, I'm very clear with it, so that I'm not being criticized for saying something that's true when I'm just speculating about what might be. Like, there might be an ice wall, doesn't mean that there is one. There just might be. There might not be an ice wall, doesn't mean there's not one. Just, spitballing ideas around doesn't mean that you're going to get pinned to it. But Bob doesn't do that. Bob runs around saying, like, oh no, this is the reason why, blah blah blah. And I'm like, Bob, what are you doing, man?
You can't do that, man. Like, that's too high of a burden of proof, right? Like, and we've been locked into, like, these positions, like, time and time again, I've noticed. Me, you, lots of people have been. And it's because of those sort of claims where it's just balls to the walls, all out. Like, yeah, no, it's this way. No sort of demonstration of how it is, but it is. And that's what people like roll with.
It drives me nuts. It's like, it's so, I actually think that the way that Bob behaves on that point is so disruptive that he actually causes more damage than any of the ball earthers do, because he's doing it from within. It's like he's Trojan. Like, Bob, do you not realize that by doing this, you're making us question you as a person, because you're refusing to accept any criticisms that are on topic? He refuses to accept them, and it's like, why would you do that, Bob?
And that's what my gripes is, Sleeping. That's my gripe all over with the whole community, actually. Just being honest.
And I agree. I think that we need to be, like, at least capable of defending ourselves if we make assertions that may or may not be true. Because if you make the assertion, the positive assertion, like gravity is a thing or whatever, then that's the essence of why we exist as flat earthers, because we say, hang on a sec, can we see evidence for it? And then they start talking about maths, and they start talking about, and ultimately there is no evidence for it, and then you find out that it's defined as an effect and it's not a cause at all, and then you start, and see, why? I just wish that he would be a little bit more open and be a little bit more neutral and say that I'm just speculating here, guys. I'm not pushing this as truth. Just don't want to do it, though. It's as if he's committed to the position that strong now that he can't back away from it.
And this is that was my gripe with it, is that if you inculcate yourself into a position that you can't move yourself back out of, then be intellectually honest enough to just say, well, yeah, look, I was wrong about something, and move forward and try and do your best to do so.
My position on it is that if somebody can demonstrate that in the same circumstances where they get that egg to float in the middle, right? If they can make that egg accelerate by, I don't know, applying an ultraviolet light to it and it changed the way it accelerated. I'm just using that as an example, right? I'm not saying ultraviolet does. But if somebody got an ultraviolet light or a black light on it and said, look, this is what this causes acceleration to, what's the explanation? And that's great, because it accelerates, it refines the argument so that it creates a conversation. But that's not the position with somebody else. Somebody else just insists and demands that it's true. And I'm like, is it though? And it clearly isn't.
Is it though? Well, yeah. That's been the problem. That's sort of keeping a lot of things being like, I don't know, things aren't able to move forward when it gets like that, though, right? So the other one is obviously the argument that's happened in here. Has that been occurring since I've been gone? Like the same argument over and over again when we're talking about selective gravity.
Yeah.
I know this is the same sort of thing again, but like you would argue with Jimbo about it, but any parts of that people need to understand. What is it? What is that? What is that? What is that argument? Not for argument's sake, as in to highlight a beef, because it's not a beef. Like, you're both intellectuals. I'm talking about what that represents and how people need to understand both sides of it, because it's something that's being spouted by both sides all the time.
I remember what Jimbo's. Do you mean Jimbo? What was his position? I can't remember.
His position is that basically, so you have a position, he has a position, and I believe it's a similar type of argument again, which is that he brings up this idea saying that that's selective gravity or special gravity. Sorry, is it the special gravity one?
I remember Jimbo.
It's an argument that I remember. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
I just can't remember what his position was.
I believe it was. I believe it was he was calling out, either you were calling out language he was using or vice versa. And one was equivocating one thing as something and the other was saying it was something else. And it was to do with either selective gravity or specific gravity. Specific gravity, I believe, actually. And what it was, and I believe it comes down to him asserting water vapor in as well. I think it was around the time when he kept talking about water vapor a lot. But I don't know if it was relational to the water vapor.
I remember Jimbo had an argument. He had a big argument over something. I just can't remember what it was. But
this is what I'm referring to.
I remember the argument because I remember he got really stroppy over it. But I just can't remember what it was.
But it's something that's being pushed as an idea. I remember it was something that's being pushed continually as well. Like it kept getting spouted on about over and over again.
I do remember it because I remember because he said I said gravity isn't a force, is it? And he accused me of being dishonest. And I said, can you explain why that was dishonest? And I can't remember what his explanation was. But because he did it whilst I was talking to a ball earther as well, he said it was intellectually dishonest of me to say that gravity was not a force. And I said, what do you mean gravity is not a force? And I for the love of money, I can't remember what his rebuttal was.
Yeah, I remember it being very strange what happened. That's what I wanted. But it was something that I kept hearing about over and over and over again. So I was like, right, let's pick your brain about it a minute. But
if somebody could say one word to remind me what his argument was, then I could recite it. I just can't remember what his argument was. But I remember saying, why did you say that?
It's to do with right. So it's to do with the gravity part. So right. So you were speaking about right. So it was two different terms that were used, I believe. So you're talking about gravity, right? And he's saying it was about the force part. And then he kept on using the term. I know for a fact was it specific gravity? He kept saying about specific gravity, and you were talking about relative density at different times in this argument, and he kept on talking about how really what you were talking about was just specific gravity, and not what you were actually talking about. And then you were arguing about how he had just misapplied the definition of something. But it was something that
specific gravity. I remember him saying that I was being intellectually dishonest or disingenuous for saying that gravity wasn't a force. So I said, what do you mean by that? And he started to explain it, and then we got to a point where he simply wouldn't accept something. I can't remember what it was.
That was it. Yeah, he wouldn't accept it. He wouldn't accept what you were saying. It was just like no.
No, well, the thing that was in disagreement was, I think it was the definition of something. And when I brought it up and showed him, he still wouldn't accept it. And I was like, Jimbo, you're just being intellectually dishonest yourself, because that is the definition of it. I'm sure it was up from down. Was it not up from down?
No, it was selective. It was selective gravity, or something like that. And then it may be in relation to up or down. I don't know. But I just remember it. So when it was said at the time, when you weren't here, I remember it being spoken about like loads more. Do you know what I mean? And sort of like people not really knowing what they're talking about at all. And that's why I wanted you to sort of cover it.
Somebody in chat can remind me what was the Jimbo conversation. I only need one word. If they can say whatever the topic was in one word, I'll be able to recite exactly what the issue was, because we did get to a closure of it, but Jimbo just wouldn't accept it. So like,
I can't
once you
remember.
get
It's done my head in because I come in here the other day and someone was spouting the same argument that he was saying it then as well. And because I forgot the argument, I was hoping that when I jogged your memory that you would remember. Do you know? I was like, I hope you'll
I do remember
remember.
the conversation, but I just can't remember his point in the conversation.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not going mental when you remember that there was a conversation like that.
Yeah, there was.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
I do.
So, yeah. So with the Bob Nodell thing, like anyone that's in contact with him, just tell him to do what he said he was going to do, really. Because, like,
Just
for me
demonstrate his way.
personally, like,
Demonstrate
well,
it
you
not to
heard
be
what exactly, but you heard what I say. Like, I'm not, I fully, I love his work. Do you know what I mean? I think he's brilliant. Like, that's what I'm saying. So, and when I say this, I'm not saying like, oh, tell him to do it like that. I'm on about like with a loving, with a loving, tone in your voice, like, ask the guy because really it needs to just be that part needs to be furthered on because that's been used against people quite a lot of recent. I've found in certain debates where people keep bringing it up. They say, so we're debunking gravity, and then they go, well, yeah, but you've got your own gravity, basically. And I'm telling you, like, more ballers are going to pick up on the idea that flat earthers at the moment are preaching a form of gravity, and that's a minefield for us. And because Bob is so well respected, like, I'm not saying give it up. I'm saying talk about it in relation to, like, we can measure the electromagnetic field, we can measure its effects. I'm not saying give it up. I'm talk about how it may affect the medium, but don't start to talk about it further than that until we know more than that, right? If the medium is what informs up or down, you could say that that thing has an effect on the medium, but then you need to find out the varying degrees in which its effect on the medium is it goes toward informing the up or down of an object and how it could, but that's still a thing that's the relation of the object and the medium. When we're talking about relative density, that thing moves up or down based on its relative density to the things below or above it, right? And it will move left or right as well. Also, if there are ways of the density changing based on energy or whatever, so we have directionality there. But again, this electromagnetic incoherent dielectric currency could effectively be there. It could just be affecting the medium, and the medium is what's affecting the relative density. So, like, we don't have to cancel it out, but like at least take one step back. That's what I'm sort of asking, really. Do you know what I mean, Sleeping? That's the intellectually honest thing to do.
I just wanted to demonstrate his claims true, or got at least some kind of proof of concept. Because like he relies on the one with Zach where he shows the little two things, but he applies it to a fleck of paint, and I'm like, well, show it with a bit more inertia, and then you're not going to be able to. It won't work, but he won't do it, and I'm like, well, if it won't,
but then Sleeping, they admit this. They admit that people themselves have an inherent electronic ampage to us, right? And we go around effectively affecting things, and we create electrostatics inside of the objects that we touch, right? We touch paper bags or plastic bags and things like that, and then they stick to us, right? So like the fleck of paint, right? Like how, and we say this about Cavendish. How did you isolate for electrostatics in order to show that the masses being attracted toward one another have anything to do with it? And people spout that all the time, but then they don't spout it for the idea of a fleck of paint moving. We're trying to establish, remember that, like, there's a fleck of paint moving, and you're going to base like a whole premise based on a fleck of paint moving and not really establish any cause and effect by manipulating any of the variables to denote what moved the fleck of paint. And then also actually the energy source, if it is electrostatics or electromagnetism that move the fleck of paint, you've got to remember, like, where was the energy input from? Was it from the people around the fleck of paint? How many energy sources were there? Who calculated for them in their input? Who took some of them away to see if the fleck of paint still moved, regardless now that the energy sources had sort of been gone for a while? You have to look at all of the variables and to denote what caused the movement of that fleck, right?
Fucking hell, man, you don't have to go on at times.
I do, mate. Yeah. No, but I'm saying, mate, this is the first time I've had this conversation, mate. So I don't understand this incoherent dielectric currency, and I need to understand it innately because it keeps on getting brought up to me, mate. And it's kind of
It's
like,
because
whoa.
Bob preaches to his choir, doesn't he? And on Sundays on Globebusters, and then people on Monday start chanting it, and it's like, okay, demonstrate it, and then they go, what? And then the conversation immediately stops. But they don't. It's like it does sound culty. It does sound like it's a cult.
So I need to know I'm understanding it though, like as well. That's the other issue for myself because when I say like, that's why I'm being long-winded about it because it's been coming up for me like all the time, mate. This has like anytime, like so I've not been around, but the few times that I've been in here and then on the off occasion when I've had conversations with a couple of other people that I know, right, it keeps getting brought up like all the time. Like this has now become the flat earther claim, like our gravity of like this, the cause of down is incoherent dielectric currency. I'm hearing it every day. It was said yesterday in here by 3 people, mate.
Well, just ask for all you got to do to can I see evidence? Show me it. Show me that happens, and they can't. It's done. It's conjured in the mind with logic and reason, not based on experiment with evidence. It's based on just belief.
But it still exists though, right? This the magnetism part, right? So that's kind of like I'm thinking of a slip road, right, onto it. That's all. Of like, have you can't have your cake and eat it. One thing's true or it's not, but like they need to just look at whatever they're trying to look at, extrapolate what it is, and use it in a different way, how it affects the medium itself, not in relation to the medium and the object. Like that's separate, could be part of, but like I'm not. I know obviously with what you're saying, show the evidence of or whatever, but I'm saying it sounds something like this thing is not going to be dropped because of people's interest in the electromagnetic field of the Earth, mate. So that there's something that's connecting their brain to that.
This is the reason why Bob's behavior in this is so disruptive because it's actually causing more division than any ball earther ever any ball earther troll ever could. So the likes of whoever, ball earther troll number 1, he can't cause the division that Bob actually is causing, and it's all based on bullshit. It's like, if you can't show this stuff, Bob, why are you pushing it as truth?
Yeah,
I think the reason
it's gone
why he
past
does it.
I know we're not going to deal with gossip and stuff like that, and it's not. This isn't gossip. This is actually, I believe, this is a genuine conversation that needs to happen. So that, yeah, just to say that, like,
Yeah, but if the
people would say,
conversation does happen,
yeah.
it's going to quickly stop, and that's the reason why the conversation is never going to happen, because he doesn't want to be accountable for his nonsense. Because I think he's inspired by Ken Wheeler, Theora Apothecus, or whatever his name is, and it's like, well, okay, so he pushes that nonsense, but he hasn't got any experiments to demonstrate that it's true. He's just got some things he's got are quite interesting, cause interesting effects, but do we see them real world? No. Do they apply? Maybe.
No.
Can you show me
Maybe,
where?
yeah,
No.
but maybe. Until it's done, it's less than a maybe. It's like a maybe, and yeah. But like, this isn't to just sow discontent in the community. By the way, while we're talking about this, like I said, we've already said support Bob like massively. I do anyway. You know what I mean? And this is just me and your opinion anyway. No one else's of the server. So like, I know I'm happy to say what I've said. Like I'll say it to anyone. Like I just think that's the intellectually what we say in here all the time is we talk about intellectual honesty, and that's my main issue with this incoherent dielectric currency thing. I see it not disappearing anytime soon. It's going to keep being spouted. But the moment that the globers start going, that's gravity. You've got no way of proving it using the scientific method as the cause of up and down, and people keep saying it. And now we have a form of gravity that we're literally spouting. And that to me is really worrying. Like I just don't see why people aren't going like crazy about it. And I get your frustration now that I've come back and then I've heard it over 3 days, mate. I've heard it so many times that I've been like shocked. It's being said like it's just a fact, mate, like a fact, like, and I'm like, whoa, like for real. It's really shocked me.
This is where you've got to start looking at the flat earthers and say, look, whatever you think that's definitely real, and you've got to apply scientific method to weed out the wheat from the chaff. If you're not prepared to apply scientific method, then what actually are you arguing? Because you're actually not arguing for science, you're arguing for what?
And it's fine to argue for things in the philosophical sense, or, you know, like I have no problem. Like people talk about truths, and, you know, like science talks about, you know, cause and effect relationships, but like not everything has to be looked at in that light. It's almost like, and I get that, like people feel like when we say something can't be proven by the scientific method, and it almost, to them, it feels like we're taking away that thing as potentially being true ever. But that's what they've done with this broad brush of painting everything as apparently a science, right? They've made it so that any topic that someone brings up and you say, no, that can't be proven scientifically, they think it sounds like you're saying that thing's not true or it's not reality. And their brain sort of does like a weird spasm backflip type thing, right? But that's not what we're saying. We're just saying, you know, you can still, I guess, have some form of a philosophical truth, right? You know, something else can something can still be true, just because the rigorous method of the scientific method doesn't necessarily fit inside of it. It doesn't mean that what you're talking about isn't necessarily true. It's just it just doesn't fit inside the method.
What the effect of what's happening is that it's blurring the lines of distinction between theoretical physics over actual real world physics, because there's a difference. You can create an effect that doesn't exist in our world, but you make that effect because you're playing alchemy, right? You mix two or three chemicals together and it causes a volcanic eruption, right? And then you can go, wow, isn't that cool? That must be the cause of gravity. And it's like, we don't even see the volcanic eruption in the real world, so it can't be the cause of gravity. So it's like, yeah, your alchemy might be real, but if it's not in our world, then it's not science. That's the bit. It's the abstract application of physics there that you're doing that's not real world.
Well, and if you just follow the scientific method, it would be pretty obvious that that isn't a form of science, because obviously it just follows the steps, right? We need, what do we need? We need a naturally observed phenomena, correct? Right. So like if you're having to manipulate things to create effects, to then sort of talk about what the effect is and what that effect then causes, or what the cause of that effect is, like you're already inculcating yourself into movements that would be classed as, like, you know, manipulation. Like I said, you are the cause of anything that's about to really happen. Obviously you could have the cause of the different parts, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? That isn't the natural world, is it? We're not talking about
it's like carbon fiber, right? We create carbon fiber. It doesn't naturally occur in nature. So it's something that does physically exist and we do create it. But just because we create it doesn't mean that that's science. That's something else. That's like technology or research and design or alchemy, or call it what you want. But if it doesn't exist real world and we've got to create it, it's nothing more than manufacture. And that's
exactly.
What
well, but I ask people, I say, you know, things like, I've just cut off the legs of a table, I've honed them, I've put them on a lathe, I've made them round, you know, I've, you know, press fit them into slots onto a tabletop that I painstakingly, you know, crafted, you know, sanded and varnished, right? And then I say, did I conduct science? And sometimes people will say shit like yes, right? And then and the reason, and I'm not just on about when I say about the varnishing bit. At the end of what I just said, I will say something very simple, such as like, then I measured the table and I found out its dimensions. As soon as I start to talk about mathematics, right, it's almost now as if this thing come like in their mind's eye, and that's what I feel like education needs to really do. Like newer education and alternative media needs to readjust what science is and what science means, because people, when they start hearing about metrics now of my table that I've created, right, I start to talk about, you know, it's 6 feet by 7, you know, by 7, and it's, you know, 3.5 feet long, yeah, and the legs are this long. They start to then believe that I'm conducting a form of like mathematical science, right? And it's that's what I'm on about, that big brush that they've tarred everything with, right? And it's messed everything up, because the scientific method can only be rigorous while people understand that it's supposed to be rigorous, right? So, and as much as people say, but well, it doesn't matter because it's not real science, it's just pseudoscience. I get that, but pseudoscience is actually what's informing the way society reacts, and even just in production of products and things like this, like like handcrafted and sculpted experiments and reports of these experiments. They're being peer reviewed all the time for like profit and gain. So like, what's
Peer
real is
review.
being adjusted all the
I
time.
mean, imagine that me, Nathan, Quantum Eraser, and you all considered ourselves to be peer review, and then Bob came along and suggested that we were we're all in cahoots and we were controlling the opposition, the narrative. And then he presented something that was bullshit, and we said, no, that's bullshit. He would then go, yeah, see, controlling the narrative, even though it is actually bullshit. So that's the problem with it. So ultimately, the simple reality is, like, if peer review was honest and sincere, then ball Earth heliocentrism would not exist, because people would call each other out, but they don't. They turn up like Sabine Hoffensfender or whatever her name is.
Yeah,
she's got a video on her channel now where she's telling people that 2 + 2 = 5.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've heard about this.
Ridiculous. You've heard about it?
Yeah, I've heard about this. What
It's
is
ridiculous.
the fucking explanation? Sorry, I just swore then, but what is the explanation for that? That is ridiculous. Like, I someone briefly mentioned this, and I just sort of stopped listening straight away.
So
I
what
thought
she does
just
is
ridiculous, and then meh.
What she does is she
Yeah.
plots all the results of a test on a graph, and they scatter all over the place, and she takes an average value and says that the value is 2. And then she gets another graph with a load of stuff scattered all over the place, and she takes the extreme other end of the scale and says that value is also 2, but it's at the other end of the scale within the scatter graph, right?
Oh,
So then
no.
she says, really, that one at like 1.5 that we've ascribed 2 to, that 1.5 is the value that we're going to take. Add together the other value at the other end of the scale, which was 2.5, but we averaged it out to be 2. So 1.5 plus 2.5 equals 2 plus 2 equals 4. So what she's trying to do is take the two extremes, add them together to get the 5, but say it's C. Can you see how that therefore is actually 4? And you look at it and you go, yeah, I can see that. But if it was a flat earther doing that and basically saying something that was a little bit like weird like that, they would not accept that. But because it's mainstream science, it's Sabine Hoffensfeld, they accept it. And I'm like, at the end of the day, what you're fundamentally saying is that hot can be cold, or straight can be curved, or fast can be slow, or 2 plus 2 equals 4 can actually be 5. No, that's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. You can't have that. That's nonsense. But they ignore it. And I'm like,
This is my point.
If peer review was a valid tool, Sabine Hoffensfelder would not be able to tell people that 2 plus 2 equals 5, because they would call out that nonsense.
To be honest with you, peer review flies in the face of the idea of what science should be anyway. And I say this before, and people are like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Well, it makes no sense." So apparently, what science is things that have run through this rigorous scientific method, right? So doesn't that in and of itself, these experiments that are produced via that method, do they not just stand on their own as information that is just true? And realistically, the peer review would just be anyone that concerned that experiment.
That's the reason that
they would look at it and be like, "It's real. That's it, right?" Like, that's all that it's concerned upon. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, the fact that peer review needs to exist in order to affirm experiments or scientific theories based upon experiments, to me, just makes that sounds ridiculous. That sounds like that sounds antithetical to scientific in its nature.
That's the reason why I tell the ball earthers that my submission onto YouTube is a publication for the purpose of peer review, because the ball earther trolls are my peers and they can't disprove it. But they are invited to try, and if they do that same test, they will get the same results, and everyone knows that they'll get the same results. So there's no point in them even trying it. But it's always open to the possibility that somebody might actually debunk it by doing it and it not causing the acceleration. But it doesn't change the fact that it did cause the acceleration, and therefore, unless it gets debunked, it stands. So that's like it has. So basically, peer review, it doesn't really have any application or at all. in that test because basically it
That's
doesn't
my
do
point.
anything.
The
Yeah, yeah,
test itself stands for itself in and of
yeah.
itself, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. That peer review. The moment you start to release things for peer review, you know there's a form of agenda, and like you said, like then someone can say, well, yeah, but you guys are in cahoots. So it's an agenda. That's why you're affirming. And a lot of the time, that is the way it is. Like if you look at who was running, monetarily speaking, in America, right? And I believe he was probably an agent for Israel. Well, I know that he was his handlers in Israel under the I believe it's the public Ministry of Defense Force, not actually Mossad. They were the handlers of Epstein, right? Epstein met Glenn Maxwell in Israel because of her father, John Maxwell, the one that was killed. They pulled the plug on him, 100%. But anyway, what I was going to say is that he was involved for budgeting for scientific exploration into product production, right? Epstein was. So Epstein was the one that was allocating funds to these various scientists that work for various, like, you would have like a chair group of individuals. So like if you knew like you wanted stuff to do with like, biomechanics, for instance, you would have all the different various scientists that were involved in, like, you'd have robotics experts, you would have people that are brilliant at DNA and, like, cloning of DNA and growing of new protein structures. You'd have all the right scientists on one board, right, in a chair group.
Yeah.
And then you would be able to select the individual groups you need toward an agenda or a directive to produce either a product, right? But like the way that this was working was that, like, the funds are being allocated to, but they would have to run it by Israel, because obviously if America wants to produce something, be it, let's say, in the sphere of creating a weapon or something that they want to produce for a different country, they need to check their foreign policy with Israel's foreign policy to see whether or not that's an endeavor that they're actually willing to allow to occur, or whether that's damaging towards Israel's furtherance as a nation, or whether that would make other nations have something that would be a threat toward Israel. And then Epstein apparently served that purpose for the allocation of the money. And but like the whole point of what I'm trying to get at is that when we look at what science is now compared to what science was supposed to be, like you have names like Epstein that come up involved in this, and you hear things like intelligence agencies of Israel, allocation of funds to groups of scientists that are vetted through handlers between America and another country's foreign policy. Look at how many influences there are on denoting what the truth is there. Like, to me, this is like, this is what I mean. And then you have this like massive brush tarring everything as science. And like I said, people have panic attacks. They genuinely do when you tell them that what they want to know in a scientific framework is no longer scientific. They're like, whoa, what are you on about? And it's been damaging for science, 100%. Like, it's been, yeah. I've got frustrated with it, to be quite honest. But we need to think about names of people in either New Zealand or Australia with magnetic declination.
I'll speak with Wolfie. I'm sure Wolfie will do it.
Yeah,
because he loves telling us how stupid we are. So
yeah. Who, right? No, but I mean, we need to think of people that we can keep him honest with, right? Like, 'cause we need to find someone we can trust. So should I try and ask Meryl?
You want to? I don't
Like,
think he
I
will
don't
though. While
know.
his dad's ill. I don't think he will while his dad's ill.
Yeah. Never know. Like, couple of hours in an afternoon, mate. We might want to, get away for a bit. I don't know. But it's a good idea. I genuinely think it's a good idea. Like when you first spoke to me about it, I was like, that's actually a really good idea. And I don't believe we'll find what they would want us to, or what we would expect to find on a ball. We will not find that. I almost can guarantee that.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. But I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee. So hand the mic to somebody else.
There's no one else here to speak, mate. That's why we've hogged it for so long. Anyway, I've got to go myself anyway. Let me see if there's anyone else. I need to message someone quickly before I leave.
I'm gonna go make a coffee. Back in 2 minutes.
All right, mate. Do you want my bath water? Giving you control of your mic. If you want to get VC verified, you have to go to the VC check-in room.
Yes.
You say?
So, you take the Kool-Aid man,
Yeah,
and you flip him around,
yeah.
and that makes the COVID-19 vaccine. And you shove that in your
What?
I think he can be quiet straight away. He said something about He said something about the Holocaust, basically. Anyway, I've got to go. I'm just gonna
Right, right. Well, anyway, good talk.
Yeah, no
Good
worries, dude.
conversation.
Yeah, I accepted your friend request, mate.
Appreciate it.
What was that kid called again? Do you want my bath water?
Yeah.
This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Anybody here? Alrighty then.
Dave?
Dave's not here, man.
Let me in. Think the cops on me.
Those things in commie Canada.
Oh, today they're not so bad, but I'm not doing no celebrating or nothing. It's not Canada Day for me this year. The residential school stuff is too. I can't celebrate. I have native blood. Sorry, I have native blood as well, so it's not really much to be celebrating today.
I was just gonna say I saw a video, but I think it was somewhere in Ontario. I don't know exactly. Somewhere in Canada, where like 6 cops walk up and arrest these people for working out in their backyard.
Holy fuck!
There was like 8 of them in the backyard together.
Do you know which province?
I'll link the video. Give me a second.
Because I've been showing Mom stuff for a while, and she keeps asking, "Where's that? Where's that? It's not in Canada. I don't care." And I'm like, "Mom, why does it fucking matter if it's happening in the UK or France? It's fucking happening, And then anytime I can get Canadian content to show her, it helps me.
It's like an hour and 20-minute video. It's this guy Jeff Barwick. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's the Dollar Vigilante.
Oh yeah, I'm sub to him. I like his little doggy.
Well, it's his last video. If you here, I'll link it for you though.
Thanks.
It's on Odyssey. He's not on YouTube, obviously.
Okay.
And I'm getting it for you. Is anybody else around? Does anybody in here think they live on a ball? Besides Flatman Ken thinks he lives on a ball. I was an idiot for 52 years of my life. I thought I lived on a ball. Then I actually looked at it and was like, wait a minute, I do not live on a ball. Simple as that.
Well, I wouldn't agree with you. I tend to say you weren't looking where you might have wanted to look before. Now you're seeing it. It's not. See, I try not to beat myself up for what I didn't know.
Well, it's just we never properly addressed the foundations of the belief, right?
Correct.
We had this whole belief structure. We never actually looked at the roots of it, and we're like, wait a minute, we're zipping around through nothing on a ball with water on the outside, and that all seems legit.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Anyway, there's no new people in here.
And then I'm not sure if I was still not aware of what I know now, if I'd still be as whatever, because aside from this topic, there was other things like the greatest quarterback of all time, the greatest hockey player of all, greatest basketball. Like there's so many greatest. You know what I mean? Like there was other things that were sort of repeating and didn't kind of make sense after a while. Like how can you have fucking 20 greatest quarterbacks of all time? And then if there's going to be a better quarterback in the future, how are you calling this person the best quarterback of all time? There's still games to be played. Anyways, thank you very much, Dave.
I got that video in the chat, and I noticed we've got a public service announcement from the Quantum Eraser channel. The Numpty Baltard clips have arrived every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 2 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. UK on Quantum's Eraser channel. Today at 2 p.m. we have Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane, Numpty Part Duh. Be sure to check that out. That's the Quantum Eraser channel on YouTube while he still exists on YouTube. Back to you, Flatman.
Thank you. Okay, yes, I got that, David. Thank you very much. I'll watch it with Mom after.
Somewhere in the middle of that clip, I'd give you a timestamp if I could, but he's talking about somewhere in Canada, these like 6 or 8 cops roll up on these people in their backyard just working out in their backyard. So
And when was that? Do you know?
Sometime this past week.
Holy fuck. Because before this info you're giving me, I was aware of 3 pastors and Maxime Bernier being cuffed up for nothing, you know?
Yeah, he's already shot a few of those too, yeah. It's bad up there, man. There's so many brainwashed people running your shit up there. It's crazy. Anyway.
Well, I'll show you what I think of the, I like to refer to him as the head tampon, but I'm going to post it right now. You might get a good laugh out of this one.
What does Justin Trudeau and a turtle on a post have in common? I probably shouldn't read that out loud. That's funny though.
Yeah. But it's like it. When you go down the list, it's like it does make sense.
Isn't he like literally Castro's bastard son, allegedly, or something like that?
I've heard that.
Who knows? Who knows what these people, they all fucked each other and whatever. Did their rituals and all that shit.
Very not conducive to my way of living, that's for sure.
A little bit out there, whatever they're doing. They will get their end just desserts.
Whereabouts are you, Dave? Down in the States?
Yep, I'm Dead Air Dave in Kentucky.
Oh, cool.
I've been here on YouTube's or Discord for about 7 years now.
So that's where all my Jack Daniels comes from, correct?
Well, it's right below us, Tennessee's the Jack Daniels. We got Jimmy Beam here, and we got H&H. We got a few name brands.
Okay.
I've got the Jim Beam factories like 10 miles to my east right now.
Nice. When I was down in Windsor along the Riverside Drive, there was the Canadian Club factory, and early in the morning you go by there and the yeast going, it smelled like a bakery kind of, like bread rising or whatever, you know?
Yeah, the yeast smell in the air is, I remember that, yeah. Very good. Well, let's look through the list. I don't see anybody new in here. Do you?
Yeah, I'll take a look.
Sleeping Warrior, I think, is one of those ballers. I wonder if he's there. Yeah, he's one of those. He thinks he lives on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing with water on the outside.
I'm not a baller. What's your mouth?
Retracted. Sleeping Warriors have been a warrior for at least 6 years. I've seen him here. So what's up, Anthony?
Right, you were poking the bear then, were you?
Yes.
Poking the bear gets you burnt. Or bitten, not burnt, bitten.
You've been looking for that bendy water as long as I have, sir.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. It just exists in the maths.
Exists in a heliocentrist minds, right? I got a phone call. Y'all continue.
Did you guys see the image of the article I kept out of an old astronomy book I had from '95? It was Hubble's Sharper Image or Sharper Vision. That was back in '95, and here I'll post it in the live stream. I was gonna throw it out, but Mom looked in the envelope and said, "Hey, do you want to keep this?" And I'm like, "Ah, fuck! Look at that! Isn't that a beautiful image?" And then that little black dot on there, what the heck is that thing?
Oh, that'll be one of the moons, won't it? Io or whatever.
That's what I was thinking they would claim anyways. And then look at how uncrisp the outer edges are, but yet that circular moon is so crisp. And it's amazing how the image of the quote-unquote so-called planet is so bright, but the backside of that moon that the camera's on the other side of is so dark. Shouldn't that side of the moon be a little bright too? Since you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
Just complete dipshits, but I would have never been, I wasn't thinking deeply back then.
Just got the dog giving me massive kisses at the minute, so you have to bear with me.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to
no
go on
trouble.
mute because he's making loads of horrible noises.
Sure, no problem.
That was his afternoon kiss. He's gone now. He's sat back down in his bed.
What's his name?
Mickey. He's 15 and a
Nice.
half.
Right on.
He was diagnosed with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis in November of 2019. It's a terminal and progressive disease that will gradually cause him to suffocate. So they said to me, you have to make the decision. Do you want to put him to sleep now and save him from suffocating? Or do you want to keep him alive and watch his tongue turn blue as he fails to absorb oxygen from the air that he's breathing and basically drowns in the inability to absorb oxygen? And I was like, what? So anyway, I started researching whether there was any alternative treatments and asked around on the internet, and obviously everybody gives like their own interpretation of what might help, like try strawberries and nettle soup and stuff like that. And it's like, what do you do? Like, do you put him to sleep? Do you keep him alive, or do you try some alternative therapies? And I found out about THC and CBD oil, and he made a full recovery. His prognosis was that he might last 2 or 3 months. In theory, if you catch it early enough, it can be 12 months, maybe even 18 months in good cases. But because you don't catch it early enough, most dogs die within a few weeks of being diagnosed, because you think that it's just part of getting old, which is exactly what I thought. Anyway, that was in November of 19, and he's still alive with me today. And I took him back to the vets, and I asked her what was his prognosis now, and she said she admitted that there is no prognosis for him now. And I said, great. I said, like, are you not curious as to wonder what I actually did to get him to get through this? So I told her, and she basically didn't really understand it, because it's not in her vet's book. and she just couldn't believe it. But nonetheless, the dog's still with me, and he's doing fantastically well. And contrary to veterinary opinion, so I managed to cure an incurable disease with THC and CBD oil, and they don't know how. They don't understand it, but it's madness.
That's
awesome.
That's fucking amazing. Doesn't that just give you a nice, warm, fuzzy feeling in the bottom of your belly about those people who locked up your friends and loved ones over a dried plant and are now telling you need to go get a Fauci ouchie because you're going to be sick?
Well, Fauci ouchie makes me angry.
No, but what I'm saying is those same people that are talking about that now told you if you smoke that shit, you're going to murder your neighbor or kill your friend's dog or you're going to drive your car into a tree. And they were locking up your loved ones over the plant for years and years and years. Doesn't it give you a warm, fuzzy feeling about them people?
No comment. I don't know.
I know. I digress.
I'm at the point where I was all for like your civil liberties, your freedoms, your human rights, and all that. I was all for that, and then I realised that the English public don't care, and now I'm at the point where I think, right, you don't deserve to have it if you're not interested in protecting it and stopping the state from taking it off us. Then when they do take it off us, I'm going to be there saying, right, you were told and you ignored it, and I'm not prepared to support it anymore. So you don't deserve to have your freedoms.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts.
I've been trying to do my part to do what I can to shine some light in places where it needs to be shining, and I call MPs, ask serious questions, looking for serious answers. I had them send me a letter addressing 3 or 4 of my questions, and in the letter they admit to racially profiling both Aboriginal and the Black community over marijuana in the letter over the years since it's been illegalized, like when it was illegal and stuff, and I just like, there's got to be a way I can use this against them someday, like to get those communities reparations for what they did just over marijuana. But then I don't even know if reparations is like, I have some Greek blood in me. There was Greek riots in Toronto because of Greek racial issues and stuff way back. Do I think I don't want like, I don't even care about a fucking apology because of whatever let's just move forward. Let's do better than what we did before, rather than me saying to the government, hey, I should get blank dollars because X, Y, or Z from before I was born. You know what I mean? I'd rather.
I think that when the governments are doing what they're doing, with regards to the, we need a keyword that's not the obvious word, the alcohol, because like I heard somebody refer to it as the beer, because there's a brand of beer that is very similar to the name of the Miley Cyrus, right?
Yeah,
the Mexican beer germ. The Mexican beer germ.
Or cerveza bug,
Well, the drink, the alcohol called Corona.
Yeah, exactly.
He called it the beer because it's the same thing, right? So we'll talk about it in the context of beer because that way we'll not get into any trouble.
For sure.
When the government are doing what they're doing in the context of this beer that they're making us all jump around through hoops through, I can understand why people lose their marbles with it, because it's like, for me, it's so wrong what's happening that I don't know how anybody can not turn a blind eye to it. And I can see why people would lose their houses, their mortgages and all that, and they would be really angry. But I can also see those that are comfortable enough to be able to weather the storm and not worry about it. They'll just turn a blind eye to it because they're going to benefit in the long term. And I'm like, oh, this is awful. It's horrible, man.
I agree. I'm not sure what's down the road, I got people around me I've been saying things to, and they're like, I got an appointment next week for my second beer a meeting, and I'm like, just, oh man, I wish you wouldn't.
It's going to be interesting in winter this year because, like, obviously, it's going to make a return this year. It's blatantly obvious that they're going to bring it back in some form, and they're going to say it's that beer again, and we're all going to be saying, "Hang on a sec, how can you tell it's not the remedy that you were telling us to have?" Because no one's going to know whether it's the remedy or the beer, but they're going to put it on the beer, and if you've not had the beer, then they're going to make sure that you get profiled societally as someone that's refused to take the thingy, and it's like. We're going to get profiled by society. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and then also is by the time the winter rolls around, is the results of the hangover cure will start rearing their head, and they'll start. Maybe they'll blame that on VOCs.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to blame us for that because basically the people that are already in society that are vulnerable, elderly, infirm. And they're the ones that are most likely to be influenced or affected by the Kool-Aid that they're making us take now. And if they do end up getting killed off in winter, we're going to get the blame for it because we're not going to be able to argue or prove that it was something else. But they will get away with just making the blind assertion that we're responsible because we didn't get the Kool-Aid. They'll get away with it. Public perception. It's not a good day.
There's at least one citizen, and there was a group, I joined them on Facebook, in my country here, and there was at least one free citizen trying to do the right thing and make a citizen's arrest on the head tampon in charge, but they now have authoritative enforcers that are there to protect just those types of people that are public servants. So a citizen can't get close enough to do that. Do you see what I'm saying?
This is what makes me wonder why. You know Matt Hancock. You know who he is, right? He's the minister in England. He's the minister for health and public, whatever it is, whatever his title is. But he's the guy responsible for administering the Kool-Aid.
Okay.
He's left office recently because he was so-called caught with his tongue down the throat of one of his advisors. And the guy's married for 12, 15 years. He's got a couple of kids with his wife, and he very publicly declared that the marriage was all over, and he's now with this woman instead, which is just madness when you look at the evidence that he's supposed to have been caught doing. He's basically gone into his own office inside government, shut the door behind him, and then it's been caught right in the middle of the picture, right in the middle of frame. The camera's been mounted in the ceiling right behind the door, and he's basically snogging this girl's like tonsils out. But the problem is it's right in the middle of frame. He's in focus. It's almost as if it's been perfectly placed, as if it's either been placed by somebody in government or it's been placed by him himself. Because but short of smiling for the camera and giving a big thumbs up, there's no way he didn't know that this was there. Somebody very close to him has put that in there, or he's done it himself so that he can get out for some reason. But the point that I'm making is that this is supposedly his explanation for why he's left government, because he's violated his own rules. Because, like you said, like you shouldn't be having any sex with anybody that's in your bubble. So casual and recreational sex is out the window. Yeah. So he's on the receiving end of this now. So he's left. But if you look at the evidence, it's like, what's the explanation for this? Because he might as well have just looked straight down the camera lens, put a smile, and give him a big thumbs up. Because it's like he knew it was there, and I just don't believe it. I don't believe the story we're being told is anywhere near true. I think there's something else going on, and he's being pushed out.
My inner senses are telling me it's a distraction. Sorry, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, 1 second. Sleepy, didn't the same happen to Neil Ferguson? He also.
I don't know, did it?
Yeah, he was caught, right? Because he went to his mistress in the lockdown shit, and then he got a lot of flack for it. But he was the guy that made the models, right? That told us 2 million Americans would get drunk off the beer, right? And that 500,000 British people would get drunk off the beer, right? Drunk and die.
I remember. I didn't know he got caught going out to his missus. I thought he was going. I didn't even know it was him, wasn't it? The other guy that left.
Neil Ferguson. Neil Ferguson, the guy that modeled everything with his 80s computer program, right? Because people were demanding him to give out the program where he modeled it with, and he then like was, no, you can't run it because it's an old program and you need to run it like 10 times and take the average of it, and but I will make it open source, but I need to adjust it a little bit. That's the same guy, Neil Ferguson. And then he was caught with his mistress or something, and then he needed to leave. So funny thing, right? And we had some same stuff happening just before Corona, just before the beers, just when it started, right? When the beer started, our health minister collapsed in the chamber, and he was replaced. And after he collapsed, we got this guy, Hugo de Jonge, which is now telling us that children has to be vaccinated, get the beer, right? So they're going to blame. They're going to blame, because you're telling us they're going to blame the children now, right? Because the parents of the children didn't let the children take the beer, right? And you know what he said yesterday? He said, even if your parents don't want you to get it, if you're 12 years and older, you can make an appointment. This is what he told us.
This is insane. It's like Jonestown on a massive scale here.
I honestly, I'm getting to the point where I just can't understand how the normal people, not necessarily people in our topics or our circles, but normies don't realise that this is completely and utterly unjust, wrong, and illegal. Where's the legal people telling people that this is illegal? Why aren't the people that standing up for us? Why are they being reactive rather than preventative? The damage is going to be done before it's wrong, man.
They are doing this, but we have this protocol, right? When you can ask information from your government, but they suspended this protocol because of the emergency. So nobody can ask any information, and if you do, it will take them a year to give you, right? And it will be all inked out, right? All blackened out. So they suspended this protocol in the Netherlands.
As far as what you were saying before, the way I see it is, their personal indiscretion should not absolve them from their accountability politically. That's one thing. And here in my city, our mayor, I don't know how long ago, came out of the quote unquote closet. And I'm just like, who cares? What are you doing about homeless? What are you doing about clean drinking water? What are you doing about, you know what I mean? I don't care about that. Are you doing good things for my city?
Yeah, it's like in London this weekend, or the weekend just gone. It was like, I've never seen it as popular in my life. There was thousands and thousands. If I was to put a number on it, I would say at least 100,000. I mean, I'm speculating. I don't know how many it was, but it was just seas of people. Didn't even make the national news. One newspaper referred to it as a few hundred people turned out in force. It's like, what? It was thousands of people. They had loud music playing
on Twitter.
They had loud music playing on on a truck. It was like a HGV truck with like big speakers in it, and they were all playing dance music, and they were all basically bopping to the beat. And basically, like, it was it was like a Mardi Gras kind of environment. People, there was no anxiety, no stress, no nothing. But they were protesting, but they were dancing in protest, all wearing t-shirts, placards, banners, you name it. Didn't make the news. So all they wanted to talk about was Matt Hancock talking about his mistress and all that.
And part of the issue is, like, this is how difficult it is to try to communicate to our loved ones or the people that are continuing to deceive themselves. Is I'll share in my live feed, in my timeline on Facebook, stories that I know won't be talked about in the local news streams and stuff. And the hatred and anger I get for it is just unbelievable. And from people that I know personally, they're not just Facebook buddies, you know?
Yeah. It's Stockholm Syndrome.
Crazy.
They're demonstrating Stockholm Syndrome. They've been kidnapped by the state and they've fallen in love with the system. And it's like, the system is screwing you. Wake up. And they don't want to wake up. They're quite happy to be asleep. This is why I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of at the point where I'm thinking, right, okay, there needs to be a massive death wave this year, then at Christmas, so that people realise. The trouble is, they're going to present it as, well, it was you lot that refused it, so that you caused it. It's like, what? That is literally what's going to happen.
Or I was thinking, like, so 2 days ago in the news stream, like I don't really watch news, but I had it on mute. I did unmute it to hear about this particular story, or with Mom, because she wanted it unmuted. We lived in BC before for many years, but 25 dead in a 24-hour period, and they're saying it might be because of the heat wave.
Yeah.
And
Nothing
I'm
to
just
do with
like,
nothing
no,
to do with
it
the
ain't the
Kool-Aid.
fucking heat wave.
Yeah. It's a joke, isn't it? How people don't. So many people. It's like, I don't know, man. It's like, hey, man, your wife's cheating with your next door neighbor, and there's the evidence, and they look at it and go, it's not her. It's like, what?
Instead of showing up home early from work one day to try to catch her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
Fuck.
Yeah, my
Anyway,
friend.
I don't know what. That's a whole nother area. Like as far as jealousy and stuff goes, I've been through a few relationships. One that I was on the road for a few months learning how to oil paint. When I came back, she was with a lad that looked just like me. They have a kid now. And when I got back to town, I did it quietly and I shadowed her. Like I knew her schedule for work and stuff. So I saw her getting dropped off by the guy I told her not to be around and stuff, and saw them kissing before she got out of the car. And that was not necessarily the last time we were together, but almost. Like I went and got some things from the flat we were sharing, and we each had our own flats, but I had some things at her flat or crib, however you want to word it. I went there to talk to her about a few things because we were business partners too, and I noticed all this stuff she said she had sold in a garage sale there, so I just started grabbing it up. And he went to start saying something. I'm like, no, I'm here to talk to her, not you. You got something to say to me, you can say it to me outside. When I was done talking to her, I leave. And he came running down the stairs and like did a sneak attack. I had to drop everything in my hands. He got one in, and as soon as I started filling him in, he started hiding behind her. And I was going to go over to his car and start kicking in the taillights and the windows to make him come after me so I could finish him off. And then I changed my mind, and I'm just like, you know what? You're the biggest fucking goof I met in my life. Anytime you think you're mad enough, you know where I live. The next day, he dropped her off at my flat, and she's, let me see your eye and this and that. And I gave it to her one last time and sent her down the road. But she now has a kid with him. It would have been my kid. I don't know. It's a strange world, man. It's fucked up.
I have no idea how we got onto this. Oh, it's because I said
Sorry.
it's like when. Yeah. Let's not create that tangent.
Yeah, so my friend, he told me we're going to go in lockdown again this autumn, right? And everybody who got his beers is still going in lockdown because they have this new Delta thing, right? The Delta beer. And you're correct, man, Sleeping Warrior. They're going to blame it on the people that didn't want it. They're going to blame it on the parents that didn't give it to their children's. Right? And then you get a more division, right? More division.
I know what it was. It was because of jealousy was the topic. That's why. I wasn't gonna, like, I didn't wish her any harm or him. I was upset that you know what I mean? I wanted to just move on. But some people would be so jealous they'd want to do other non-necessary things. That's, I guess, was the point. Sorry, lads.
How do we guard against the state blaming the people that didn't take the Kool-Aid?
Yeah, I was thinking that too, is that at some point, the people who are still masked will be looked down upon, because the others who aren't and got the Fauci ouchies will be like, you still haven't got it. What's wrong with you? You see what I mean? Like, 1 minute you're chastised for not wearing it, and then at a certain point you'll be chastised for still wearing it. Like, it's just fucked up.
Yeah. It's as above, so below, right? Turn it around. Yeah, because they have this app now, right? They opened up nightclubs last weekend. You can only enter with your app, and your test certificate or your jab certificate. So the app crashed. People spent hours in line for a test certificate, and the app crashed, so they didn't got in. So that would be just another reason to get it, right? Because I don't want to stand in line for 3 hours for a jab certificates. Just give me the jab, and I'm done with it, right? It's crazy how they play it out. It's just amazing.
Not just that, Bong, but why set up a little rave situation in my basement and have cheaper beers? I want to go and spend $10 a pint at the club.
Right. Well, I have to check out now. So, guys, have a good one. Dinner's
See
ready.
you later, dude.
Take care, Bong.
Roger.
Oh, Roger. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, for me, it's got to the point where I just don't know how this is ever going to get any better, because the more they start squeezing, the more people are going to submit. So even like people on our side that are like, no way. Ultimately, they're going to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze. They definitely want us on this Kool-Aid for some reason, and I don't know what the reason is, but I'm definitely not looking forward to finding out.
I guess one day at a time. We can't really do much more than that. Trying to open people's eyes and wake them up, but I guess in the scriptures it says deceived and to deceive and continue to, like, the deceivers will deceive themselves and stuff, you know? I don't know. It's so crazy.
I don't know either, man.
And then I have loved ones and stuff. The one aunt, I'm gonna wait at least a year and see what happens. And then my cousin, her daughter and stuff, pressure. She went and did it already. She didn't wait the year. All I know is the big guy upstairs works in mysterious ways. Bad times don't last, good people do. Hopefully, the more they put the pressure on, the clearer it'll come to the people that are. I know I've noticed some people are turning their backs and walking away. Like some people have left the military here in my country because they don't agree with the rollout and blah, blah, blah. So there are some good people that are trying to not let them continue.
Oh. Yeah, it's not a good scenario. It's like, and the more they ebb away at society, the more the fringe people will go then and get it that wouldn't have got it before. The majority of dissenters then become the minority, and you end up having to get it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just don't know. I want to know what their intention is. I don't know what they're trying to do.
I've got, even before this whole hoax thing that's going on, I watched a lot of the border security stuff and whatnot, and I got it on mute right now in the background. And well beforehand, I was like, why would anyone want to go any frickin' where? When I'm watching these people harass every person going through, and like, even if they declared they had blank dollars, when they go through their pocket or whatever, they're, oh, you had 1,000 more than you said you had. And you're a criminal. And, oh, okay, we verified it's not from criminal sources or activity. Now you got to give us 300 to get it back. Because you weren't honest about the amount you had on. Like, they just stand there and extort you, but they accuse you of doing a crime. But they just committed one.
Yeah.
Like, why go anywhere these days? It's just retarded.
I can understand why people turn to a life of violence and crime and it's like this, because like the average member of society that realizes there's something wrong, that realizes that they're getting dicked. Which way do you want to get dicked? Would you rather go to jail because you fought against the system, Or would you rather comply, but you're in servitude for the rest of your life anyway, because you've complied with a system that you know there's something wrong with it, but you don't know what?
And my heart definitely goes out to those people in certain spots that are really trying, and they get sandbagged or stonewalled or ignored, or the racial bias is so strong no one wants to pay attention, or you know what I mean. That my heart goes out to people really trying to do positive things, and they just it's like they continually run into a brick wall. You know, my heart goes out to those people because I know they are out there. I can remember I was in public expressing my disdain for the lack of return on the investment as far as what we pay the people who are supposed to make good decisions for us and stuff. And some lady was catching wind of what I was saying, and she chimed in, "My husband was involved in the political realm for his whole life, and he was a great guy, and da 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 da." And I was just kind of like thinking, "Oh yeah, what did he do for all of Canada?" You know? What was his great achievement in his career then?
My dad was a serving cop for many years, and he saw it as doing good. And some of the things that he did, I used to question and say, "Dad, are you sure that's a good spending of public money? Why, son? What do you mean?" Like, for example, he got involved in like these multi-agency operations that are designed to catch people that are claiming benefits when they shouldn't be because they're working, or a variety of things. And some of them are, they're reputable. But one of the things that he got involved with was basically catching red light jumpers. And I was like, "Daddy, are you sure that's a good spending of money? Like, red light jumpers, if they don't have any accidents, Dad, I don't really see the problem with them." He said, "Yeah, but son, it needs to be a deterrent to make the road safer." Like, does it really though? If they haven't caused any harm, does it really need it? And obviously his view on it was, yeah, of course. But he did actually listen.
Sorry, go ahead.
He did actually listen, and he did hear me out, and we had the conversation. But I was critical about because like red lights, like, yeah, everyone knows that you shouldn't jump a red light. But if you don't actually have any accidents and you jump the red light, I mean, I've done it at night time loads of times. There's nobody around, no one's there. Jump the red light, and off you go. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. But if you do it in front of a policeman,
no harm, no
you're going to
foul.
get done, aren't you? What?
No harm, no foul. Yeah, I know. The copper's sitting there, you're fucked. And I was going to say the same thing. If it's 3 a.m, no one's around, whatever, what are you going to sit there like a rat in a trap waiting for it to go green, or fucking go?
Yeah. I did actually get stopped once by doing that. I went through a red light at like 2 a.m. or whatever, and there was a cop sat on the other side of the junction. It was a pedestrian light, and he was sat on the other side of the junction, and he saw me go through, so he came out straight away, right after me, the way you'd expect. And he pulls me over, and he basically bollocks me. He was going to give me a ticket, but I just said to him, I said, like, "Listen, that was a pedestrian crossing," and I said, "and you're on the other side of it." I said, "You must have pressed the button, because like they don't turn on themselves; they've got to be pressed." I said, "And there's nobody else around." I said, "So surely you've pressed it, and that's the reason why this is the position, right?" And he wouldn't admit it, but I realised that he must have pressed it, right, because they don't turn themselves on. And I said to him, I said, "Have you not just set a trap?" In other words, entrapment. And he had. I got away with it because I realised that he'd pressed the button and then just sat there waiting for the next car to see did he go through it or not. It's exactly what he did, and he didn't do me. He let me go. And rightly so.
It's like in the past before they decided the head tampon in charge is calling it legalized, but it's being regulated. It's not quite legal. But before he made the facade of the legalization, if somebody got in trouble over that plant on the news, they'd be like saying quote pounds and this and that. They were weighing the soil and everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the guy had 40 pounds of marijuana growing. No, he had fucking 10 plants that weren't budded out yet, and you fucking weighed all the soil with them. You know, like Losers, man. And if you were a judge or in that line of a career, and you're going to bed at night feeling like you did something better for the greater good because of a plant, like taking somebody's freedom away because of a plant, you literally are a douchebag.
Yeah.
I mean, unless the person was going around shooting people and causing harm to put it out on the road, then I get it. You know what I mean? You can't let, like, people. I don't know how to explain it. There's no violence. They're not selling it in front of an elementary school. There's certain things they're not doing. Who really, you know what I mean? Why do you stick your nose in there and take their freedom from them?
You're basically applying the no harm, no foul rule.
Yeah. But also, if there is harm, like the guy selling to minors, yeah, something's got to be done, either quietly or publicly. Either way, the guy can't stand there selling to my 12-year-old niece. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess they see it as a deterrent, and that's why they apply it rigorously, so that it deters people from doing it.
Yeah, in my country, if you're caught selling to anyone under the age of 14, you are fucked. It doesn't matter if it's a gram, an ounce, you're fucked. But if you're under 14 and you have a prescription and you get it medically, that's all right and stuff, which I understand that, As far as the street product goes, some scumbag could be spraying anything on there,
And they do. They split it in half, don't they? They cut it and cut it again, and by the time you get it, it's half cut with flour or rat poison or you name it. So I do understand the alternative is to legalize it and let people produce it properly, and then nobody would get it. But then the problem with that is the government doesn't make any money.
Yeah. Well, they're already making money on it. They're just pretending they're not.
Yeah.
It's not like when you hear about a massive seizure, all of a sudden there's no product. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's funny though, because I remember when they still argue that petrol is based on scarcity, right? There are more people buying electric cars now than ever before, and the amount of petrol consuming cars is dropping faster than anything else. It is the most disruptive technology. The electric car is the most disruptive technology since the mobile phone and the use of payphones on the street corner. Because people don't need to pay for petrol if there's electronic vehicles, and because there's electric vehicles, they're also not putting in fuel. Yet the minute lockdown lifted, 10 pence went on a litre of fuel. Well, if that's the case, how is it that suddenly it's justified it didn't drop whilst we were in lockdown, but when it came up again, they put 10 pence on. It's like, there's no scarcity of this stuff. It's not a commodity in demand anymore, but prices still go up and people believe it. It's nonsense.
And then because I'm a gearhead, a motorhead, and got a few marks on my knuckles from engine blocks. Nothing that doesn't come with the territory. So I've always been of the opinion that guys like me and will always want those gas burning engines. So hopefully there'll always be petrol around. And then some of those electric vehicles, you fill the gas tank, and over a 1-year period, like the Chevy Volt, over a 1-year period, it'll use up that gas. And then you have to refill it if you've always got a full charge and stuff, because the car will use the gas part of the engine so that part doesn't seize up by never using it. But over 1 year, you'll only go through one full tank.
Yeah.
Pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, there's literally no reason for petrol to be going up in price. It should be going down in price.
That's a definite. Yeah, like it could probably still be 50 cents a liter or 85 cents at the most. Like, and even way back, 25 cents a liter. Like, I don't know if it could stay there because of inflation of other things, but
I just don't understand how people don't realize that this petrol argument is just ridiculous. They just pay it. It's like, Society is just mashed up at the minute.
I have a friend that has an electric vehicle, and once in a while he'll run an errand for me or something. I'll be like, "Here's 20 for gas," and he's like, "No, it's not even gas. I'll be like, "Okay, well, here's 20 for electric."
Yeah.
Because I still want to, like, he took time and helped. Like, it's not even about the petrol so much. It's more about saying thanks for getting me where I had to go or whatever, because my car's parked or whatever it was, you know? But he didn't,
Yeah.
he was trying to say, no, I don't use gas.
My next door neighbor, I was doing some work on my mate's car recently, and it's black. The car's gloss black, and the car was in a state of disrepair. It had about 10 different jobs that needed to be done to it, and it was coming close to its annual inspections, and I knew that the work wasn't going to get done, so the car would end up getting parked up and left at one side. And I says like, give me the keys, I'll sort this out. Sorted out all the bits and pieces, and it was blinging. It was dead clean, it was polished up, it was clean and tidy. And my next door but one neighbor saw it, and he was like, "Oh." So a couple of weeks later, he comes up to me and he says, "Hey, listen." I said, "What?" He said, "My car." He said, "You were doing that work on that BMW." I said, "Yeah." He said, "My car needs the same kind of work." I said, "Why? What's the matter with it?" So he gives me a list. And I said, "Yeah, I can sort that out." I said, "But you'll have to get all the bits and pieces yourself." I said, like, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, what he ended up doing was he got all the bits and pieces himself, but and then got all the work done himself. I didn't have to do any of the work. But he asked me, would I show him how to do the actual, the valeting part, or the detailing, as they call it these days. And I was like, "Yeah, I'll show you how to do that." Because he said to me, every time he washes it, it ends up being worse than what it was before he washed it. And I was like, "It's because you're not doing it right." I said, like, if you know how to do it, you can do it in broad daylight and direct sunlight, and it'll not end up looking like a dog's dinner. So he was like, yeah, show me. So the other day, like, he brought his car over, and I says, "Okay." I said, "Come on." So I get out basically a bucket of water with not soap, but rinsing or car wax, wash and wax or whatever it is. Nothing premium, just normal supermarket stuff. A bottle of Autoglim super resin polish, and then a bit of protectant sealant that you put on top of it. And I showed him how to do it. So we washed the car and we rinsed it, and then we dried it, and then we looked at the bits that needed a little bit of attention, got rid of the scuff marks and whatever, and then polished it up, and then buffed it all off, and then put the protection on it. And then he was looking at it, and he was like, "Never had it looking that good in my life." And all it was showing him how to do it. He just needed to know how to do it because he didn't know how to do it himself. Anyway, now I've done it, and he's seen how it works, and he knows how to do it. Next, in 3 or 4 days' time, when the car gets dirty again, he'll have his bucket out, and he'll be like, "Yeah, I'm going to do this myself." And it's going to be dead good for me to watch him doing it, just because I've inspired him. And now he doesn't take it to like the I don't know how to say this without sounding racist, but like the migrant garage workers that do it all. Like, there's about 10 of them, and they all, you pay them about 10 quid, and they all do a little bit on the car. So collectively they all wash it, but they don't actually do anything more than wash it, but then leave it vulnerable or exposed. It is clean, but it's also very susceptible to get dirty quick. And I was showing him like why this is better and what it'll do and what the other method won't do. Anyway, he was proper buzzing. So anyway, when he went in, like, I was just watching him admire his own car, and I was just sat there. It was just dead satisfying to see that he was pleased with his own work, and I was like, at least he's got inspired and motivated by something positive.
Beautiful.
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's cool. Teach your man to fish.
Yeah.
Taught him how to fish. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
Is it? See, I might already know the answer to this postulation. Is it wrong that even if you know how to fish, that you pay somebody else to do it for you?
I think so, yeah. I think that's the whole point of learning life skills, isn't it? So that you can apply them and not only save yourself a bit of money, but take a little bit of pride in your endeavours. Would it be painting a car or rewiring your house? Why would you pay someone to do a job that you can do yourself for a fraction of the price?
Well, what if it's a matter of convenience, not having the facility, not having the proper things. You know what I mean? There's could be different reasons for why you're not fishing yourself that day. Like for an example, like I own more than one vehicle, but I don't really have a place to park them all. So like I'm not properly situated for what I've acquired. And if I was properly situated, it'd be easier for me to change the clutch myself. You know what I mean? But because the clutch went on Mom's Honda, I can't do it myself. I got to call my buddy in. He's got to bring some things I don't have, like an air compressor. I got to throw him a few bucks. I could do all the wrenching. I can do all the fixing. You know what I mean? But I'm even in there doing the fixing. But and I'm even the one with the knowledge. Even if I'm watching him do it because I'm paying him, I'm telling him what to do and showing him how to do it. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm really paying him to do the fishing for me. It's like I kind of needed an extra fisher hand, you know? I guess. And then the one example would be with one of my nicer vehicles, my summer one. There's a local wash and go up the road. You can pull in there, and if you pay for the complete package, they polish the rims and everything rather than just the basic one where it's just a wash and you leave. Like the mechanical wash with just soap. Like the top one has the waxing and all that crap. So I've gone there, like paid the top dollar for the full service, left, went to check the pressure in the tires after I went there, and could notice the rims weren't polished. So had to go back and get the manager to come out. And so I know what you mean when it comes to the, how you put it, immigrant helpers, because they're not necessarily immigrants. There's Canadians working there too, but there are other cultured people there working. And I'm not saying it wasn't somebody that wasn't Canadian. It could have been a lazy ass Canadian worker that didn't polish my frickin' wheels. But I had to go back either way. And I paid for the top service.
Yeah.
Like I shouldn't have to go back.
I don't know what the correct or the neutral position phrase is to say to describe that service, but because like we call it like the Polish car wash. They're not Poles, they're migrants, and they're from everywhere. But if you say that, people know what I'm referring to.
Yeah, detailing companies too. I have a friend who owned a detailing company. That's all it was. But he was like, he'll get in there with a toothbrush, you know. And you're going to pay. Like the one I went, I think the top service is 55. If I go to his Eagle Detailing, I think it's like 120, and that's the full package. But he's going to shampoo the carpets. He's going to like really do a lot, you know? Detail the leather, put leather protection on, you know, like he's going to do the whole bit for 120. Well, it could be up to 150 now. That was a few years back.
Right, I'm going to have to drop because I'm going to have to go and take this little boy out for a walk. So I shall catch you guys in a bit.
Take care, brother.
See you later, dude.
That's beautiful, Mimas. My buddy just got a Challenger on the road. What year was it? 09, I think, or might be a 10. It's a Mustang, though, eh? I believe. 308, 305. My fucking eyes are bad.
Mm.
Good hello.
Yippers. What say ye? Globe flat on the fence.
What you mean? This Cuddles.
Oh, hey Cuddles, how you doing? You wrangling a lot down there on the ranch?
Bro, I ain't doing anything. I
I'm
wish
just
I were
reading.
on ranch. I'd be doing something.
I'm just reading while I'm waiting for people to pop in.
I got a stack of new books that are probably going to change my mind on something.
I always like to look at factual stuff, like the things I'm reading right now are about people that are currently alive, people that have been taken from us.
Yeah, I like nonfiction.
No, real life shit.
Yeah, that's nonfiction.
I suppose.
You like history and such, which would be nonfiction.
Well, I don't know. Some of the stuff
the guy that goes to Mars and runs into the chick with 3 tits, that's fiction.
Yeah, no, I'm talking real life. Like one is Hustle Harder, Hustle Smarter by Curtis Jackson.
Yeah.
And he's alive. And it's based on some of his life. And then other ones are about murders that have gone down, shootings and happenings, and others are about redemption. And anyways, some I've read before. I know they're factual and true stories because I've seen the interviews of the people involved in them on the books I read. The one book was locked up in a university. I had to go in and I couldn't leave from the university with it or anything, but I did end up getting a hard copy of the same book.
Well, I mean, I encourage everyone, if they've never read The Law of Nations, to download the book and give it a gander. You want to know that will cover everything. Oof.
I'm not sure if you DM'd it, but I know I was looking at some of that information you posted one night.
Yeah, there's tons more to be put up too, man. Law of Nations is generally where I try and start people at, or usually, generally, whatever. I just got up.
And a lot of the stuff I'm reading being factual stuff, it's stuff some people might not want others to know. And it's stuff that if you're interested enough to pick it up and ingest the information, can help you find solutions or be more confident or change the way you've done things so you don't keep staying where you are. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like the Hustle Smarter, it's a lot of business advice,
I got a best piece of business advice most people will ever be able to tolerate. Start a PMA.
And that's a personal
private membership association. It is also known as a private business.
Okay.
You do not register it. You do not share your documentations. You do not give your originating documents to anyone.
Okay.
All that you do that I'm aware of is publishing the name of the business, and that's it.
I like that.
Once the business name is published, you gave public notice that, hey, it exists, and your charter and everything is yours. You keep that to yourself. The only thing that anyone sees if they want to become a member, they see the contract for the membership and then the terms that they're going to need in order to do that correctly.
And then once they're a member, they can
mimic the business model? Is that how that works?
Once they're a member, they can purchase your goods or acquire your services. So like, all right, the medical industry is a big deal. A lot of surgeons and doctors that have gotten disbarred from their system, from the AMA, have gone to private practices so they can continue helping people, where the AMA can't tell them what they can and can't do.
Okay.
So if I were to go to them now and say I needed a surgery that, the hospitals didn't have anyone that can do it, but this guy, he's been practicing everything for 40 years. He knows what the hell he's doing, but they gave him a lot of stink. So he went private practice. Well, I go to him and I can get everything I need done. And it's going to cost me less because there's no overhead. The only oversight is basically contract law and natural law. Yeah, my whole world's been shifting the last couple of years as I've been looking into literally everything I've never heard about. Huh.
If I'm correct, I have a fairly decent memory. I'm going to test it now. You're the same gentleman who when somebody else comes to sort of rule over, take over, what are you going to do? Are you the same gentleman that said, well, I hope they like moonshine?
Yep.
Right on, brother. I like you. I'm not sure if we're already, how do you say it, server friends, but I'll send you a friend request.
I do hope they like moonshine because that's what I'm either going to be serving in tea glasses or the porch is loaded. Injectors and fuel pumps are cheap, buddy.
One of my one of my really good buddies got married not long back, and really nice lady. They were together for the longest time, and at the like pre-party before the wedding or whatever, there was some moonshine shots if you wanted. Pretty nice stuff. Flavored, I think one was apple, one was strawberry. But either way, the point is, they got married. They were doing this, doing that, and all of a sudden now it's like they're just not like it's himself now. Like it's weird. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm not doing a public marriage ever, 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 ever again.
Didn't
It's
last
weird.
long, and I thought, sorry, 2 seconds. I thought they'd have kids or something. Go ahead.
It's weird how this VC just gone from like a few hours ago just debating in here. We were just discussing like pretty nice topics. I like it.
Private marriages or
No.
private unions, private contracts. That's how a man's life is supposed to be. Not everybody's supposed to know my business. It's none of their damn business.
Correct.
That's why all these people are like, "Oh my God, Jennifer Aniston's getting married!" Like, one, that lady's not supposed to be telling you her private business. That's her private business. So she's an idiot.
Yeah.
And now you're going to listen to the gossip that makes you an idiot.
Yeah. And then two, how does it change your life knowing that information?
Well, see, here's the fun thing. These people are now getting involved in somebody else's relationship, which, the hell?
Detracts from their own life, yeah.
Last thing I want's a parade of clowns in the damn bedroom.
Wild.
But, I mean, that's the thing. The hardest thing for most people to grasp is there's two sets of books running. Every country, every so-called government, everything, there's always two sets of books running.
Yeah. I read your mail.
Hi, everybody.
Yo.
Is that Bong or Roger again? Roger, eh?
No.
Oh, Bong. Okay.
the sunny one.
Oh, Sunny, there we go.
Anyway,
His
I just got a
voice-
bunch. I just got a bunch of information. So I have some law information, and I've started in a process where I know numbers, articles, titles. Like I'm learning which ones to do, how to do affidavits. So this will be an interesting project, but nuts and bolts. That's what I've always been kind of like talking with you about, Cuddle, and that's kind of why I've been frustrated because, you know, I understand what you're talking about is important. It is important that we know these basic fundamental facts of law. So I'm going to start giving nuts and bolts, and we can do this in another area like we did the other day, like in Chill or something like that. But I'll start laying out actual documents that you can download yourself, and I suggest everybody start with their state constitution. Have a U.S. Constitution handy all the time. Start reading all of them. Read all of it. Read Title 18 U.S. Section 242 under U.S. 18. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
Title
sorry, that's not
241 and 242.
42. Hold on. For Title 18, Section 242, and it's about color of
241
law.
goes with
Yeah, 42,
conspiracy.
1983. Yeah, so
241 is conspiracy. 242 is the physical action after they've conspired.
So you can download these documents, start printing them out, and have these important ones, and I'll keep you guys posted.
You're talking my language, but 242 is deprivation of rights under color of law. 241 is conspiracy to deprive someone of their rights under color of law.
Yeah.
However,
And then there's hold on, there's 42 subsection 1983. That's what that's the actual that's what the precedent is. That's what the
that's one of the things to go back into. There's 1943, there's a couple of them.
What if I'm in Commedia?
What?
Commie Canada now.
You're gonna have to look up. You're gonna need all
It's
of
the Charter of Rights.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's all basically the same, but see, this is why I stay away from statutes and codes. It'll give you an idea, but where you want to find this is in your damn brain.
Yeah, but
Naturally,
you're gonna have to. But they're not gonna listen to you. Here's the whole thing. They will not freaking listen to you. They don't give a shit. If you don't, the only thing that is important is you do need to follow the procedures as far as you're gonna submit these, and it could be filed in federal or state court. So if it started in state, you could take it to a federal court. This is a violation of rights under the color of law. So it's very powerful. It's dealing with the Rooker-Feldman doctrine under the Supreme Court. You know,
that's if you want to play.
Trust, the Rooker versus Fidelity Trust, Court of Appeals versus Feldman. There's non-lawyer maxims that use
I'll tell you a secret.
Documents, see, because what they'll do, here's what they'll do, Cuddles. You probably know this already, but you're going to go in there and they're going to tag you with something that's saying you're representing yourself. That is not true because that's a trick, pro se or pro per, is you're not. So they'll try to hold you to the same thing that a freaking lawyer is, and you're not held to that same standard when you are allowed equal access. So there's case precedent.
How can I be re-present if I can only be present?
Yeah, exactly. So you have to tell them that. Otherwise, they fool you in 100 different ways with their word magic. So
how can
there is a way through that.
If I've never been there before?
Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff this morning. Like, what's going
But
on
here's
in
the
DC?
secret. I got one for you. It's gonna blow your mind.
Yeah, I get up and study for like 4 hours law every morning now. So
The first question you need to ask, and this is aside from the other pressing questions that you need to ask. Can this be appealed? If the answer is yes, you're in the wrong damn court. Run like hell.
can it be appealed?
Because in an Article 3 court, once there's a judgment, that's it. There's no going back. There's no appeal. There's no, I don't like this. There's, you did the crime, now you're fucked. The end. So if there's an appeals process after a judgment has been rendered, you're in another kangaroo court. Can I appeal this decision? Yeah. Oh, I believe there's a jurisdiction mix-up here. I'm not supposed to be in this court. Who are you? And that's where the more studying comes in, because you have to know who you are. And that's where a lot of people miss the fun.
Excuse me.
I got a friend, she is a firecracker, and some of the stories that she has just from the last year, but we're all talking jurisdictions. There's 2 sets of books. You want to be on one set and not the other.
Yeah, nobody knows how to do it. Anyway, you should check out what's going on. Like, what do you guys think? Speculation on Washington, D.C. boarded up, like that whole thing. Completely boarded up. Military in there. What? Any speculation?
Oh, come on. You missed the changing of the guard during their satanic ritual. Where you been?
Which one? Which
Which
one?
Trump. I think it was his inauguration or right around it. They had some big doom-a-ditter, some big shindig. And some of the military actually held on to what the fuck was happening, but they it was when they were doing that. Bless their mercy. I wish I had a video because I really don't care enough to watch most of this.
I don't either.
But
We're 12. We're 12 more rituals. Wait a minute. We're 12 rituals more from Sunday since that little.
Well, they had. I'm trying to think if it was like the Pope or something. It was some big deal, but they had like this big ceremony with all these idiots dancing around and shit. And then there was the British military. There were like 2 other militaries there that were present at the time, and I think like the Brits sat down and somebody else stood up, and that was literally a changing of a guard.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing all of that. He's going and meeting with all those leaders. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was like a year, 2 years almost now.
Right, but it was public. It was done in the public eye.
It's old news. Anyway, yeah, all those places being vacant, Windsor Castle or whatever, like what? Everything's boarded up. Pay attention to the gold around the flags.
Well, it's an East India Trading Company flag anyway.
Yeah, the symbolism.
The stripes are East India, 1660s.
Now I've seen some people doing these meetings where they covered up the gold fringe. That was interesting. So keep an eye. That means Admiralty law. It's covered by. It's a gold. Probably my speculation is it's gold because it represents commerce. It's a financial system. So when they cover it up, they're saying we're encapsulating this with a financial system. It's a trick. Always has been.
The gold fringe is military. The military.
Well, I believe it's Admiralty law, so that may include that. I mean,
well, they call it law, but it's not. It's piracy.
Yeah, really. Call it like it is, right? Exactly.
It's treason and genocide. It's straight up freaking piracy.
Mm-hmm. So that's what we have for a long, long time.
Because you can't.
Powers. Mm-hmm. It's been emergency powers. It's been emergency powers for a really long time, probably continuously through every 70-year bankruptcy, like shuffle of the papers of the bankruptcy. And so it's been emergency power since probably the revolution, all the way through every 70 years, depressions, bankruptcy, and a bunch of more
Right.
bullshit.
You can't have legitimate emergency powers in a situation where you're causing emergency. False emergency.
Exactly.
But
Right.
you can't, but
That's why they're
something that people should know. You cannot separate the land and the sea. They are one in a country's metes and bounds. The United States of America's metes and bounds went like a couple of miles out to sea when they originally did the first survey, which means you cannot separate the water and the land. There's no two separate laws, there's only one. All that shit's Satanist crap. Separating of the land and the water. How? You need water to have land, you need land to have water. Like, get the hell
so
out of here.
flat, man. I'd read the Magna Carta and whatever, whatever the common law is. I would get familiar with that.
Go back further. First
Yeah,
Nations people, Australia. Go read that one. First Nations people negotiated for the British Empire to leave everybody else alone and let them keep their sovereignty intact. However, the British didn't do that shit.
when have they ever? Please.
Right, but they're criminals. Criminals don't follow laws. Most of them don't.
Hello?
It's kind of interesting to see a criminal with a conscience.
Hello?
Hello.
Why is everyone muted?
I don't know.
We're not all muted. When we're not talking, you see the white mute, right?
You stepped in between a breather.
Just chit-chatting.
Only the people with a red mute are muted. Everybody else is...
Well, welcome to the room. What say ye?
Thanks. I think it was a mother that told me to come here if I want to talk about Earth or whatever.
So, is the Earth flat or round?
In my humble opinion, no.
No, what?
Okay.
I mean, it's just my opinion.
No, what? Which way? Which way are you saying no? What do you mean?
That it's I mean that it's not flat.
Oh, you believe it's a globe then?
Yeah.
Okay. In your opinion. Okay, what about in real life? Do you ever experience a globe? Do you ever experience curvature in your everyday life?
What do you mean?
Do you go out and can you go out and see curvature?
Curvature around me?
No.
Basically, what do you
no,
observe the Earth to be?
Curvature on the surface. Do you ever experience that?
Oh, curvature on the surface. Well,
Yeah, basically, just like what do you experience the Earth to be?
Where no,
in
it's a
reality.
really simple question. It's a really simple question. I'm only talking about curvature, and where and when do you experience curvature in your everyday life?
Oh shit. That's a yeah. Well, there's nothing I can say to this actually.
Okay.
That's a
good.
good
So,
point.
so you admitted right then and there that you don't experience curvature in any way in your everyday life. So, for the statement that Earth is curved or spherical, do you actually have any proof or evidence that it is?
Well,
and what's your proof? What's your proof of it being spherical?
Well, firstly, I would ask the question that what do you think about the other planets? Are they?
No, well, I asked you a question. That's illogical to answer a question with another question. So I asked you, do you have proof or evidence from anywhere of Earth being curved? And what is the evidence?
Well, just as a simple evidence, because I'm not a bloody scientist. Maybe.
It doesn't take science. It doesn't take a scientist. It's
I
only
know.
geometry. It's simple geometry. It's third grade fit to fifth grade geometry.
Well, maybe I can explain with it. I don't know. Pictures from the satellites or pictures taken from the moon.
Okay, now you're looking up into the sky. No, we're still talking about the surface. So I'm just going to ask a question real quick. When, where, and how was the actual curvature of Earth physically measured?
I don't know.
Okay. So you'd have to say a curvature that it's only a belief, as you said in the beginning, your opinion was. So it's your opinion, it's your belief, but you don't have any facts to back it up. So it's just a belief.
Wait, you can test it. Again, a hot air balloon going up and you can clearly see the curve. Just to step in.
Pardon me?
If you get a hot air balloon, if you go up, you can clearly see the curve. You don't need any lenses.
Who said that you could see the curve in a balloon?
Because I can.
You can't. Okay, that's great. Have fun up there in the air. We're talking about the surface, though. So when was the surface? When was the surface physically measured?
I don't think you understand.
Excuse me. I asked you a really simple question. When was Earth's curvature physically measured? Where, when, and how? What was the method that was used?
When was Earth's curvature physically measured?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, it's not like it's not common knowledge. I don't think to many people.
Really?
But
they've told us an exact number for the radius, 3,959 miles, 24,901 around the circumference. So where did they get the measurement? Where did they get that measurement?
By measuring it.
Okay, what method did they use? Where, when, and how did they measure it?
Why would you expect me to know this?
Well, you're supporting the globe. So we can just move on because you just only have a belief. So Editor Bath, you only have a belief. Yes.
It's
then
not
tell
a
us the
belief.
method. Yes, it
No,
is. You don't have any facts.
You can measure it. But
you didn't. It's never been measured. Tell me when it's been measured. Or tell me how you can measure it.
You don't need to measure it.
Why?
Because there are other ways of clearly seeing it's a globe.
So they don't need to measure it to get orbital mechanics to go out in the Narnia land space that doesn't exist and violates all physics, the natural laws, the gas laws, the laws of entropy.
Space doesn't exist.
Okay. Can you provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No, it's my turn to ask something. I asked a question.
You never asked curvature. No, it isn't your turn. You never answered curvature. So where, when, and how was the curvature of Earth's surface measured? I'm not backing off of that.
Apparently, it was first successfully measured in 100 BC in Egypt and very
What
accurately.
method was used? What method was used, and how does it equate to an actual physical measurement?
Well, give me a second.
How does it equate to a measurement? You can look up all the information you want from Stone Age times. That's great. We're in 2021. You want to go to Stone Age tech using sticks and shadows that you can't verify if the dude even existed in reality. Great. I need the method that determined that what Eratosthenes did equates to a physical measurement.
Is not Egyptian.
Physical measurement. Got it?
Okay.
That's all we need.
Well, let's go and do it.
Physical measurement.
Yeah, you want to meet up and go and do it?
No, I need when the physical, or you
Well, I
just
mean, if you
concede, or you
clearly seem
concede.
quite keen
Listen,
on it, so let's go and do
I
it.
need
I
the
mean,
method
what's
that was
stopping
used to
you?
measure it. Stop talking. I need the physical measurement that was made, the method how, or you concede that it's only a belief that you have right now.
And what's the proof that the Earth's flat?
Okay. Is there a moderator here? You're about to get banned because you're a dumb shit.
No, it's not how it works. You're asking
Curvature,
me proof.
curvature, measurement, physical
But you
measurement of the
can't
curvature
base
of
your
Earth.
whole idea on one thing.
Listen,
That's
admit that
not
you only
proper.
have a belief because you cannot provide validating citation, measurement, experiment, anything to prove that it's curved. So you concede
There
right
are
now.
ways to
Please,
experiment
no,
it.
you only have one way out. You provide the method that was used that makes it a physical measurement of Earth's curvature, or you concede that you only have a belief. That's your choice. One or the other.
Okay.
Concede.
I'm looking it up.
This is interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, I
You're
stepped
gonna have
in
to
for you. Do you
concede.
mind
You're
just
gonna listen. If
do you
you
mind
can't
just
provide
letting
this
them just
method, you
like
will concede. You will have to. Now, if you can, you don't have to here if you don't want to, but you'll be banned. You'll have to do it on your own anyway, within yourself. If you can't provide the method for the measurement, you inside yourself, you're going to have to concede that you don't know how it was done. So I don't care if you get banned or not. You will be banned from here for being dishonest. It's part of the server rules.
So give me a second. Okay.
So just saying, you know, if we do have satellites out in space, if you go to your Google Maps, right? Go in Google Maps and then zoom out as far as you can and tell me if the globe. Tell me if it's
Yeah,
if you
but
see a
no,
globe.
we're not diffusing from exactly the question I asked. We're not moving on. Don't diffuse the conversation. We can
I
get to the other
apologize. I'm
conversation.
sorry,
No, it's
Sonny.
okay. No, I'm being very strict. I don't want it to get
Yeah, I
diffused.
understand. I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're on the method of curvature. Physical measurement of curvature, meaning 8 inches per mile squared, or proof that the horizon is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Proof of that. Standard.
Sonny, can I ask you just a question?
Sure. Go ahead.
You don't need to talk about it, just yes or no. Do you think the other planets are around, or what? What do you think about them? Are they around or not? The other planets.
Okay, what do you believe planets are?
So we're talking about the other planets like Neptune.
Wait a minute. So what you're saying is other, meaning that you believe Earth to be a planet. You mean Earth is not a planet.
Then
So
what?
what do you think the planets are? What's the definition of planet? You know the definition of planet?
I mean, not literally.
Wandering star. It's a light in the sky. By looking at the sky, at the lights in the sky that move separately on their own in a clockwise fashion, that they've done for thousands and thousands of years with the same shapes and relationships to Polaris, rotating just like a clock, you can't determine what the floor you're standing on is by looking in the sky.
Is apparently the Earth's to find out the curvature of the Earth is to do height equals radius multiplied minus 1 cos area is accurate for any distance.
That's not telling me how they did this. And it equated to an actual physical measurement of the surface. What were the presuppositions that Eratosthenes did? If you're going to use Stone Age...
No, I'm not using Eratosthenes.
What are you using?
I'm using modern day.
Modern day what?
Modern day calculations.
Oh, calculations. How is it? Do you know? Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Or measurements based on calculations.
Based on what?
Is a
Are you using
yeah.
are you
What
using
numbers
values
are
that
you
are
put?
already determined?
No, if you use the same formula for everything.
A formula is a formula a measurement?
No. But you
No,
use measurements in a formula.
no, you have to have the measurement first in order to put the numbers in the equations. You have to have you have to have an actual measurement, or else the numbers are false or made up. In other words, you can have a fantasy model and put fake numbers that you made up in your head, or you can have a measurement that's actually a physical measurement, like
So what are you
geometrically
saying?
speaking. I'm saying I need the measurement
But
that
we
they
have the
use.
measurements.
What? Where? From where?
What
What method was
measurements
used
do
to
you
measure?
want? What
Oh my
measurements are
God,
you
dude.
referring to?
I'm
You're not making
referring
it
to the
clear.
8 inches per mile square of drop on Earth according to the radius of 3,959 miles.
The what? The drop.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile drop. Yep. That works up to about 1,200 miles. So over water, where was it measured? That there's a curve in water that equals to 8 inches per mile squared. You should be able to show this easily at 40-mile distance of lighthouses, which is conservative lighthouse distance. They see lighthouses up to 300 miles. But let's just say that's probably rare, but 100 miles is common. Do you know how much drop would be in 100 miles on a ball?
Wait, do you mind if we use kilometers just to make things easier?
Okay, so you're going to 6,300 kilometers radius. Okay.
So if we convert now, let's convert 8 inches. Wait, what did you say? So 8 inches was the drop, right?
Yeah, 8 inches per mile, and the mile or the kilometers need to be squared.
So how are we going to do this? 8 inches per.
So you go, so you figure out what 8 inches
miles.
is. I don't know what that is in centimeters or whatever you. I
So
don't even know.
in meters, 8 inches is 0.2032 meters. And 1 mile is 1.609,344 kilometers.
So yeah, if you take that, how much? So how many meters is 8 inches? What's that?
It is 0.2032.
Looking down myself.
Are you from US, Sunny?
Oh yes.
What's the current time there?
10:18 a.m. Yeah. So let's see here.
Oh.
There's somebody in there that probably knows this already. I just don't use the metric system, so.
Yeah.
I might be mistaken. I thought in America they did use a metric. Sorry, my bad.
Just convert them.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could convert it, let's see. So did you figure out 8 inches is how much of a meter?
8 inches is 0.2032.
032?
Yeah.
And then let's just take a kilometer.
Can I have another simple question?
Yes.
So, do you agree on the fact that the sun arises from the east, right?
Yes, the sun does rise. It is the sun rising. Yes, that's right.
And the sun goes down on west.
It actually isn't going down. It's
So?
it's going horizontally out beyond your limit of your eye.
Yeah.
Your optical resolution. It's moving overhead of us all the time. The sun is never moving down. Oh, once again, it's not going down over a curved horizon.
It's receding into the horizon. I'm going to post something in live stream right now. It'll sort of explain it.
Yeah, okay.
Which one's a good one? You can go to any of these Earth curve calculators, right? It's simple. So we just go, let's use this one. Here we go. Use Metabunk. You could put it in metric if you want. This is simple stuff. So if you use that Earth curve calculator,
okay, so let's say the sun goes just like you said, yeah, whatever. So what's your explanation that on the next day when you wake up, the sun arises again from the east? Why is that?
Yeah, because we live in a flat plane of existence, and the sun, the moon, and all of the lights in the sky are moving above us in a circuit. The sun and the moon have a different circuit. They're in a seemingly different location than the stars above them that move in a different sequence. But they always it's predictable on how these circuits work because they've done it for thousands of years. Man being used to being the earth, and when they planted food and crops, and like their whole lives were based on what the sun was doing and the moon were doing. They had a very keen sense of their surroundings.
Wait, didn't you say earlier that space didn't exist?
Yeah, because we have gas pressure here on Earth.
And how do the sun and the moon exist?
It's supposed to be next to a vacuum, and you can't have a pressure system next to a vacuum without a container. You can't even have gas pressure without a container. It's not possible.
But the atmosphere.
That's a gas. That's not a container. I'm talking about containing gases, unless you can show an instance or demonstration experiment of gases containing gases, or the existence of gas pressure without a container, then the space they told you exists cannot exist. It violates the second law, the first law, the second law, all the gas laws. Violates natural law. All known physics are based on these things. So, like 8 kilometers, let's say you have a lighthouse at 40 kilometers. That's close. There's lighthouses much further than 40 kilometers. And let's say your height in meters is 1 meter. 6 feet. You're standing right at the shore, your feet are right at the water.
At 13:25, I posted a meme. It's about 5 sentences long, and it can help you understand what we're explaining or trying to explain right now.
So at 40 kilometers,
Okay, so the reason why a non-vacuum Earth can exist next to a vacuum space is because of gravity.
gravity? What's gravity?
Hold on, we'll get to that. Your geometric drop in 40 kilometers is 125 meters. That's 300 feet of drop. So you would have to show me where they measured this over water, that a lighthouse was dropping 300 feet.
Wait, so how many kilometers?
40 kilometers, 6 foot high, your 6 foot observation height.
How many meters did you say?
Is 125 meters of geometric drop. And the geometric horizon is only 3.57 kilometers away, but you're seeing this thing at 40 kilometers. Go out and look. Go look at the distances of lighthouse. 40 kilometers is a conservative distance. That's a short distance. That's only like 25 miles. That's nothing. Lighthouses are seen at 60, 80. I've seen them myself at 80 miles. I guarantee. I need the measurement for that geometric drop at 40 kilometers. They had to measure it, so that's what I'm asking for. They're giving us numbers based on a radius size. That's not that's an exact size they're giving us. They're saying this is the size of your Earth. We can't go to space without this radius measurement. You'd crash. You'd never freaking make it. You'd run out of fuel. You'd be blasted out. If the Narnia, if this fantasy world and space they're telling you is true, to get to the moon would be a narrow window of opportunity. Do you know how narrow that window of opportunity was? If they were off by 1%, they'd miss it. They'd never make it.
I just want to make sure that
to Mars. If Mars was even, we know Mars is not something you can land on. You know, it's a light in the sky. It looks like an electronic optical effect. That's
sorry, Sonny. I just wanted to make sure he's aware of the live stream because I'm posting stuff that might help him.
Yeah, are you in the voice text, the live stream voice text? Anyone I'm talking to? I thought there was Editor Bath, and
yes. By the way, the reason we can see the lighthouse is because it's elevated.
Rebel student. Yeah, but if you're at 6 foot and you're looking at the surface of over the surface of the water, and you can zoom in to that lighthouse, it's not physically possible with the dimensions they gave us. That's what we're saying. That's why we're all here. That's why flat earthers are here still. Otherwise, we close the server down. There'd be no need for us to hang around if they had an actual physical measurement of curvature. Anything to back up that claim. There's none. Nowhere. Anywhere. Nobody can find any definitive actual measurement.
There have been some friendships and possible alliances made in this server, though. So even after shutdown, some people would probably stay in contact and whatnot.
Yeah, no doubt. That's true. But if they had proved the globe, then we wouldn't need to be on live stream 24/7. Educating people about their globe model, because they come in here defending something that they don't even know the facts of. They just think, oh, flat earthers are stupid. Let's go tease the flat earthers. And then they get educated about their system because we studied it our whole lives. Just we're the ones that were paying attention in class about the stupid globe. Like I remembered all the numbers, the whole thing. I could regurgitate them out. Boom, 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 boom. At 10 years old, I knew the radius of Earth, the diameter. I knew like how as fast it spun. 10 years old. How far the stars were. I could tell you how fast the light got from the sun to Earth.
Okay.
All of.
Did you mention that you can't land on Mars?
Yeah, you can't land on a light. Have you seen real photographs, like through a P900, of these objects up there or whatever they are? These lights.
No, So the moon is a star, actually, right?
Sorry, he asked you a question.
No. Have you seen real pictures of like Mars or Jupiter or Venus through a telescope, a real telescope, or a P900, which is actually they're better.
No.
They focus better.
Okay, so
does anyone have the stars meme? Anybody in here that has that the star meme that shows them
right away? 2 seconds.
Flashing. They look like a light at the bottom of a pool. Looks like the reflection at the bottom of a pool, you know, like squiggles around. That's what these lights look like. They look like they're underwater. Like it's an electronic, some kind of electronic light that's underwater. But see, we don't know the source of the light from all the wandering stars, the planets, or the stars themselves.
So what is the moon then?
We don't know what the source, we don't know the size, the distance, or the source of light.
So
Neither
the
do
moon,
you. Neither do you. You don't know it either, though.
I mean, I just want to know that, do you think the moon is just a light?
It's not a reflected light, that's for sure.
What it is then, if it's not a light?
It's illuminated
Last night,
itself. It's illuminated.
Last night, my buddy.
It's self-illuminated. It's a separate kind of light. It's different than the sun.
It's a self-illuminated what? Surface?
We don't know. We don't know. No one's ever been there, and no one probably ever will go there because they can't go there. So
what about?
It's not verified. What it is not verified, and it's never been verified of what it is.
What about Armstrong then? That was a lie?
Yeah, obviously, if you think that people went to the moon, that's a complete fantasy. Nobody went to the moon, bro. No one's going to the moon. Besides, on that side, they lost 14,000 reels of tape from all the telemetry data, all the technology, all the distance, the telemetry. That's what they do with the greatest event in mankind.
And one of their representatives said if they had a tape or two, that they don't have the machine to play it on.
They destroyed the technology, and that's too bad. And then in 2015, NASA themselves come out with the Orion project and says, with Orion project, this is from 2015, NASA, we'll finally be able to go beyond low Earth orbit. We have to figure out how we're going to get past these Van Allen radiation belts because it's dangerous levels of radiation. We can't go through it. And the Van Allen belts are like from 1,000 to 25,000 miles out, apparently, supposedly. From their story, not mine. Yeah, the moon is supposed to be 238 to 250 thousand miles, 250,000 miles, right?
Yeah.
So how did they get past the Van Allen belts that they admit themselves in 2015 they can't get through? NASA.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Sounds like problems.
That was a fun NASA interview.
So they keep charging you $62 million a day. And if you live in a different country and you don't think that money, that's going to all these other fake space agencies that never went anywhere except into a studio, into pools, harnesses, aircraft that dive so they can mimic weightlessness, hanging upside down on wires. Like the whole thing is they've been caught. They lied. So how many times do you listen to a liar once they're caught lying?
So Nicholas Copernicus was a liar?
I asked you a question about NASA, and you just totally skipped over to Copernicus.
Oh.
Do you realize you did that? Why did you do that?
I thought you asked someone else, not me.
Kind of hurts my feelings, you know. I'm like asking a simple question about NASA lying, and how many times you listen to a liar once they're caught lying. How many times do you personally listen to somebody that's a known, confirmed liar?
False.
I rest my case. I'll be here all week.
Snacks are on the
So,
right.
Sonny, what you do is right when they tell you in 2014, 2015 that quote we need to solve these problems before we can send people through this region of space unquote. You're just supposed to forget the whole story about that we went to the moon in 1969. Yeah, you just put that away in the other Rolodex. You know, don't worry about that because we didn't actually send people to this region of space because apparently we still have to solve these problems.
Good
That's
to
a little
hear.
funny, isn't it?
Good to hear you, Chocolate. Hey,
Yeah, what's up,
thanks,
bro?
man. Thanks. Yeah. And you know, like the other day, I didn't. If I stepped on your feet in the chat at any time, man, I hope you know that I don't mean it. It's not purposeful, but it does happen sometimes. I apologize if I did.
No, you're good, man.
Right on,
I know
man.
it's tough.
It's good to hear. Yeah.
You're good.
Anyway, yeah, you know, it's just another day. You wake up every day on a flat Earth. The Globers come in here just like you guys did. The sun rising. Yeah, exactly. That's a verb. It's a movement word. Rising. Yeah, it's movement. The sun is rising. Yeah, the sun's rising. You don't feel any motion. No curvature has ever been measured, nor has any motion been detected. And you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Excuse me.
Three strikes and you're out.
Hello.
Those are just details. You don't need to worry about them.
So,
yeah.
So we all here believe in the sun, right? Well, not believe, but we know it's real.
Is that a serious question? What?
Well, no, I'm just making sure if anyone here is just has no idea what's happening, just to make sure we're all on the same page.
Oh, the sun is real. We all know the sun. We all know the sun is real, but none of us knows what it is exactly.
If what's stopping the sun from just coming into us? Like, why is it in that position?
Okay,
do you know
hold
what
on.
it is?
Where is
do you
the
know
sun?
what it is?
Go ahead, Chuck.
We don't know exactly
just
where it
ask
is, but it's in the center of the solar
You don't
system.
know what it is, so how could you begin to say what it can or cannot do if you don't know what it is exactly?
What?
Never mind.
What? You didn't understand what I just said?
It's fire and brimstone. sorry.
Yeah, when I asked you what the sun is, you don't know, right?
No,
So
it's a
how are
massive
you going to
ball
ask
of gas,
why,
which is
why
the
is
only
the
reason
sun?
why we
Why
have
is the
any
sun
heat
not
on this
doing?
planet.
Why is the sun not doing such and such? Do you know what it is?
By
In order
such
to
and
tell us
such,
why
what
it's
do you
not
mean?
doing? What?
Huh?
What are you saying, bro?
Huh?
Jesus Christ.
Why is he talking like he's like, huh? What? Huh? What?
Yeah, what is wrong with you people?
That
you know
was
what the
very
sun is, yes or
ironic.
no?
Yeah.
That's all I want to know.
Yes.
You know what the sun is. What is
Yes.
it? What is it?
The sun is a massive ball of flowing hot gases, which at the center of which at the heart of the solar system is the reason why we have heat and light on this planet.
Really? How did you verify any of that crap?
Oh.
Did you verify any of that, or are you telling me a story, the same story I heard when I was 5? Which one?
How can you prove that it's not real?
No, we don't have to.
We're
You
back
have
to
to
the real
prove
shit.
that it
We're back
is.
to the
So
real
hold
shit
on.
because nobody said it's not real. I don't remember
I mean, how
anybody
can
in
you
here
prove
saying
it's
it's not
not
real.
a ball of gas?
Well,
How can
that's
you have
not
a
on me
ball?
to prove. You're trying to reverse the burden of proof. See, you're claiming that it's a ball of gas. That's on you to prove so. So when I asked you, did you verify that? Now you're asking me, how do I know it's not? That makes no sense. How do you know it is? When you make a claim, you actually try to validate that claim, right? So you claimed it's a ball of gas, which I think you believe is in a freaking vacuum, which is not possible. But okay, keep going with that. How did you verify any of that?
Because there's a process called nuclear fusion which happens in the sun.
Ooh, how do we know that? Can you show me that?
We're just gonna keep on going like this, aren't we?
Yeah, because you're gonna keep telling me stories, right? With no validation. Is that what
Yeah.
you're gonna do?
Can you show a ball of gas burning in a vacuum, please?
Please.
Gravity.
That would be awesome.
No.
Is
So
gravity
you
a
said,
ball of gas burning in a
so,
vacuum?
so you see, so you see how you have the burden of proof, editor, because you're the one claiming these things that it's a ball of
so are
gas
you.
burning in a vacuum. No, I'm not. I didn't claim anything. I'm out of the claim business, fresh out. I didn't make a claim, not one.
What was the claim that he made?
Well,
what was
the claim that you made was that the Earth was flat.
No, I asked you for a measurement of curvature, and you cannot provide one.
I thought you were going to respond with something before, like, 'cause I was waiting.
I'm still waiting for the freaking measurement.
I was
haven't
waiting
seen
for.
one. No, I asked you
But
first.
you said like one.
I
What
asked
was it?
first.
One
I asked
claim,
the
right?
curvature measurement. You still haven't provided, and you need to concede.
But you know what? I don't remember. Wait, what? Wait,
No,
what
you
did you ask me to do?
Son, you made more than one claim. You made a claim of curvature,
Was it the lighthouse thing?
and you're making a claim. And you're making a claim of a burning gas ball in a vacuum.
And he invoked gravity as well, if I may add. Just want to keep his story straight, that's all.
He didn't invoke gravity. He said only gravity. That means nothing. I can say otorhinolaryngology.
All you need, it's really simple. 1, 2, 3. All you need to do to prove your whole gravity thing, we'll give you all the gravity in the world, but first you have to have the curvature measurement, the detection of axial rotation, and a gas burning in a vacuum.
And I'm not sure if this is correct of me to do this, but Reckoner, I don't know what you mean by spamming. I'm adding topic relevant material in the live stream.
And I got a question. If there is such thing as gravity, why isn't the sun or the moon falling?
Because of gravitational pull.
It's a great story. Any
That's a
validation
good
for that
story.
or no?
I mean, then why isn't the sun falling?
Oh, again, asking us why the sun is or isn't doing something.
I
when
can
you have
answer
no
that, but it wouldn't help.
validation.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Have fun.
Yeah, because the sun is over a flat surface, and that's how orbits work. Did you know that? Orbits require a flat surface, not something else that's also orbiting, which would be a complete contradiction in the possibility of orbiting. Something can orbit, it requires a flat surface underneath it on foundation.
Well then.
Yeah, so I just posted the physical demonstration in the VC chat text 45 minutes past the hour. So isn't that convenient, Chocolate? The sun, moon, and stars all orbit on top of us, just as we express in reality and just how we demonstrate physicality.
Just how we see them. What a coincidence.
And that's why it makes sense. Once you shock somebody with that revelation, it's best just to go back to measuring the curvature of the Earth. Because if you can find 1 inch of curvature in 1,000 miles, I'll give you everything else you.
You don't even have to give him anything else. You got the curve. It's a wrap. Just close it down. Go enjoy
Exactly.
a magical spinning water ball.
Correct. I will retire Chocolate and become their slave if they'd like. Yep.
Says there ain't no curvature. I got $500 waiting for somebody to show me curvature. I'm saving up. It'll be 1,000 soon enough.
That's probably the largest money pool on the planet of existence. Combined all the different people offering money for curvature.
I can explain you curvature.
Radwin offered $3,000. No takers.
Can I explain curvature?
I think we had Branch do that last night. It got kind of sickening.
You have a sphere, and then you have a drop, and it's curving. And you can see that from ISS, and that's it. Or we can measure that. Or we cannot see that in reality.
The reason why we can't see curvature, well, on the normal just
Can we measure it?
Huh?
Can we measure it? No, we. Anybody?
Who are we talking to?
I'm saying, can some human person measure the curvature?
In theory, yes.
Wow.
Why?
You know, that's crazy because when I looked it up on Google and I look up radius of the Earth, it doesn't say in theory the radius of the Earth is blah 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 blah. It just says it.
I said
Now you're
theory.
telling us in theory we can measure the curve of the Earth? Really? So we haven't done that yet, or we're still waiting?
Well, we have. I thought he was talking about like, can we go and measure it? Like us.
Yeah, he said anybody. Has anybody measured it?
I thought
That's
you
what
were
he asked
referring
you.
to like me or him.
No. Anybody, man. Not me, you.
Oh, I thought you were talking like just me and you. Like, oh, I mean, like in theory we could.
No, you can do it if you want, but I'm saying everybody can do it. I asked you if we can do it. You said we cannot, but I am saying you that we can.
Yeah, because we can.
Yeah, and look at what. There is no curvature
Well,
there
hold
in
on.
reality.
There's a claim of can, but for some reason you can't name a single person that's ever done it. So that would be some sort of, metaphysical claim you're making because no one's ever done it.
I mean, the reason why we personally, without physically, we can't see it curvature is because it's too small to perceive.
Yeah, okay. Can we measure it?
Yeah, we're hiding from the whole point of the premise here. That's the issue, is that you're claiming it's been measured, which it never has been, or you're admitting it hasn't been measured, which would be nice as well. The point is you don't even have a claim for anybody ever measuring it. There's no claim. Keep playing, Sonny.
Where's the music coming from?
It's at the perfect background level right now. It's perfect background music right now for the conversation. This is called Pure Fiction, starring Quentin Tarantino. So we're going to keep
Pure
going.
Fiction?
So, Editor Bath, why don't you just tell us where it's been, who measured it and where it was measured?
I thought he's playing the fucking guitar.
Yeah.
Just mute him. Just tell us where it was measured and who measured it.
Sorry.
This curve of the Earth. and then we're done.
Well, the guitar
there's
is
no
stopping
claim.
him from finding an obfuscation quickly, so.
There's no claim, so we're just looking for a claim, sir. We're just looking for a claim that somebody did this. That's all.
Claim that
But he
somebody.
just said it's too small to see.
Yeah, he could mute me himself anyway. Nobody else needs to be complaining.
Oh my goodness.
He
That's the
just
point,
told
sir.
us nobody's seeing curvature because it's too small to see. Apparently.
Well, that was easy. That's our claim. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I'm not
So, Mr.
misquoting
Barth,
you, right?
you're
You did just say that. Sorry, Chad. Go ahead, man.
That's right, Mr. Barth. Are you gonna? That's my dogs in the background. Are you gonna produce a measurement or not?
You cannot see it, but you can measure it. That's strange.
I guess I'm not hearing something properly. Is someone talk? Is he giving an answer? Because
No, he
hear
hasn't, Chad. No,
No,
he hasn't
he's
said
quiet.
anything.
this is an interesting new tactic of debate. Just say nothing. At least he won't be stupid if he says nothing. Is that the saying?
Yeah, that's even better. Yeah.
Are you sitting
Even
here, guys?
the stupid man appears wise when he says nothing.
Are you actually sitting here all day long?
Is that
Why?
the measurement
Uh-oh.
of curvature?
Nope.
Is that what that is? Was that your
Do you
response
need a
to
plumber?
where is the measurement of curvature? Do you guys sit here all day?
We're waiting for the measurement.
Yeah, I'm averaging about 17 minutes a day on here. So let me know if I need to spend some more time looking for the curve.
I mean, we can make it 5 minutes. Just tell us where the measurement of the curvature is, and we could all wrap this up real quick. Let Sonny play us a nice goodbye song, and we could just wrap it up.
That's right.
We've only been asking for 7 years. How much more time do you need?
But we always tend to get this bit of quietness whenever we're asking where the hell is the freaking measurement of this freaking radius for this
That's why we had-
curvature of this
That's why
ball.
we had to continuously improve the guitar technique. So, yeah, whatever. It's good.
Is that disturbing
Hit him
sitting
with a
here
riff.
and waiting for the curve? Is that disturbing?
While I'm waiting.
Are you worried because of us? Because we are waiting here for the curve? You want to say people don't wait here for the curve. I want to help you. You are in the wrong way. You don't know what are you saying. Your logic, your common sense, it's not good. The straight, it's not straight. Straight, it's curving.
I mean, does it actually matter? What do you think,
Oh,
or what you don't think you are gonna die at the end of your life
Oh, does
anyway?
it matter? No, the nihilist has
Oh,
spoken. The true atheist
oh,
is here.
great.
Congratulations, guys. We got a real
But-
atheist here.
Listen, that doesn't really matter. But why you're here to tell me that?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It just destroys my entire belief system, is what that means. Thanks.
You came here on this server to tell
It
me.
matters enough for him to tell you to come in here and then tell you that it doesn't matter.
That's how you
Yeah.
know it really matters. That's
He
how we know
came
you
on
really need this
forever to
resolved.
tell me that life doesn't matter, that I will die. You know.
Yeah.
Well, at least we know he's
Ben,
an atheist. When
Ben,
he's done hiding from the globe evidence,
Ben,
let's go
why
to the
don't-
evolution claim.
Nothing doesn't matter. Go and rob the bank, man. Doesn't matter because you will be arrested. Because on the end you will die, man. At least try to rob the bank.
Correct. It doesn't matter. Yeah. When you're an
Do
atheist,
some-
nothing matters. That's the point. That they
Nothing.
remember,
Do
Sasha, that they have-
something. Do something positive or negative. Do something. Yeah. Fuck it. You came
but
on the
he's
server. You came on the server to tell us that we will die. Oh my God! Thank you.
Do shit, man. Do some shit. Just get out there and do shit.
Well, remember, guys, the atheist admits it doesn't matter because there's no morality in the atheist paradigm, so it's okay to lie to millions of children in school. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Well, I mean, why would you want them to know stuff?
No, you
Did
don't.
you know
want
that
to make sure that
your sun is in the space of vacuum of the space, and vacuums is absence of matter. How one matter can be inside of something but not include the matter?
There's no explanation.
But it's good story, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you
Well,
feel,
don't
rebel student?
don't
How do you
touch
feel
my.
about the? Hold on, Sasha. How do you feel about the fact that all the evolutionists admit there's no evidence for evolution and it's based on inference?
But whatever, you will die.
Kinda.
Doesn't
I bet
matter.
that matters. Nope, doesn't matter. Matters when I want it to matter.
Well, evolution matters.
Evolution lives matter.
What's evolution?
Evolution lives matter.
Tiktaalik matters.
You're gonna make me pull out my diagram again.
Anytime they bring up evolution, I feel like we start devolving.
No, but see, that's what he just admitted, that evolution matters. So that's not a coincidence that I knew if I went there, all of a sudden his emotions will be exposed.
Monkey lives matter.
Well, no, it doesn't. Your life doesn't matter.
He's like, no, Pillbox, don't destroy two of my paradigms at the same time. That's terrible. How can I ever deal with that?
I need dime-sized drops of truth, not the whole thing at once.
Yeah, let's just pull it up from Fukuyama, 2009, second edition of Evolution book, page 102. It must have happened. That's your evolution science right there. Must have happened. There, thanks.
I got the no curvature blues.
He can go on mute because nihilist and doesn't matter. It's all right. Why you're here? It doesn't matter. Go somewhere.
Yeah, but doesn't.
Go somewhere where people join each other and think that life doesn't matter, that nothing doesn't matter, and go to that group with that people and speak with them and fucking enjoy the life. Why you came fucking here and to say people that who think that life has the sense, you came here to say, okay, life has no sense. If your life has no sense for you, go somewhere with some people who think that life has no sense, and you will feel better. I think. I don't know.
You are actually mad.
Celebrate, rejoice, and celebrate with people that don't care about where they live.
Yeah, man, that will be. You came here.
You are actually mad about this, are you?
Yeah, man. I don't know. I break now my balcony. It's some wood fucking shit. I break that now. And it was my. I have two parrots. One is dead. I kill him now because of you. I'm so nervous that I don't know what to do. I will divorce with my wife now if I came inside. I will fight with her because of you.
You're gonna do these things because of me.
Man.
No, let me explain. Let me elaborate. Hold on, Sasha. Okay, hold on. So let me elaborate. So Jeffrey Dahmer was a naturalist who believed in evolution, and he lived on a magical ball, and that's why it was okay for him to capture and kidnap little children and eat them. And that might be the society that you're part of. And I know that Jeffrey Dahmer also claimed that it didn't matter as well. That's why he ate people. Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome to the Globe Earth Society.
I mean, I consistently search for things that don't matter to me and absolutely involve myself in them. Like, go find a bunch of people who are talking about something that doesn't matter, and I go sit there and talk to them about the things that don't matter because it matters so much. And it matters so much that I'll tell them how much it doesn't matter.
It matters to me why it doesn't matter to them so much that I want to go just stay there and talk about
that don't matter to me. I don't care.
You, Sasha, are you gonna do those things because of me?
What's the matter now?
This is the funnest thing ever.
You can tell that I'm a troll.
No,
we don't want to
really.
We don't want to profess you. We don't want to condemn you. Like label you as a troll. So.
I just found this server on Reddit.
But it is kind of odd, don't you think, that someone would come around with something that's stupid or doesn't matter and sit there and talk with us for 3 days until their mind gets totally flat, splattered, and they realize and they don't know all the as much as they thought they did.
Yep.
So, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, my mommy Kitty just gave birth to 6 kittens. They're not puppies, just for the record, and they're not walruses. And also, this is day 2 of their birth, and they're still learning how to walk because they're getting used to the Earth curvature and spin. Thanks.
So they're like
Evolve into
wobbly.
walruses? Bro, I've
Similar.
been waiting for that.
Similar. They have their fangs are a little bit shorter, and instead of having flippers, they have hands and claws and paws. Yeah.
Did you name them?
I named some of them.
I want to do a T-shirt. If evolution was reality, the maternity ward would be a zoo and have like elephants and different things in the baby things in the maternity ward at the hospital. You know.
You can do that.
I know. I'm working on designing it.
Well, if you just take the baby out early enough, it's actually a salamander or a reptile or a fish. Just depends on the term that that you're pulling the baby out. Ernst
Such a
Haenkel.
complicated rock.
Right. If you go back really far enough, it's a rock, right?
The Earth is a triangle.
Oh, okay. Let me know when you have evidence for that edge. Best of luck.
So that's what you got. Earth is triangle.
That's it, chocolate. Nothing else.
Okay.
Bro, I'm lying. Chill out.
Of those last 2 memes I
You were
posted, the
lying?
top one.
Nobody
man.
did that. Nobody could tell.
I
Dang
didn't
it,
know
I
that.
was fooled again. How did I not know that?
Of the last 2 memes I posted, the top one's okay because it explains stuff, but I think the bottom one's just so much more simpler and gets straight to the point. But if they don't know she said it, they might not understand the bottom one.
I'm stealing that one. I like that.
It's the perfect volume not plugged in. It's great, huh?
I need lessons, Sonny. My Gibson is